Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. The December 3rd, 2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. Now, this building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms go off, please leave through the exits, wait for our marshals to tell you it's safe to come back into the building. We have no reason to believe that would ever take place, but we do make this announcement in an abundance of caution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Ed Lovelady, Rector, All Saints Episcopal Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Bestow, Almighty God, we know you to be a God of grace and mercy. Bestow on the members of this council the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may do the work of this council, seeking to make our city a place where all people find justice and peace. Bless all who come before this council today with your grace of patience and truth. All this we ask in your holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, Councilman Brown is going to honor the December Citizen of the Month. Councilman Brown. Well, we'll go on to our next item then. No. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Terry, welcome back. Terry, when did you retire? 2 months ago? 3 months ago? Been working 40 years at the... thank you, and on behalf of the City Council, there's a special recognition this morning. Many of you have seen during ceremonial and during our council meetings, we like to recognize people in the community that truly make a difference. Some are very profiled, individuals and organizations, and today it's a special honor for me because I've known this lady that's going to be the Citizen of the Month for many years, and she's very special in so many different ways. If you've heard of the horrible disease, the Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS, we have a chapter here in Las Vegas, ALS of Nevada, and some very special people that have done so much in our community for this horrible disease. And it's if you're familiar with it, it's a death sentence. Once you're diagnosed with ALS, you will die. The only thing that we can do as an organization is to make it as comfortable as possible. And specifically, and the hardest thing to understand about this disease is the mind is the last thing to go. Your body just literally shuts down. It's a very cruel disease, and fortunately, through the mayor's leadership, we have a lot of great things happening downtown. The Lou Ruvo Brain Institute is going to study neurological diseases. The ALS of Nevada local chapter is going to be a part of that institute, and we're very excited. So the lady that is the president of our local chapter is with us this morning, and I don't even think she's aware she's receiving this award. Lauren Meyer is retired from Nevada Power and was introduced to ALS when Steve Ragazio, the former president of Nevada Power, was stricken with the disease. think back in 2000, 2001. Lauren did a lot with Steve and did a lot with ALS and has continued to work with the chapter, certainly as a volunteer, then as a board member, and now as our president. But I just want to share with you some of the things she does, not only as the president of the board, but as a human being. She certainly is our strongest volunteer. She coordinates the largest fundraiser. She will send notes to those not only stricken with the disease, but certainly those that have passed away, to the family, to the caregivers, and with very little recognition. She does this on her own accord and does it very privately and in such a professional way. It's a great reflection on her, a great reflection on the organization. But she cares. And we look for these type people that are true angels, that will very rarely be recognized publicly, but deep down they are touching individual lives each and every day. She was recognized by the Bank of America recently for the Local Heroes Award for her work with ALS, and she is truly a special person, certainly a special person to our organization, ALS of Nevada. So, Lauren, congratulations, and come on up and accept our Citizen of the Month.
Beautiful. I just want to say thank you to the Las Vegas City Council, to the mayor, to Councilman Larry Brown, and to his office. ALS of Nevada is the only nonprofit in the state of Nevada offering services exclusively to Lou Gehrig's disease. And we are a very tiny organization. We refer to ourselves as an agency. We consist of 2 full-time staff members, Megan Testa, our executive director in the front row, and Susie Costa, our Director of Patient Services. But we are on top of it every day, and I pray that you will assist us with your prayers and with your financial support. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course. And Lauren, your name will be attached to this wonderful sign, which will be right outside City Hall. And it will last for a month out there. And if anybody tries to graffiti it, I will chop something off, I promise you. Sure. Sure. Just like 7. That's it. Thank you very much. That's great. For our next item, we're going to recognize a special team of employees. The Team Quarterly Recognition Program is an effort within the city honoring a group of city employees that exemplifies the city's vision, mission, values, and priorities through exceptional teamwork and outstanding performance. To help in making this presentation, I'd like to ask Jorge Cervantes, the Director of our Public Works Department, and Larry Hogsness, Director of our Field Operations Department, to join us. And I'm pleased to announce, gentlemen, that the team of the quarter is comprised of members of the Summerlin Parkway team. If you're here with us today, please join us up at the podium as your name's called. From the Field Operations Department, Troy Crossland, Chris Finberg, and Emmanuel Windhurst. From Public Works, Debbie Ackerman, Jason Jackson, Mike Jansen, Greg McDermott, Mark Sorensen, and Sylvia Romero, who recently retired. Summerlin Parkway was nearing the end of its useful design life and was entering a phase of rapidly deteriorating conditions, reducing the quality of the road and increasing the risk of potential hazards. By the beginning of 2008, the city was sending road crews to make repairs every other weekend, which was becoming quite costly, and there were plans for future expansion and reconstruction of the parkway, but the maintenance staff did not feel that the road would perform in a sufficient manner until that time. Consequently, this group delivered a proposal for a cost-effective repair and upgrade project for the road. They came up with a creative solution that extended the useful life of the roadway by 10 to 14 years at a cost of $125,000 per lane mile, as opposed to a cost of $400,000 per lane mile. Staff did a great job with the staging and scheduling of the job in a way to minimize impacts on motorists, and the reconstruction of 16.6 lane miles in 14 working days is a rare and commendable achievement, an unbelievable achievement, actually. This project is a great example of departments working together to come up with cost-effective solutions that provide a critical public benefit. On behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate you all on being named the Team of the Quarter, and yesterday the members of the team all received plaques and other items at a committee meeting, but at this point in time, let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor said, this is a good opportunity for some collaboration between two departments, an effort to go out there, do some infrastructure improvements that really saved the community quite a bit of money and extended the life facility that was getting to a point where it really needed some major rehabilitation, but they were able to do it in a real cost-effective manner. So for that, you all did a great job, and we really appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. I want to, number one, acknowledge Jerry Walker of Streets and Sanitation, one of our deputies, for nominating the team. He did a great job. Every team has a leader, and this team definitely had a leader, and that would have been Chris Fenberg. Chris is a former Employee of the Month and was recently recognized in Public Works Magazine as a trendsetter for his efforts in doing our street rehab program. This is just a great example, again, as Jorge said and the Mayor said, two departments working together along with a private contractor to expedite a project. And it's a good example of how we can spend a little bit of money up front and save a lot of money in the long run, and in the process provide a better service level for our citizens. So really a great project. And again, Chris is the guy that really pulled us all together and did a fantastic job. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Chris, you might want to raise your hand so everybody knows who you are. He's the main man.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a great honor. I don't want to overstate the obvious, but this truly was a team effort. And with the support of management and staff members, we were able to do a good job. So thank you once again.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Okay, for our next item, we have a very special presentation. Today we have with us a world-class athlete who calls Las Vegas his home during the off-season. He had a very successful career and is having a great career with the Philadelphia Phillies, the team which I followed when I was a kid. And at this time, please help me in welcoming Shane Victorino to the podium. Shane is no stranger to success in sports. Originally from Hawaii, Shane played football, soccer, baseball, and ran track in high school, and was an all-star in all four sports. His success continued, and his speed on the base pass earned him the nickname the Flyin' Hawaiian. But after today, he's going to be the Flyin' Las Vegan. He went on to join the Phillies, where he played center field, and on May 3rd, 2007, he had 5 steals against the San Francisco Giants, with a catcher who couldn't throw him out. Right? The past year has been a tremendous one for Shane. He was a 2008 Gold Glove winner for his defensive play in center field and hit .293 with 102 runs, 36 steals, 14 home runs, and 58 runs batted in. But the most impressive is his World Series victory over the Tampa Bay Rays. In addition to his great work in the field, Shane also does some great work with a number of charities. For example, his annual charity bowling tournament raised more than $150,000 for the Philadelphia Futures, which is a mentoring group for inner city school kids in Philadelphia. And for all his success and hard work, we would like to recognize Shane, the Flying Las Vegan, Victorino, with a key to the city. And we're proud that you call Las Vegas your home, even if it's only part-time, and the fact that you represent us so well. Whenever I was listening to the ball games, it always said that Shane is a Las Vegan, and you did us proud. And here's the key. It's a little bit of our appreciation for you. And the best news, and you may not know it yet, but I read in the paper this morning that a full share for the World Series $356,504. So, if there are any single girls out there, or if there are any married girls out there, or guys, I don't care. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Usher, Mayor, and then Council. Also, we talked about a little bit this morning. My father is a councilman back home, so I kind of know what this is like and what you guys go through every day. So I thank you guys, and I actually honor you guys to know what you guys go through. Like I said, having a father who's involved with City Council, and called him yesterday about a meeting, and he didn't seem too very happy. So I understand what you guys go through, but, you know, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, for honoring me.
Thank you.
And I know it was good for you because you are a Philly fan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. For our next item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize another hometown ball player who I'm sure will be in the World Series someday as well. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I have that. Thank you. Our next guest is someone who has remained extremely dedicated and focused on the sport of baseball. I would like to ask at this time that Sean Kazmar Jr. please come forward. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. How you doing, Sean? All right. Come on around in. And if we can just go to the overhead real quick while I read some background on Sean. And Sean, you can check it out here.
Oh my goodness.
Sean Kazmar Jr. was born into a very athletic family. From as far back as he remembers, Sean was only interested in sports, and every gift requested for his birthday and holidays had something to do with sports. At the age of 4, Sean received a waiver to play with 5-year-olds, but when his first baseball was hit to him out in the outfield, he stood still. He was then moved to the catcher position and was destined for greatness as an infielder thereafter. Sean would collect boxes of baseball cards and study every player that existed. He memorized all stats possible, and his love for the sport continued rising. By the age of 10, Sean had become quite a superstar around Nellis Air Force Base and could even hit his father's fastball far and hard. Other youngsters and parents from nearby would gather in awe as they watched Sean bat. Sean developed into a valuable player and was drafted out of high school, but opted to attend college at then Community College of Southern Nevada. It's now College of Southern Nevada, and played baseball only to win the College World Series his first year. Shortly after, he was drafted to play professional baseball. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to proclaim this day, Sean Kazmar Jr. Day, in the city of Las Vegas on behalf of the mayor and city council. And we would like to thank our hometown hero. For mayor, this is where he was born and bred. So most definitely, we want to congratulate him and say continues to do a good job out, where are you at, in San Diego? Yeah. San Diego, that's right. In San Diego. However, this is his home, and so I wanted to recognize you for being our hometown hero right here in the city of Las Vegas. And so today is your day, Sean. Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Well, first I just want to thank the mayor, Oscar, and the councilman. I had no idea this was going to happen, so this kind of hit me. My family just walked in, so...
well, family, come up.
Yeah, all my family, all you guys, get up here.
Come up, come forward.
You guys make me do this.
Absolutely.
Just thank you to the city of Las Vegas. Again, yeah, we got a lot of people.
It's called family support. Come on.
Look at this. Oh my goodness. How you guys doing? Good. How you doing? Good. Oh man. But well, I want to thank my family for being here, of course, and my mother here, my beautiful mother, and all my coaches are here. I had no idea. Hi, coaches. Where are you guys at? Jeez. Coach Thomas from Las Vegas High School and Tim Chambers from Community College, please come up. You guys are family. So, well, I can't thank you guys enough. It's an absolute honor, and
I had no idea, so I'm a little nervous, but you guys could have let me prepare or something. But again, thank you guys, the City of Las Vegas, Mayor Goodman, the councilman. I appreciate all this. Thank you.
And Coach, Las Vegas and Community College, you come forward, please, and just share just a few words, if you will, in regards to your experience with Sean, please.
How are you? What can I say, man? I'm supposed to say something nice about Sean. There's not anything really bad to say about Sean. He came in as a freshman at Las Vegas High School, and I think he was a backup for 4 games, and then took over a senior's position. We had to move the senior somewhere else because he came in and did what everybody thought he couldn't do. He proved everybody wrong. Believe it or not, he was shorter than this. There was a time when he was shorter than me, and he got in as a freshman and just continued to make people well aware of what kind of baseball player he was, and we're very proud of him from where he's at to where he is right now.
I'm Tim Chambers from the College of Southern Nevada, and I'll whack on his size a little bit too. When he was a senior, we weren't quite sure he was going to be big enough to swing a wood bat in college. Probably about 150 pounds, but he went on that summer to hit about 20 home runs. So we figured maybe those home runs could be singles with a wood coming in, but he promptly became an All-American and was drafted late and chose not to go. He felt like they were cheating him, and the scouts told him, that's about as high as you're going to go, you're too small. And he held out and came back for his sophomore year and went in the 5th round, got what he wanted, and been fighting ever since. Finally got to see him on the field this spring, and it was awesome for Coach Thomas and myself and several other coaches and friends and family to see him actually in a big league uniform. So hats off, and hopefully he can stay a long time.
All right.
I'd like to thank Trina Moody for putting all this together. I came because it was supposed to be her award. So thank you, Trina. I love you and appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's terrific. Thanks. And good luck to you out there. Good luck. All right, Councilman Wilson is going to recognize DUI Awareness Month. Councilman.
I am, Mayor Goodman. Thank you. Good morning, Las Vegas. On a more serious note, I'd like to talk about something that affects all of us, directly or indirectly. Driving under the influence is a crime that impacts our community as a whole. If an offender is lucky, they will be pulled over by police before they injure or kill themselves or someone else. This City Council has worked hard to bring awareness to the dangers of driving under the influence and to create programs that target first-time offenders with the hope that they will not become repeat offenders. One such effort is the Corners DUI program, which was created through the efforts of the City of Las Vegas, Metro, and the Clark County Coroner's Office. This program was added to our municipal code as a potential penalty for DUI offenders, and it is becoming increasingly popular in our judicial system. In June of this year, there were 75 offenders referred to this Corners program by our courts. By October of this year, the number has increased to 158. The goal is to eliminate repeat DUI offenders. However, a much more important goal to significantly reduce the DUI offenders is through education and public awareness. As part of our education efforts, the City of Las Vegas is proclaiming December DUI Awareness Month. Especially with the holidays approaching, we want to strongly encourage all residents to always assign a designated driver and never get behind the wheel of a car if you've had one drink. Today we are honored to have 2 people, Sergeant Strader from the Metropolitan Police Department. Sergeant, would you please join me at the podium? And Sandy Heverly from Stop DUI. Let's have a round of applause first, please. Hi, Sandy. Sergeant. Now, we have a couple of proclamations close by. Normally, what I would do is I would say ladies first, but in this case, I'm going to save ladies for last. So, Sergeant Strader, would you please say a few words?
I'd like to thank you for having us come up here and actually pointing out that this is a specific problem, not only for Nevada and Las Vegas, it's a nationwide issue, and I can guarantee you and the council here and the mayor that the Metropolitan Police Department will be out in specific force enforcing the DUI laws, and we're going to be aggressively making sure that everybody is safe on our roadways. And just some statistics that we can throw out there from our arrests is that our arrests for DUI-related offenses are up 25%, and our fatalities in relation to DUIs are down almost 50% as to last year, which is awesome. So our support from all the city and county and the state, as well as the enforcement of the cops that are out there on the street doing this day to day, are doing what they're supposed to do, as well as the citizens who are using their designated drivers. So I'd like to thank you for letting everybody be more aware of what the consequences are when you do this.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Here's a proclamation on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. Don't go away. I have a proclamation for you too, Sandy. But before I give you the microphone, I want everybody who's listening to realize and recognize exactly who you are. This lady, I know for a fact, is probably responsible for saving hundreds and hundreds of lives. Sandy, you have been participating in this effort to fight DUI for as long as I've been in Las Vegas, and that's 28 years. You and I did a little work together many years ago, and here it is, we're still working together. So I want everybody to realize that through Sandy Heverly's efforts, many people have been saved, and many people have probably been deterred from committing this crime. So one more real big applause for Sandy Heverly.
Oh, thank you so much, Council Wolfson, for those kind words, and Mayor and council members. It's wonderful to see all of you again. Many of you, we've been friends for many years and have worked on this issue, and we've seen the very, very good results of our efforts. Unfortunately, even with these efforts, we are still seeing quite a few people that are being killed and injured in alcohol and other drug-related crashes. And Sergeant, I just wanted to comment about your statistics, which are phenomenal. But I also want everybody to know that from 2006 to 2007, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department increased their DUI arrests by 1,240. 1,240. They made more DUI arrests than any other agency in the entire state. So they are out there working to save lives. In 1984, President Reagan actually declared December as National Drunk and Drug Driving Prevention Month. And since that time, we have strived to achieve a DUI fatality and injury-free holiday season. And I believe if we follow the great example of our mayor in utilizing a designated driver, as he always does, we can achieve that goal. And lastly, I would just say, if anybody wants to tie one on, we hope you'll make it a red ribbon and use a designated driver. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandy.
Oh, it's wonderful being mayor. Okay, for our next item, we'd like to recognize our Deputy City Manager, Steve Houchins, as Steve heads in for retirement. Steve, could you join us up here, please? Steve joined the city in 1993 as the city's Director of Finance. Just 3 years later, he was promoted to Deputy City Manager and has remained in that position since. During Steve's tenure with the city, he has seen just about everything and has overseen almost every city department. His achievements run the gamut, and in 2007 he received the Credentialed Manager designation from the International City Managers Association, the premier local government leadership and management organization. Next month, Steve's going to retire after 15 years of service, and believe me, we're going to miss his gentle demeanor and his kind face and his smile when he sees us and his leadership here, and thousands of our employees are going to miss you when you head into your retirement. So we have a couple things that we'd like to send with you as you enter the new chapter in your life. First, the retirement plaque, which you will never put up. I have no idea why they do these things. And then we did something that was very, very nice. We really had the good intention, because Steve has he's got a, what do you call it? It's not a fetish, but he has he's got this addiction. He has this addiction for chocolate. And I would go up to my office at all hours. It didn't matter, 7 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and he would be creeping around looking for chocolate in my office. And what we did is we actually ordered, Steve, honest to goodness, we ordered a chocolate key to the city for you. We paid $20 to have it sent here on an emergency basis, and we blew the 20. Okay? So instead of the chocolate key, which will be coming, we want to give you the key to the city. The real key. And we're going to miss you, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, City Council. About 15 years ago, I came to the city of Las Vegas. And I came here kind of thinking that it'd be about a 3 to 5 year commitment. Things went well. But one thing I did notice when I came here and told folks at that time, I said, you know, we've had a pretty good run with revenues, but it's not always going to last that way. It's not always going to be like that. So I let that out there. And then 5 years later, I had put in my 5 years and said, you know, it's not always going to be this way with these revenues. They're not always going to be coming in that way. But they did, so I stayed around a little longer. Earlier this year, looked at the revenues, and in a sad sort of way, I was right. They didn't come around like they used to. So I figured, well, 15 years, I guess it's time for somebody else to inherit that obligation and to benefit from those revenues. And that's, I think that reached my conclusion as to is it time to go or not. That I really appreciate it here. And also I want to thank, there's some very special people. Well, the whole staff of the city is very, very special. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of people during these 15 years. All of them very dedicated to their job, to their performance. We don't do things individually in the city, we do them by teams. And when I look back over the last 15 years, and I see a legacy. But the legacy isn't mine. The legacy is all those city workers who have got to work together to accomplish a common theme. So it's those folks I want to recognize. I want to recognize our council. They're great. They're doing fantastic things with the city of Las Vegas. I always go back 15 years ago, or 10, actually more like 5 years ago, or 10 years ago maybe, and look at the skyline of the city back then compared to what it looks like today. And it's changed, and it's changed a great deal. So I think I give a lot of credit to city leadership, a lot of credit to the city and council, and the mayor, and also to city staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. He's a nice kid.
Yes, he is.
He's a classy kid. He's got a good shortstop ahead of him, though.
Yeah.
Like Caleb Green. Larry?
Where's the camera?
Okay, very good. All right, we'll turn to item number 11. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 13 is an amended interlocal contract between the City of Las Vegas, City of Henderson, and City of North Las Vegas to retain a consultant to provide the three cities with governmental taxation and finance services. Staff asked to strike. Are there any other items we need to report this time, council members?
I was advised, Mayor Pro Tem, yesterday during our briefing that Councilwoman Tarkanian wanted to bring forward items 18 and 19. I'm not sure that she still has that desire.
I think she does, yes.
Do you want to bring forward 18 and 19? I was advised during our briefing that you did. That's the...
Yes.
You do. Okay, fine.
Okay, Your Honor. We're bringing item 18. There's approval of a special event, alcoholic beverage for children, for Kading Catholic Manor, location 4514 Meadows Lane, date December the 13th, 2008. Special event, general event, Wells Fargo Bank, party responsible person in charge, Basin Mika. Also, on item number 19 is approval of a special event of alcoholic beverage license for Chaldine Catholic Manor, location 4514 Meadows Lane, date December the 31st, 2008. Type special event, general event, New Year's party fundraiser, responsible person in charge, Bassam Mika. Are there any other items? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these three items forward and take appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll bring item 18 forward. This is the approval of special event alcoholic beverage license for Chaldean Catholic Manor, located at 4514 Meadows Lane. The date is December the 13th, 2008. And it's a special event for Wells Fargo Bank Party, and the responsible person in charge is Bassam Mika. It's in Ward 1. And 19, is a companion item, approval of a special events alcoholic beverage license for Chaldean Catholic Banner, location 4514 Meadows Lane, December 31st, 2008. Special event, the New Year's party fundraiser. The responsible person in charge is Bassam Naked, and this is in Ward 1. Councilwoman?
Yes, I don't know if we have anybody here representing the applicant. And you might want to voice some of the concerns we have. I don't know if you have the pictures there to show. Our major concern is that we don't want to have a banquet center there where it's a church, and we have some concerns about what's happening, and she will address those concerns to you.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Some of the pictures and some of the concerns that we had were the operation actually being a banquet facility as opposed to a church. And I think we just had some questions on your operations. I know the other question was the hookah pipes that were found on premises. Were those the main concerns, Councilwoman?
The hookah pipes and the large amount of the tobacco there, the fact there's a pricing bar that was there before the event, you know, it didn't seem as much church-related. I understand the banquet facilities, although I will say that you have an awful lot of banquet facilities there for that small an area if it's primarily a church. And this is what our concern is that are you operating more as a banquet facility, or are you operating more as a church that just once in a while has someone come and use your facilities?
That's exactly it.
Would you identify yourself, please?
I'm sorry, my name is Vincent Yaldo. I'm a member of the St. Barbara Chaldean Catholic Church here in Las Vegas. It is a church. We operate it as a church on a regular basis. There's a Saturday and Sunday Mass like a typical church, and we throw fundraiser events. We try to throw them once a month or once every other month, mainly for our members only. And if you saw the signs, there were some things that I had created and put up at the bar to show the other members. Have not been in use as of yet, but will be in use if we do get approved. One of our members is a manager at one of the local Wells Fargo branches, and she asked us if she could hold her Christmas party at the manor, and that's why we applied for the use permit. As far as for the New Year's Eve party, it's only open to church members and church members only, and their family members.
And why do you have the hookah pipes there?
Every now and then during parties, we have a courtyard, and I'm not sure if she has pictures of the courtyard. We have a courtyard and we have seating outside, and it was a few of the members that brought forth the idea and said, hey, how about if we had a little hookah pipe, seating area outside, since it's become, I guess, one of the most popular trends lately.
What's the membership of the church?
I'm sorry?
How many members do you have of your church?
Off the top of my head, if I had to guess, it'd be 150 plus members.
I was very concerned about the bar pricing that you had there also. It was up and you weren't having any type of group coming in or something like that. You can't see it in the audience, but you see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's on my desktop.
Yeah, it's online, and the numbers of the pipes and the tobaccos and everything. But I understand that the churches do banquets, and they do sometimes offer their facilities to other groups. And I understand also that we're very close to the time that the group involved would be utilizing it. But I did want to tell you that you have to keep your emphasis on the church, not become more of a banquet facility, and that when these applications come in, they will be scrutinized carefully.
Yeah, I fully understand that. And, it is a church. It operates as a church. As a matter of fact, my priest is here today as well. I brought him along in case you guys had any additional questions.
So I just wanted to voice those concerns which came to me through members of our staff who had gone out there, and I would like to say that we do want to watch that carefully, and I would move for approval.
All right, on item 18, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And on item 19, please.
Move for approval.
Please vote. Opposed?
Thank you.
Vote again, please vote again. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you. Thank
You're welcome. All right, item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meeting of November 5th, 2008. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Notice is deletion. John, make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Items 14 through 34 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments. Yes. We took that vote?
No, we didn't.
I don't believe so.
No.
Okay. All right, so items 14 through 34, with the exception of 18 and 19, are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward, in addition to those that have already been brought forward? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion for approval of the consent calendar with exceptions of 13, 18, and 19 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. There's been a request to bring forward item number 46. Item number 46 is discussion and possible action to rename the park located at Eastern Avenue and St. Louis Avenue. This is in Ward 3. Mayor Pro Tem.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. For the public record, I'm Billy Bastion, Acting Director for the Department of Leisure Services. At the regular scheduled Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission meeting held on November 12, 2008, the Park Meeting Subcommittee recommended a new name for the existing park known as J.C. Park, located at Eastern Avenue and St. Louis Avenue, to be named Justin Myron Levitt Family Park. In addition, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission also recommended the athletic fields at the park be named the J.C. Athletic Fields. A vote by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission was unanimous, and I recommend to you today the name to the council for your review and approval.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Bastion. Are there any questions of Ms. Bastion? I see the Levitt family in mass sitting out there, and why don't you all come up so we can recognize you. It's a family that has made a contribution to the state of Nevada, both through public service as well as through the finest that one could expect in the judiciary, and it's nice to have the family with us today. And I'll ask our Mayor Pro Tem, who was behind this project, to take it over at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right now we are in the process of redoing J.C. Park, which gives us the opportunity to rename the park. The J.C.'s, while they was in Las Vegas, I think they did a great job in what they did. They're no longer in the city of Las Vegas. And this park is in the area where this family grew up, where a lot of them still reside. Mr. Levitt, welcome to City Hall today. The reason that I felt like we needed to change the name of this park, and the first name that popped into my head when I even thought about renaming that park was Myron Levitt. Myron Levitt was born in Las Vegas in 1930 and graduated from Las Vegas High School in 1948, where he lettered in football, track, and basketball. Mr. Levitt lived his entire life, with the exception of the time he spent away at college, in the area near J.C. Park. In 1963, he built a home on Franklin Avenue where he raised all his children. Mrs. Levitt still lives in this house. J.C. Park has been an important community fixture to the Levitt family. The park has served as a location for family events such as birthdays and graduations for not only his 11 children, but his 36 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren as well. The Levitt children also play sports such as baseball and Pop Warner football at this park. I believe that Mr. Levitt Myron was a coach there for many, many years. Myron Levitt was the founder of the Little League Baseball in Las Vegas and spent his entire adult life coaching Little League Baseball, American Legion Baseball, Pop Warner football, basketball, and softball. Many of these coaching sessions and games took place at J.C. Park. He had an illustrious career in Las Vegas, where he served as a Justice of the Peace, County Commissioner, Las Vegas City Commissioner, Lieutenant Governor, District Court Judge, and Nevada Supreme Court Justice. Outside of his elected positions, he was a member of the Clark County Juvenile Probation Committee, a member of the Clark County Health District Board, an original member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Commission, and a member of the Board of Directors of Nevada League of Cities. He will be remembered for his generosity. He would help the children who do not have transportation or money for shoes, equipment, or uniforms so they could participate in the various sports at this park. I don't know anybody else that you can name a park after, other than Justice Myron Leavitt. And so with that, Your Honor, my motion will be today is to rename J.C. Park to the Justice Myron E. Leavitt Family Park.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry.
And I appreciate the recommendation from our Parks Board, but I feel like I just want to leave this as Justice Myron E. Leavitt Park, Family Park.
Very good. Thank you. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to say that as the City Council, we do a lot of things up here. Some of them have major impacts on development in the community or organizations, but this is one of the things that we do as a council which is truly special, because what we're going to do is we're going to create something that is going to be here forever. And that's the naming of a park after somebody very special. Mayor Goodman, I'm sure you practiced in front of, I called him Judge Leavitt back then.
The fairest judge in the land.
And truly what I would call gentle giant. He was a special man, and welcome to you, Judge Leavitt. It's kind of odd that you're there and I'm here. Normally it's the other way around. It kind of feels good right now for just a moment. But congratulations to you and all of your family, because this is truly something special that we do, and I'm very proud to be able to cast this vote.
Very good. Would any member of the family like to be heard at this time?
They always do that to me. I have to be the spokesperson. I just want to thank the mayor and city council very much for this honor and privilege. As you know, we all grew up in that neighborhood. So when Andy told me that this park would be named after our father, and he wanted some, what were some of the things that we did? The first thing I said is the statute of limitations run on some of the things we did at that park. We had some good times at that park. And Andy and I shared some of the things that we had done and all the fun that we had had at that park. So it's a very, very, very special honor to us, because that neighborhood where, all of us grew up there. My parents built that house when my mom was pregnant with Andy, and so we've all grown up there. My mom still lives there. We enjoy the neighborhood. We've enjoyed that park for many, many years, and it's an extreme honor to our family that you have done this, and we thank you very much.
Thank you. The record should reflect that was Judge Michelle Leavitt who made those remarks, and we thank you very much for being here today. And before we vote, the good thing, Mayor Pro Tem, is we know that whenever the Leavitt family gets together, they have to get a special use permit from the city.
Mr. Mayor?
I want to ask Billy one question, if I could. Ms. Session? Yes. When are we going to have the rededication of the park?
We're going to be looking at the month of February, and we'll be coordinating that, and we'll make sure that we include the family members in our invite.
Thank you.
I believe the Councilwoman Tarkanian would like to be heard.
I just wanted to state that Myron Leavitt was one of the finest human beings with whom I ever worked. I remember when we had that campaign party together many, many, many years ago. I remember all the other things he did, the Leavitt School, and I just want to say how happy I am that I can be part of what we're doing here today.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's vote on the motion then. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Item number 35 is a report and possible action on the update on progress of the Fundamental Service Review following direction given by the City Council on October 6, 2008 at the Special City Council meeting. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, what we're here to do today is to report to you as requested on the follow-up from the October 6th Special Council meeting, where we discussed the budgetary challenges that we're facing and some options that we thought would help us get through this difficult time for the City of Las Vegas. I'll share this presentation with our Chief Financial Officer and Director of Business and Finance, Mark Vincent. But I'd like to, before I actually start, acknowledge somebody who is also leaving this city, Dr. Barbara Jackson, who played a pivotal role in this fundamental service review, and I think DJ is here with us still. Yes.
Dr. Jackson, will you please come up?
Without her efforts, guidance, and leadership, I'm not sure we would have been able to deliver this work product to you on the time schedule that we had.
Well, thank goodness she was with us up until now, because Dr. Jackson's going to be leaving us in a few weeks after 20 years with the City of Las Vegas. And if you've ever participated in our many city activities or visited one of our many parks and recreational facilities, then you've seen Dr. Jackson's work firsthand. For 10 years, she served as director of the Leisure Services Department, where she oversaw 200 full-time employees, 400 part-time employees, and several dozen parks, recreation facilities, and pools. And during her tenure, the department won numerous awards. Most notable is the 2007 World Leadership Award for Sports and Recreation. And also under her direction, the department earned accreditation in 2003 and re-accreditation in 2008 from the Commission for Accreditation of Park and Recreation Agencies. This national honor is solely reserved for recreational entities that meet the most stringent standards of excellence. For the past several months, Dr. Jackson has overseen our fundamental review process, as Dr. Selby has indicated, and it's been a tough job, but she's remained committed to the process and has put a lot of time and hard work into making the city a better place. And we wanted to take this opportunity to tell you we wish you good luck. You're going to be missed. And Dr. Jackson has been standing close to her husband, who has some disabilities at this point in time. She's been a wonderful wife to him, and hopefully the two of them will be able to spend her retirement years doing everything that makes life worthwhile. So we're going to miss you, Doctor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do is kind of recap the direction that you gave us as a result of the October workshop, and then talk to you about where we're at with regard to that. Mark Vincent will give you an update on the revenue forecast and the general financial issues. During the October workshop, the concluding recommendations included the following: that we implement efficiency reductions that would eliminate $4.5 million in vacant positions. Those are positions that were vacated by employees for various reasons over time, and that we eliminate another almost $2 million in non-labor costs. That we also implement an additional $20 million in non-labor budget reductions in FY09. That is referenced as additional reductions because we'd already reduced the budget in the prior year. That we pursue some organizational restructuring and some service changes that didn't involve reductions in force. That we suspend the fund balance policy that now requires us to prepare a budget for you that shows a 10% ending fund balance or greater, 12% or greater. That we develop a plan for phased implementation of some fee increases to help offset some of our revenue losses, as well as to make adjustments that are appropriate considering market conditions. The stabilization fund would be created to serve three purposes. It would create a trust for our unfunded liabilities, which are fairly substantial, and we need to start putting money towards those unfunded liabilities. It would help us stabilize our revenue, and it would also allow us to maintain a general fund balance of 10%, which is critical to the financial well-being of the city in the bond markets and other areas where we seek financing for some of our significant projects. Also part of the direction was that we would develop a plan for the delay of capital projects that would result in increased labor costs. In other words, a new facility that we would have to hire new labor to maintain and program. And that we work cooperatively with our labor units to reduce labor cost growth so that we can balance our budget over the long term. What we have achieved so far is $4.1 million in vacant position savings. Recall, we thought we would achieve $4.5 million, but when we looked closely at the actual positions that were vacant, the number is actually $4.1 million. We've eliminated about $1.9 million in the non-labor costs. A few items that just specific items, for example, that helped us achieve that is just the elimination of the pay stubs that we distribute throughout the city. A lot of effort taken just to physically distribute those to all the locations of employees, and we can do that electronically now. Standardizing our office supplies, which were the final stages of basically setting a list of standard office supplies of pens, pencils, paper, and things like that. It'll save us substantial money. We've also implemented a number of actions in my office and some other related offices at the city to the tune of about $2.5 million. We have implemented the $20 million in the non-labor reductions that we said that we would, and we're looking for additional savings in the same areas. We have done some restructuring as we said we would. Special events has now been consolidated into the Cultural Affairs Division. In Public Works, our traffic signal repair and our operations sections have been consolidated. And also in Public Works, the lighting section, we had two discrete sections. They've been consolidated in the interest of efficiency. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mark Vincent.
Thank you, Dr. Selby.
Thank you, Doug. Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. I'd like to walk through some of the actions we've taken so far and highlight a few of the financial issues. This slide indicates that so far we have already identified about $46.6 million in reductions. The first category, vacancy management plan, we've already done those savings. We made those, we eliminated those vacant positions in fiscal year 2008, the year that's just ended, and those positions have remained vacant. They're roughly about 180, 185 positions there, and so that's savings we've already done and will perpetuate in the future. As Doug mentioned in the fundamental service review, we've already identified $4.1 million in vacant positions, another $1.9 million in labor, so that's another $6 million that we can add to the 20.6. In addition, Doug mentioned the $20 million. So when you look at what we've done already, we've already cut about $46.6 million, and when you compare that to the baseline budget, what the baseline budget would have been, actually that slide's wrong, it would have been for fiscal year 2008, I believe. It's about an 8.4% cost reduction. We've already reduced our costs by 8.4%, and that represents over 7% staff reductions in terms of vacant positions that we've already given up. So we've already done quite a bit, and we've been very proactive. We've tried to be very purposeful in what we've been doing this last year. Let me talk a little bit about city tax and property tax. As you know, that's roughly 75% of our revenue source. It's our major revenue source. This slide you've seen before. Maybe folks haven't seen it, so let me explain it a little again. This is the quarterly growth rates of our consolidated tax. Consolidated tax is predominantly sales and use tax, but it also has a few other things like our share of the real property transfer tax, our share of government services tax, which is a motor vehicle privilege tax, and then cigarette and liquor tax. This slide graphically shows, and very dramatically, that we had a very good period of years. These quarterly growths are color-coded just so you can easily distinguish between the fiscal years. But you can see in the middle, fiscal years 4, 5, and 6 had tremendous growth. It was double-digit growth or better. And you can see the dramatic impact in 2007, fiscal year 2007. The first 3 quarters of that year, we essentially had no growth. It was about 0.5% growth. It was essentially went from double-digit to no growth. And then the last 6 quarters, we have had negative growth. And even more striking when you look at the first quarter fiscal year 09 and compare that to the first quarter fiscal year 08, we're looking at a 4.6% reduction on a number that was a 3.5% reduction from the previous year. So things have not been good in the sales tax area for a while. We've known that. We've been using the word recession since last spring, and of course now we know that officially we are in a recession, and that goes back to last December.
Mayor Goodman. Yes, please. Yes. Mark, are you getting ready to move on to the next slide? Before you do, I just think it's very, very important to emphasize what this slide shows. And what you just said was that this slide represents our consolidated tax, which is 75% of our revenue source.
Correction. The combination of C-tax and property tax is 75. This represents a little less than 50%.
Okay. Well,
property tax is the other 25%.
Okay. Well, the point is the same, is that 75% of our revenue source we have no control over, correct?
That is correct.
We have no control whatsoever. And then look at the difference between fiscal years 04 and 05, where we were at 16 and 18%, and then the dramatic drop to fiscal 07 and now fiscal 08. We're not talking about a 2 or 4 or 6% change. We're talking about a double-digit change, and maybe, well, it's always going to be double-digit, but approaching 20 to 30% of a difference in our revenue source. I mean, that's just something that needs to be emphasized, in my opinion, because we need to make sure that who's ever watching this is realistically accepting the fact that we're not talking about a 5 or a 10% difference in revenue. We're talking about a dramatic difference in revenue. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And even more importantly, to stay on that point, based on all the discussions we've had in the past at workshops and other discussions where we talk about, when we recover, what will that look like? I don't think it'll ever look like years 4, 5, and 6 again. I think we'll be very fortunate to be in the 6% growth range. That will become, I think, the new normal based upon how fast we're growing as a city and based on what I expect to see in inflation happening in the future. So those were very good years, but they were an anomaly, and I don't know that we'll return to those again.
And may I, Mayor Goodman, ask Mark if you can answer this question. Let's take fiscal year 05, where we were in the 16 to 18% range. How many other cities, generally speaking, of our size, could say that they had that kind of percentage?
I don't think there were any our size.
So we were unique in that regard to have such a high percentage of growth.
We were on the coattails of being the fastest growing city in the nation for practically a decade, and so the results of that growth is what's sitting here. That and what's happening with the expansion of the Las Vegas Strip and all that's done to bring jobs and visitors. So yeah, I think it's unprecedented, and we're not like any other city in the nation, probably fortunately, but okay. Let me talk a little bit about property tax now. And the reason why that's important, it is the next most significant. It's the other 25% of that 75 that Councilman Wilson was referring to. And we haven't yet quite seen this yet, because property taxes are a little bit delayed. We're always a year in arrears, so to speak. And what we've been seeing in the economy is a little disturbing and concerning to us. We know that September 09 home prices were down over 30% from September prior year.
That'd have to be 08.
09 to 08. Yes, September 09 to 08. I'm sorry if I misspoke. So we know prices are down. And of course, if you're buying, that's a good thing. If you're the property owner, it's a bad thing. We know that Las Vegas leads the nation in foreclosure rate. We're 3 times the U.S. average. I think we're 3.4% foreclosure rate, where the U.S. average is about 1%. We also know that there's going to be another round of adjustable rate mortgages that will be reset in the coming calendar year. And unless Congress and the financial institutions figure out what they're going to do about those resets, we could see another round of residential foreclosures like we have been seeing, and that would be, I think that would be pretty disastrous to our economy and specifically to our homeowners, and have a direct impact. Ultimately, if this trend continues, ultimately the assessors are going to have to deal with the fact that these foreclosures are driving the prices down as well. The other thing that we're seeing that's also disturbing is, we already talked about the drop in sales tax revenues predominantly. Well, that's having an impact on commercial property. Commercial property revenues are down, so we have tenants now that can't pay their rent, and so now we have potential foreclosures. We see this coming. foreclosures on commercial property, whereas we were seeing them the past year on residential. I think we're going to start to see those in commercial property, and I think that's going to have a direct impact because the calculation for assessed value on commercial property is very often tied to the revenue generation of the commercial property, and if they're not generating the revenue, I expect to get a lot of appeals, and I expect to see the state get a lot of appeals in January and February on their property taxes. And then lastly, AB 49, this might take a little explanation, but is Assembly Bill 49, which was passed to cap the growth rate in taxes, had a little bit of a positive benefit to us right now. It's delaying the impact of the reduction in value, and how it works is essentially this. Over the last few years, when property values were going up and taxes were going up, when the property cap comes into effect on the actual tax bill, the excess between the full tax amount and the capped amount becomes abated, and it goes into an abatement pool, so to speak. We are now in a process where we're seeing values decline, and we're not seeing a full reduction yet in our property tax revenue because the values have to decline through the portion that was already abated before we'll ever start to see the reduction in their actual tax revenues. I think we're going to see that in fiscal year 10 and 11. In fact, I think Jeremy Aguero did a study for North Las Vegas last summer where he calculated there was about 18 months of abatement that was still present in North Las Vegas. It took 18 months at the current decline for that to be eliminated, and we're already 6 months into that. So I'm thinking somewhere in 2010 we're going to start to see reductions in property tax revenues as a result of what we're seeing today.
Before you change the slide, you're still wrong. The September 2008 home prices are down 31%.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No problem. It's early.
All my other numbers are right, though. I promise.
That's all that matters.
That's a joke. The finance director can joke. It's a joke. It's okay. Thank you.
All right, please change the slide immediately. Thank you.
Just as a reminder, in October 6th we came to you and we said, here's what the baseline model looks like, and we haven't changed this baseline model. We haven't modified it, and I'm going to report to you here in a couple slides what it might look like with a revision in sales tax. But what the slide basically said, if we do nothing, if we stay the way we are, we're going to be facing a $150 million shortfall over the next 5 years. And let me explain how this chart works. I know you've seen it a lot, but the public may not have. The green bars represent the actual dollars of our general fund balance in millions, and it goes with the scale on the left. And obviously, if the bar grows, if it's going up, that means our revenues and transfers in exceeded our expenditures and transfers out. When the bar starts declining, it means that our expenditures and transfers out exceeded the revenues and transfers in. So, all things being equal, we would like to see that bar stay pretty constant. We'd like to see it stay at about 10% of our revenues, and that's what our expenditures, and that's what the green line represents. The dotted green line represents the proportion of our fund balance to our expenditures, and we'd like to see that stay at about 10%, as Dr. Selby mentioned. That was one of the directions you gave us, to drop at least suspend our current policy from 12% to 10%. So we don't ever want to see two things happen. We don't want to see that red dotted bar drop below the dashed blue line, which represents 10%, and we don't want to see the green bar systematically be reduced. It certainly cannot go negative. If it goes negative, it goes as this chart shows in fiscal year 13 and 14. Then we're in a bankrupt situation, and we're not going to be there.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, sir.
Which begs the question: what this chart shows is a forecast by you, Mark, of what would happen if we do nothing.
That's correct.
So if in fiscal year 13 and 14, which according to this graph were in the negative, what would happen?
We'd probably be filing for bankruptcy.
And what does that mean?
Well, one of the results of it would be that we'd be asking the court to give us relief from contractual obligations. We would try to we have issues with outstanding debt. We certainly, those are our largest obligations, and we would also have issues with our collective bargaining contracts. Those are contracts just like any other contract, and we'd likely be looking for release, just like the city of Vallejo did.
Well, and I was going to ask you, what cities in this country have filed for bankruptcies, and what didn't they do that they should have done?
Well, I know of City of Vallejo. That's obviously the textbook case. I believe there's another that's
Orange County?
Well, in terms of the past 12 months, there are a couple of other cities I think that are flirting with it, but I don't know of any that have actually filed. And the issue is, I mean, what do you do? First of all, we've got to look forward. We just can't live in the present or the past, as we talked. We have to look forward. And when we look forward, we can see trends, and I think we have to proactively deal with those trends, and that's what we did when we talked about the October 6th workshop. How are we going to deal with the trends we're looking at, and how are we going to get through that? So we have already been taking some actions, those actions that we could take, namely the vacancy positions, the vacancy management plan, which was an offshoot from our position justification process, which we've been doing for now 7 years. So that allowed us to be proactive. We've also been looking at the fundamental service reviews. Some of those recommendations we've already put into place. And so we've been trying to be proactive, but the issue here is when you look at this model and you say, if you do nothing, you're $150 million short, we have to do more. And of course, that was why we had the workshop, and that's why we're here in front of you today. The recommendation that management brought to you, not necessarily what you gave us direction to do, but the recommendation just as a reminder of where we were at. The suggestion was, the recommendation was that we would implement both phases of the fundamental service review. That, if you recall, that was an $8.9 million reduction in wages and benefits, specific positions. We identified specific positions and specific functions, specific service areas that we were going to reduce or eliminate, and that represented about $8.9 million, and there was another $1.9 million in non-labor. That was a total of about $11.8 million, and that's what we brought to you. And we said that wasn't enough to deal with the $150 million shortfall, and our suggestion at that time was that we should work with the collective bargaining units to see if they will voluntarily work with us to try to reduce future wage and benefit growth. And the target that we had looked at in order to achieve a balanced budget, which is what this slide here represents, was about a 1% wage reduction. Didn't care how we did that or how we got to it, but some combination of wages and benefits. If we could achieve a 1% reduction and implement all of the fundamental service review recommendations, this is what that result would look like. And you can see on the chart that we start to see an upswing on our fund balance from 13 to 14. The green bar is growing a little bit, and more importantly, the red line, although it dips a little bit below 10%, it would reach 10%, at least 10% fiscal year 14. So that was our recommendation.
And I think that it bears note at this point that we talk about a 1% reduction as far as growth is concerned. That would be a 1% of an increase in salary and benefits. As I understand it, under the existing collective bargaining agreements, the employees of the city receive a certain amount for COLA, cost of living, and step increases. So basically what we're saying, instead of getting, let's say, a 7% increase, you're saying take a 6% increase, right? You're not saying instead of getting 100% of your salary, take away 1% and you get 99% of your salary. You're not talking about taking anything away. You're saying just not giving as much as has been given in the past as far as increases.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is forward-looking. It's forward-looking, and you're correct. I think the model indicated that the average rate of growth of each bargaining unit is a little bit different. Of course, we have about 300 employees that don't have a bargaining unit, and so those pay rules and policies are different, slightly different. But in aggregate, in a blended sense, we see employees wages growing at about 4.7% a year. That's based on the last 4 years. And it's important to recognize that while that's the average, some people are eligible for steps, and so they will get more than the COLA, and about half our employees are already topped out, and so they're not eligible for the steps, so they would only get a COLA, and so that's why the blended rate's about 4.7%.
Mayor Goodman? Just, I think this point bears clarification. I want to make sure I understand, Mark. What percentage of our employees either receive a step increase or a COLA increase every year, generally speaking?
Well, if we include the appointed employees who don't have a contract by practice, the non-executive appointed employees by practice have received COLAs, usually equivalent to the Las Vegas City Employee Association. So that's about 93%. 93% of the numbers of our employees will get either a COLA and potentially they'll get a COLA, and then potentially they'll get a step increase as well, or a merit increase.
93% of our employees, and I think we have some of the finest employees around. I'm not criticizing any of our employees. I'm not saying that they shouldn't receive a good package, but I just want to make sure that 93% of our employees receive either a COLA and or a merit. Is that fair to say?
Well, the 93% all receive a COLA.
Okay, and over the last...
And about half of them receive a step or a merit on top of that.
And over the last 5 years generally, what has our COLA been? The cost of living increase?
It blends between, the average has been between, it's been about 3.5% for the last...
And a merit that you say some of our employees receive in addition to the COLA, average over the last 3 or 4 years, what has the merit increase been?
It's about 5%.
So what we're talking about, just generally speaking, when you show us this slide, and it says CMO, which stands for City Manager's Office Recommendation,
correct,
you're talking about a 1% reduction of that 4 to 7% annual increase that 93% of our employees receive. If that were to be possible, that would put us in the position that this slide reflects.
Based on the baseline, yeah,
generally
that was
speaking.
correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that...
It's sometimes hard to grasp your mind around that. I appreciate that, and that's why we produce these graphs, and that's why we use the model, but maybe it helps to understand that when we talk about reduction in the rate of growth, it compounds over time.
Yeah.
So while you may save, $3 million in year 1, you save 6 in year 2, and there's 9 in year 3, and it grows. The savings grows over time.
Thank you. Mayor Botem?
Yes. I just wanted to reemphasize what the mayor said, though. In essence, we're not cutting them at all. And all we're doing is give them a 6% increase instead of a 7% increase.
That was the recommendation, yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly. We obviously felt, first of all, if we could come to some agreement on a reduction in the rate of growth that could eliminate the need, obviously, for making deeper programmatic cuts, and it also eliminates the need to take anything away that employees already have.
Yes, Councilman Brown.
All right, Mark, I'm sure this public record is going to be used somewhere down the road, but I understand that we're not asking the whole argument. We're not asking to take away, under that scenario, hypothetically, from 7% increase to 6%. But let's put on the record that reference is a negotiated benefit. So we are taking away, even though it's a future increase or a next year's increase, we're taking away a negotiated benefit. I think that's an important distinction, certainly for some comments that are going to be made later.
That's absolutely correct, and that's why I phrased it in the manner that it was a request. We've had some discussions. We can't force that issue, obviously, because we've already we've negotiated for what we have today is what we've negotiated. It is what it is.
And just as this continues in some of the comments, I think that's important for the public record to reflect the tenor of management's position here, that we're not going after takeaways. We're talking about that. I just think it's important that our intent here is clearly defined, just so if it shows up in narrative later, we understand what our purpose here is.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
You have the 4.7% you said, and that's how much we're losing 4.7%?
The wages, the average employee wage is growing every year on average.
At 4.7. Well, let me word it a little differently. What is it that we're falling short every year? Can you make sort of a generalization there?
The baseline model says we're falling short $30 million a year. And so how we plug that gap can be a combination of things. Could be fee increases, could be holding vacant positions. The model's telling us that the vacant positions we have and the fee increases we've identified is not going to be sufficient to fill that gap. And so when we take what the model says the 5-year gap is and where we need to be in 2014 with a balanced budget and maintaining at least a 10% fund balance, once we determine what that total gap is, we take away from it the things that you have given us direction to do, and it's going to still leave a gap of some amount, and that will depend upon ultimately what final actions we take and what final direction we do.
And the 4.7 is based upon contracts we have, so that's something that we have to recognize.
Generally, that's true. But just to be perfectly clear about it, it's not specifically based upon the contract. What I did to arrive at that, because you have turnover. We have a natural turnover. Every employer has turnover, and when we have people leave, we tend to hire we promote or hire somebody new into that position that makes less than the previous incumbent. So a natural turnover itself saves some growth rate because you're bringing in less experienced, lower paid people. So in order to model what's actually happening as opposed to what is contractually just written in the contract, I went and actually did actual calculations for what people actually got paid fiscal year, calendar year by calendar year, based on W-2 wages. That average is then 4.7. So that takes into consideration the COLAs, the steps, merit increases. It takes into consideration adjustments. Occasionally there's salary adjustments, equity issues, or promotions, but it also takes into consideration the savings as a result of attrition. So it's a blended rate, but it is based obviously on the results of the contracts that are in place.
And these are things that we have signed, and so we have to recognize that we owe this money unless there's some way that, as you said, perhaps in the future something could be worked out.
Right. Mayor, this might be a good time also to add that when we talk about labor costs, our only option under the contracts is to reduce the workforce, which means we have to cut services. Our discussions here are all about preserving our workforce by lowering the cost of our workforce and keeping people employed, keeping our service levels as high as we can during this economic downturn. So a lot of our discussion is about that, but our fallback, our option that we could exercise, and it's totally allowed by the contract, is a reduction in force in the city, and we've been working very hard to avoid that.
And that's why we made all these other cuts,
yes.
Which are a matter of record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, before we move forward, that's a good segue, Dr. Sophie, that you just mentioned. And Mark, maybe you can chime in on this as well. Should we not do anything? And Dr. Sophie, you mentioned as far as a cut in labor. Would you elaborate on that and just with more clarity, because I'm clear as to your comment in that respect?
Well, it's already happened actually in the city in one department, the Department of Building and Safety. Revenues were declining, and they operate as an enterprise fund, by the way. They're not part of the general fund discussion that we're having today. So the work just wasn't coming in, the revenue wasn't coming in terms of permit fees and inspection fees, and I think it was May, we reduced the workforce by 31 people in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement. That could happen on a larger scale in the city if we can't figure out a way to balance the budget.
No,
did I answer your question? I'm sorry, I don't know if I...
Councilor Barlow, was that sufficient?
I'll come back. I'll pose it in another in another way for more clarity.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And I realize we're jumping around a little, but it just kind of is a next step from what Councilwoman Tarkanian, I think, wanting to know. Have we, to the best of our ability at this point, I'm going to use the word streamlined, have we streamlined our government operation to the best of our abilities to the farthest point we can go without laying off employees?
I think we have. I mean, there are still probably some areas in the city, and we've talked amongst ourselves, and and some of those have been identified in the Fundamental Service Review. There are still probably some areas within the general fund functions that are similar to what we're seeing in building and safety, where maybe the work's not there. And so we've talked about if the work's not there, we either need to redeploy, retrain those folks in the positions and functions where we need the services, or in good conscience, we need to do the right thing. The right thing is to eliminate those positions if there is no work and they can't be transferred or placed elsewhere. So I think there is some of that we haven't quite got our hands around, but I think for the most part, the 2008, when we produced the budget for this fiscal year just ended, that was a lean budget. We didn't add anything. We didn't add any new functions or we didn't add people to the roster. And then in the middle of the year, we cut essentially 185 vacant positions, and we haven't replaced them. And now, with the Fundamental Service Review, we've identified another 45 vacant positions and another 37 that maybe have bodies in them that perhaps need to be either retrained or retooled, but they're in functions that we've identified, management's identified, should be eliminated. So you add that up, that's well over 200 positions that we've already identified. I think, I'm not saying we found it all, but there's not much left to go.
Would you say we're about 90 to 95% of the way as far as how far we can go? There's still a little room, but we're basically there. Is that a fair way to say it?
I think we're at the point now where you have to make programmatic decisions. I think we're at the point where we either we say we're not going to do these sorts of functions or be in this sorts of business, or I really think that's about where we're at.
I agree. I think what we do very efficiently, and the question, as Mark says, is do we continue to do those same things? Even though we're very efficient at them, are we at the point of questioning the continuation of certain services or programs?
But that is part of the process. That's part of the Fundamental Service Review, is we are looking inwardly, if I could use that term, at ourselves to see if city government shouldn't be in the business of X, Y, and Z. I mean, there's certain core functions which obviously we don't want to touch, but part of this review is looking at some of the things that we as a city government do to see if we really should be in that business. That's part of this process.
Yes.
Just as a reminder, I didn't say it earlier, but the $11.8 million represented, I think, 106 suggestions, 106 implementable suggestions. There was another 154 that we either eliminated or didn't pursue for various and sundry reasons. But some of those perhaps are things that we may need to pursue for that reason. Let me wrap up here a little bit. One of the things I wanted to do is report to you periodically about what we see happening with the economy. And while we haven't seen any direct fluctuations in most of our revenues in the general fund, except the consolidated tax number, that number came in, the quarter number came in at 4.6% less. I mentioned that earlier, less than the same quarter previous year. And we had budgeted, the model had modeled a 1% reduction in that revenue category for the year. So if we were to make an adjustment in the model, and I'm not suggesting we do right now, by the way, I'm just for information, if we were to assume that we would have a 4% reduction in consolidated tax for all the year as opposed to the 1% reduction that the model was doing, this is what the baseline would look like. That $150 million shortfall could balloon to $200 million, $197 million roughly. It's about I think that runs it up, I think it runs it up to about $39 million a year, about $40 million a year roughly. So that's the volatility of the economy we're in. Now, one of the things that we wanted to do today was suggest to you that while you get revenue reports from us monthly as we get the information, that we review the model on a quarterly basis, we don't want to overreact up or down. It would make me crazy, if not you, if I had to adjust this model every time I got a new piece of good news or bad news. And so we're suggesting that maybe we need to produce some triggers of when, or a plan, if you will, plan of action, if you will, that when we see the numbers changing, that could trigger then an action on our part. And so what we're suggesting to you is that maybe we have some triggers for corrective action. Again, we'd monitor this, we'd review it monthly, report to you quarterly, and we would only revise the plan, and we would do it on a semi-annual basis every 6 months. If we saw our revenues drop below our projection by more than 2% or more, or if the reductions was more than 50% of the revenue stabilization fund. What was one of the recommendations you gave us is to create that fund. And we're thinking that either one of those conditions could be a bad thing. Now 2%, turns out 2% of our revenue is about $11 million. We had talked about a $47 million revenue stabilization fund. I still think that's a good number. We talked about taking $25 million of that and using that to reserve for our unfunded employee benefit liabilities. The other 22 we were going to keep in the revenue stabilization fund. 50% of that is $11 million. So either one of those is about $11 million. The shortfall I just mentioned, if we've dropped CTAX from a -1 to a -4, that's about an $8.4 million reduction. It doesn't meet that threshold. So I'm not recommending we do anything. I'm just reporting to you that if that trend continues, very likely we can be back here in February and we might be having to adjust the model and the cuts might have to be that much deeper. That's just that message.
Mayor Goodman? Yes, Councilor Barlow.
Okay, Dr. Selby, I understand that there are programs and possibly services that the city has designed over a decade ago that is not working or functioning at the level it should be today. Have we taken that into consideration as to how, in fact, we're going to use this possibly as an opportunity to reset ourselves as a city?
There are some programs and activities that we have looked closely at basically cutting out because of those exact reasons. We haven't taken that action yet because we're still working to keep our employees employed, and where we're taking advantage of just through voluntary attrition where employees leave and retire, we are starting to try to phase out a lot of those kind of programs. But we haven't taken that definitive action just to cut out completely an activity that we're doing, although there are recommendations to undertake those kind of service cuts if needed.
But Mark, if you will, go back to your last slide, because
that one.
Yes.
Review.
Yes. Looking at this slide, Mark, did you say should we not do nothing?
Yeah, this is taking.
Which slide was it?
This is taking this is the baseline model that we shared with you on October 6th. This resulted in about $150 million shortfall. This results in about a $200 million shortfall. And all I did was take that baseline model and reduce the forecasted reduction in CTAX from 1% reduction in 09 to a 4% reduction in 09. All the other assumptions for 10, 11, 12, and 14 remain the same.
Now,
but it assumed do nothing.
Right. Now, this is the CTAX. What about the property tax?
I don't have any information.
Is it coupled in there in regards to if the C-tax goes down, do we also assume that the property tax will continue to decrease?
That was the discussion we had a few slides earlier where I was talking about what we're seeing in the foreclosures, what we're seeing in the reduction of home prices, what we're seeing in potential foreclosures of commercial property. We haven't seen that yet. I won't probably get my first view of that to probably March. And if I see that that is the case, then yes, we'll come back and give you a report on that and probably revising the model downward. The model does assume we're going to get a continued decrease from the current fiscal year 09 to fiscal year 10. Now, the question is whether or not I put a big enough decrease, just the same discussion we're having here about sales tax, C-tax, have I put a big enough decrease? That's the question.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay. I got 3 more slides here, and I think we can wrap up my part of this. The revenue stabilization, I think Doug mentioned this. We'll be bringing back to you a resolution that'll be modeled after the bill draft request that we have submitted, but we'll also have some specific language to us in terms of trying to maintain a target 10% fund balance, as well as how we put money in and what's the trigger for putting money into the stabilization fund. Seems silly to think of that now because we probably won't be putting any money into it over the next 5 years, but the resolution should address how we would do that when we hit our normal recovery. Also, you asked us to look at fee increases. That we shared that table with you back in October. I think there was an aggregate, it was about $8 million in fee increases, predominantly in licensing, split predominantly between licensing and developer-related fees. And so we thought, well, that's a huge increase. Maybe we could phase it in. You gave us some direction to try to phase it in. So we're going to bring back to you, we'll start briefing this month, December, on some potential phasing of that and what that might look like. Our intention is to bring back, with your direction, some ordinances in January. We'll be having to do some business impact statements as well with those, and this will be looking for implementation in July 2009. So that'll be coming. I'd like to mention, you have an item, I think it's item 49 in today's agenda, though. I mentioned the development committee. We are also sensitive to issues, and we have I think Public Works, Jorge Cervantes, has an item to extend the permit reissuance program. We talked about that yesterday. So we're trying to do a balanced, fair approach here. Some of those fee increases we're looking at have to do with rework, where it has an economic impact on us that we have to go out and provide additional services that we didn't plan on. And some of it just has to do with proper valuation of bonds for off-site permits. So. And then finally, you asked us to look at delaying capital no more than 2 years. I don't have that modeled yet, but as of this morning, based on, we targeted 2 areas. Principally, we targeted our plan for fire stations. We're taking a look at if our population growth is slowing and if some of the development in the Northwest isn't happening like we thought it might happen, it might get delayed, then we need to look at our need for stations, the need for them, as well as our financial ability to fund those. And so we've taken another look at those, and we've met with the fire chief and looked through that. We've also targeted some of that Public Lands Management Act projects, predominantly trails and pedestrian bridges related to those trails, trying to see if there's a way that we can maintain those facilities in a fashion that we wouldn't have to add bodies to do that maintenance and that kind of work. And we think we have figured out a way of doing that. We think we may have cut the operating impact of that in half. And I'll be modeling that here shortly and hopefully report back to you. But I think that'll be a significant help. It'll probably be about $20 million over that 5-year cycle. So it's a good chunk of it. And I'll turn it over to Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent.
Just a brief update on our discussions with our labor organizations. As you're aware, we have 4 labor organizations representing the bulk of our city workforce. And as has been discussed, we have contracts, we have obligations that were entered into primarily when times were good that require us to pay certain wages and benefits and have certain working conditions, and we continue to honor those contracts. Nevertheless, labor is the big issue right now because that is about 75% of our operating costs, and when we've streamlined as much as we can from non-labor, we have to look at labor. And as I mentioned, the alternative to simply exercising our option to reduce our workforce, which means cutting our services, is to have some collaborative discussions about slowing the increase in the rate of growth of labor costs. And I can't emphasize that enough because sometimes what we say has been misinterpreted to talk in terms of labor cuts, and that's not what we're talking about. And you've all made that very clear as to your understanding that we're just talking about a reduction in the rate of growth. Today we've had regular discussions with the City Employees Association. They've come to the table early to talk to us about different options and different ideas to slow the rate of labor growth. They are very concerned, and I hope I don't put improper words in anybody's mouth here, but they're concerned about equity and the other bargaining units being active participants in sharing equally in whatever kind of considerations they offer to the city. We've had what I characterize primarily as informal meetings, although there's been some more formal dialogue with a couple organizations with the other labor leaders who have basically, I think, collectively agreed that we might be facing a problem, but they want that validated through their own independent sources. And 3 of these units are working together. They have an outside CPA who's looking at a lot of our historical data, a lot of our budget numbers to hopefully validate what we've been saying all along about our financial situation prior to them being entirely comfortable in taking something forward to their membership. We also have one unit, the firefighters, the IAFF, who will enter labor negotiations with us early next year, and their position is that they'd like to not open negotiations earlier on this topic, but have that part of the normal labor negotiations. We have been providing financial data, a lot of past historical data that Mr. Vincent's been providing. We've made an effort to be cooperative, but I will say this is unprecedented for both management and labor to look at doing something other than our normal negotiations about, during good times, what can we do to give our workforce good employment, good benefits, and stability here so we keep our good employees, we continue to attract good employees. Today we're talking about slowing down things and changing the approach that we have had in the past, where we had the option of providing regular increases and feeling confident that we could honor those agreements.
Mayor Goodman, may I, please?
Yes.
Dr. Selby, you've been our city manager since what year?
It's been 6 years now, 2002.
But you've been with the city longer than that, of course.
9 years, 9.5.
In your experience, when we've negotiated with our labor organizations over the last 9 years or so, do they normally result in some sort of increase for their members?
Well, I think when you talk about increase, there's a long tradition of cost of living adjustments being part of a contract, so those are built in, and they can vary. That's often a subject of discussion in collective bargaining, is how much should that cost of living adjustment be in the next 2 or 3 years of the contract. And then there are increases for maybe tool allowances, clothing allowances as a result of inflationary pressures. So typically, I would say that the contracts have increased in value.
Is this the worst financial position the city has ever been in since you've been with the city of Las Vegas?
Oh, definitely, since I've been here. I can't speak for, 20, 30 years ago, but definitely today.
Even though you've been with the city for 9 years and our city manager for 6, you're certainly familiar with the city of Las Vegas's position over the last 20 years or so. Would your answer be the same over the last 20 years, that we're in the most difficult position we've ever been in?
I really believe so, because we've looked back to see, okay, what's happened in the past at the city that we could look at as maybe a precedent for actions today, and we really haven't found anything like that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Catherine.
We started giving out this information, what was it, 2-3 months ago in our meetings that we've had as a council, where we've talked about the problems we've had and that we didn't want to lay off have anybody lose their job, and the only solution to that is if we could come to some type of agreement to slow the rate of growth, not cut back what we have, but slow the rate of growth. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, my understanding from these meetings, CEA stepped up and said that they were willing to do this as long as there was equity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has anybody else stepped up and said, we're willing to do this, or anybody else, if they didn't say that, give us very concrete suggestions as to what to do?
Before I answer, maybe, I don't know if there's any representatives of our labor organizations here, because I'm hesitant to interpret my conversations with them and state them on the record.
Well, did they contact you and say, I mean, we know what CEA did. They said, we know we got a problem, we want to work with it, we don't want to have anybody lose their job, so we'll sit down and talk about the suggestions that were made at some of the meetings that we had.
I can't say we are having active dialogue, and we're exchanging information with all of the bargaining units, but as I said, they would like their own independent validation of what we're saying about our revenue situation. And I've been told that report is forthcoming, but won't be completed until the end of this month.
Until the end of December, then they feel they would have the information, they would know if we're accurate in the information we're giving them.
That's my interpretation, my conversations.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, gentlemen?
I have one last point to add, and this is a couple additional slides. We need to continue to be diligent in those labor discussions, but we also need to be prepared for maybe not being totally successful, maybe not achieving the full objective there, or perhaps in the forecast that we have for generating additional revenues through some modest fee increases. We would like to immediately basically move to a status of only filling our critical vacant positions, and those are positions we will define as those that generate more money than they cost us, positions that are critical to our mission to life, property protection, and other priorities that the council has specifically said, and we've heard things about, for example, graffiti abatement, rapid response being very critical to quality of life issues in neighborhoods. Also, any position that would create a greater cost, perhaps through having to outsource or pay overtime. So those are the only three criteria under which we would define a position as critical and consider filling it. Second, that we would eliminate all the non-critical vacant positions that exist in the budget. There's been a review now of every department vacant position, and I think we've determined which ones of those could be eliminated. That we would implement a voluntary separation incentive program. And before we talk any more about this, I'd like any employee that's listening not to call HR or finance, because we have not developed the program. So we don't know at this point what that program will entail, but we think we should offer some kind of a limited, targeted program of incentives for employees to retire early as a voluntary option to reduce our workforce.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I made a note along that line, Dr. Selby, in the photocopies of the PowerPoint you've made, and my question is this: if we offer those early buyouts or early incentive programs, does that help us both in the short run and the long run? Because I know there's an effect in both manners.
It does. If we eliminate a position that we consider non-critical, and we intend to basically keep that position vacant indefinitely because we're going to eliminate a program or an area of activity, it's a continuous savings for us from the time that we recover the cost of the incentive, which could be a relatively short period. If it's a position that we ultimately need to refill, we may not want to let that position go. So when I say targeted, the department head will have to say, yes, I can live without that person or that position, and therefore that person can have the opportunity to take that incentive.
So we make up the difference by not filling that position.
Right. And if I may chime in on that, part of what we're looking at is the model was looking at balance. We already have a budget for 09. We certainly can amend that, and you've already given us direction to do that in certain areas. But the model's looking at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, because we're working on the fiscal year 10 budget that we'll be starting. The idea here is if we can get some voluntary people to go earlier, there is some savings this year. We obviously need them to be vacant as of July 1 for the budget, but if they leave early, that savings could be used to pay for the incentives. That's what we're looking at. So we're trying to balance the savings we would have the remainder of this year and how much that could potentially be and how we could use that to incentivize folks to give them some benefit. So that was that thought process.
What's the typical employee that would come into this category? People that have 25 years with the city, 20 years with the city?
I think this is my personal opinion. I think this is a little bit different situation. I think this is a much more the circumstances of offering this are different than it's ever been before. I don't know that we can really predict. We may get employees that are close to retirement that may help. We may get some people that are where they've seen the fundamental service review and they know that their area is one of them. They may decide to go voluntarily. You may see some of those. And there may be other people that just, the stress of working in this sort of a questioning environment. I've been through this myself personally in other employment, and people do some interesting things when they're under stress of the unknown and uncertain. So I think it's likely to run the gamut.
Okay.
We also recommend as part of this action plan as we develop the FY10 budget that, of course, we incorporate any labor cost growth reductions that we're able to negotiate, but we also look at the Metro funding. I've talked to Sheriff Gillespie. He's doing his very best to come in with a lean budget in the coming year, and as you're aware, the city and the county make contributions to operate Metropolitan Police Department. Our forecast has shown us an average increase every year of 6.5% contribution to Metro. We would recommend that we consider somewhat of a reduction in that to help us meet our budget criteria. And then finally, these are the difficult ones that we need to be prepared actually to implement some layoffs after March 1st. And these would be ones that were already identified. I think there's 37 positions that have been identified. They were in the fundamental service review. We discussed them at the October 6th workshop. Second, that we pursue our organizational restructuring and service changes that do have full-time equivalent employee impacts, meaning reductions in force are a potential with these. When we came to you before, the recommendation was to pursue these as long as they didn't reduce the workforce. And now we're saying we need to start working on these and have them ready to go before May of 2009. And finally, if those aren't enough, to come back to you with another package of program cuts, service cuts that also equate to employee reductions that would fill any remaining gaps in our revenue forecast.
Mayor Goodman?
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Yes. Dr. Selby, if you would go back to bullet number 2, pursue organizational restructuring and strategic services changes. The date, May 2009. Why this date?
We are trying to get everything in place so that when we bring you the budget in May, that we'll know what we have in place and what we are able to save. You're aware our budget year ends on June 30th, so a lot of these activities, we're cutting it fairly close with a lot of them, but they're all geared towards having some definitive knowledge about what we're going to save before we finalize the budget.
And this May date is speaking to full-time employees?
Yes.
And the rough number that we're looking at as far as May 2009?
I'll ask Mark to speculate. We don't have an exact number, but we have a ballpark idea.
Based on the current model, which we haven't revised, okay, we haven't revised it downward, but based on the current model that we shared with you in October, I believe we'd have to identify roughly about 150 positions, and that would include, in my calculations, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but that would include the 37 that are in the phase 2 of the FSR. So we're roughly in the neighborhood of about 150 full-time equivalent positions that we're going to have to eliminate to balance the budget for FY10. And excuse me, it won't balance the budget for FY10. It will set in motion what we need to have in order to get it balanced by 14. recognizing we'll be using some of our fund balance and some of our revenue stabilization. That is part of what the model says and suggests will have to happen.
Now, is this a cross-section of our department or one specific department? Where are you identifying this?
Well, we really haven't identified specifically yet what these cuts would be in terms of service reductions, and we'd like to do that in cooperation with discussions with the council when we get to that point.
Mayor Goodman, please. Yeah. Mark, I asked you this question in our briefing yesterday, and I want to ask it again, and then a follow-up. We're not required by law to balance our budget. Isn't that right?
I don't believe there's anything in NARS 354 that requires us to balance our budget. However, we do have to get approval by the Department of Taxation. They have to approve our budget. They have the authority to do that. They have, in the past, approved budgets that were unbalanced. But usually they were unbalanced because we were transferring out of the general fund excess fund balance for capital projects. In the past, we had a pattern of budgeting conservatively, and so when we had those wonderful years of double-digit growth, we would close the year with excess fund balance. The following year, we would transfer that out to capital projects. We were transferring out $25 to $30 million a year to fund projects. Those days are gone right now. We don't see that happening. So in the past, they have approved those because they could see that we still had a healthy fund balance. I think as long as we can maintain a 10% fund balance, they'll allow us to draw that down. When they see that fund balance dropping, I think, below 10%, they're going to have an issue with that, and we're going to have to demonstrate how we can resolve that. Part of that may be the Revenue Stabilization Fund. But they do have the right to approve it, but there's no law that says we actually have that the cities have to file a balanced budget. We have to get taxation approval, though.
The state of Nevada, though, by law, has to balance their budget.
That's my understanding.
That's my understanding. Well, what's the difference? Why do they have to balance their budget by law?
Well, in essence, what they've done, this is my interpretation. I'm probably not the expert in the intent of the law, but I think by forcing the local governments to have to submit a budget to Department of Taxation for their approval, the state still has control over that. And if they're uncomfortable with us carrying a large deficit, they may ask us, for example, I could see this scenario, they say, well, Mr. Vincent, that's a huge deficit you're carrying. We recognize you've got the fund balance, but what are you going to do with that next year? What's your plan to remedy that when the fund balance goes away? And that's when we pull up a model and we say, this is our plan. And I think that'll be fine. I think if we have a logical planned approach, I think we'll be okay. So this does assume that we will be filing for a few years an imbalanced budget. The intention would be we'll be drawing down from our fund balance, and in some of these scenarios, say we'll also have to draw partly from our Revenue Stabilization Fund, and that's the plan.
And we accomplish that in one of two ways, either by working with our labor organizations and hopefully coming to some agreements with them along some of the lines we've talked about, or what nobody wants to do, and that's to lay off employees. Is that yes?
That's a yes. When I've said it before, we are a service industry. We're a service company. We provide service, and we do that through our labor force. I mean, I've said it before. Our employees are our greatest asset. They're 75% of our costs. If we have a huge shortfall, we can't help but deal with it through labor, one way or another.
Mayor, if I might just summarize, we talked about a lot of stuff here, and the recommended actions, perhaps for you to direct us on, if you agree, is that we bring forward the fee schedules, that we conduct the background studies and so forth necessary for you to consider a phased fee increase over a 3 to 5 year period for certain types of fees, that you accept the triggers that Mr. Vincent's discussed for a modification to our corrective action plan. In other words, do we need to do more than we've told you to date? That we bring forward the Revenue Stabilization Resolution in advance of actual changes to the legislation that we're seeking on that topic. We continue to work as best we can aggressively with our bargaining units to try to work cooperatively to come to terms on some cost reductions in the growth rate, and that you follow our recommendation to go ahead and implement the corrective action plan as we've presented it to you today.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do now is ask the council whether they have any additional comments or questions. I have some. Have a motion that I'm going to make, but before I do that, I'd like to hear from the council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. I certainly appreciate your report this morning, Your Honor. I certainly appreciate the questions that have been asked. The one thing that really scares me that we haven't talked about is, our governor has called a special budget hearing first part of this next week. And we know that they go into session in February, 120 days. And I think it's going to be prudent upon us to make sure and watch what happens up there, because whatever they do up there is certainly going to affect what we have to do here. And it's real easy to me to sit back and plan and say we need to do this, we need to do that, but we have no idea what the state's going to do to us or where they're going to come in and hit us at. And it just scares me, because when they're in session up there, things happen, and we have no way of really controlling it other than just watching and trying to stop them, I guess. And again, I certainly appreciate what the staff has done in preparing us for where we're at today. I just wish we could just wave a magic wand and everything would be fine. But I've had, I won't say a lot, but I have had a few city employees call me and talk to me about, please don't lay me off. And I would hope that would be the message that those representatives will take back to their memberships, is we don't want to get anybody laid off. And it kind of bothers me a little bit to think that our labor representatives don't believe us, that they're taking such a long time to figure out that this is real, this is not make-believe. And I think that, staff has done a fantastic job, and they need to realize that this is serious. And that's it, Your Honor.
All right, anybody else? All right, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'll just pick up a little bit what Mayor Pro Tem spoke about. Since I won't be here in 30 or 45 days when this is back, I did want to make some general comments for the record. And one is, as recently as yesterday, the letter that I think we received from Tommy Ricketts. I'm not sure if Tommy signed it, but from the CEA. I thought it was an outstanding letter. It was optimistic in the sense that they want to be a part of this solution. And to Mr. Ricketts, to Mr. Fletcher, to Mr. Collins, personally, I have learned a great deal over the last 12 years from their positions. I've learned that they have a job to do. It's to protect and preserve their union, their negotiated benefits, their salaries, and a host of other things. And that was a lesson that I did learn. And I do have a lot of respect for what they do. And certainly they've taught me a great deal. The approach going into this whole process that certainly has probably a year behind us when we started getting into some of the dialogue, it's going to be interesting to see how the represented groups react. Because we certainly, as I've witnessed for 12 years, we certainly can get into an immediate adversarial role. And that is a comfort level for some of the things that have happened over the last few years. But I think it's going to create winners and losers. And I would hope that scenario, that comfort level, is not the path that the groups as a whole take, or even individually. Certainly, I would hope that they trust what has been publicly documented and stated. Trust and verify. Maybe I should say trust and verify, because that's going to be important for any type solutions that are going to happen in the next few months and certainly in the next few years. And it's just a concern I have that those people, both here at the city, that we're having look at our numbers, like the Jerry Agueros, and there was a consultant mentioned in the briefings that are helping out the unions evaluate. And it's easy for us and for them, and I hate to use that us versus them, but it's true, to hire a consultant to go after numbers or public statements or documentation and attack it and hit the credibility. And that's almost easy to get 3 different consultants, all with great credentials, to stand up before this council and give a different opinion on what's been stated. That's the easy part. And I hope, I truly hope that the consultants on everyone's interests are looking at this to help us, a city council, find some solutions. If the intent is that, I think we'll be okay. I really do. And the reason I brought up the comment earlier, as far as let's clarify and make clear our public record and public intent, because some of the language has traditionally been used as far as to legally challenge or legally question our mission, our goals, our intent, our statements. Again, I hope that isn't it. And I hope that isn't the case. That's a policy decision that respectfully belongs with our bargaining units. That will be their decision. And certainly I've learned to respect that decision on how they're going to approach it. But here's the biggest change that I've seen in my short 12 years here, is not only has the world changed, and not only has our country changed, but this community's changed. And that's the biggest difference in December of 2008 than in June of 1997. We were in Las Vegas in the time period of double-digit revenue growth and taking advantage of it and getting very lucrative contracts for our bargaining units and doing some real positive things for the community, perhaps reflected in last year's American City of the...
All-American City.
All-American City Award. So we certainly have gotten to the point where people can recognize us as one of the best. But when you see, again, take away the world events, take away from our national events, when you see some of our institutional, the foundation of the automotive industry, of the financial communities, of so many things literally crumbling around us, and if anybody in the audience feels that that does not have an impact on Las Vegas as a community, and certainly the city of Las Vegas as a public agency, then they don't belong in this dialogue. They really don't. To ignore that, I think, is irresponsible and certainly is going to take away from the goal that everybody wants as far as solutions to this issue. The other statement I'll make is I'm concerned that all bargaining units are not created equally. That is, some of us have stated that when you take the City of Las Vegas as a public service agency, that there are going to be critical positions, I think is the official term. And what I don't want us as a management group, us as a city council, to start making those determinations of which is more important. That position in that union versus this position in this union, because then again, there'll be winners and losers. I would hope that as this dialogue continues over the next month or two, that we can start moving away from what's more important, what's critical, what's non-critical, and find out from a public service agency functionally what we should be doing. I'll state emphatically today that I would not support hurting anybody that is working at the city and their salaries and benefits that have been negotiated. And those are intact. But the future entitlements, the old mindset that we as a council and you as management have to guarantee future entitlements, that is the biggest a change in the culture that I think we have to get to. That we can certainly respect and honor what has been negotiated, work as a public agency, represented and non-represented persons, to find some solutions, and then acknowledge, and I think there has to be acknowledgement from everyone, that the future public service agency and public service employee is going to be different than it was 30 years ago. If we take that bureaucratic mindset from 30 years ago and say that's what we want for the next 30 years, then we might as well go directly to the courts. We might as well just throw up our hands and say, let the courts decide. And the caution there is, and I think everyone's aware of it, if we can't negotiate in good faith and get to a point for resolution, then management's put into the position where the only thing we can do is just start reduction in force. And that's an option that I look at as a last resort. So those are my comments, Your Honor. I wish I could be part of it in the next 30 to 60 days. I've been very fortunate to be around some people that have taught me lessons, both from the represented side and certainly from Dr. Selby and Mr. Vincent's side. And I hope that people will at least recognize that times have changed, and we have to go into this with a whole different mindset. Thank you.
Thanks. Tom.
We're losing a winner, sir. We're losing a winner.
Right. Councilor Wilson?
I too received the letter, and Tommy, I think that's you out there. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. But I was pleased with the letter. I was pleased with the tone and the substance, and I think your request for some more time to do your due diligence is reasonable. And I think, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I think you're probably gonna get it. But what I'd like to see happen is that after your expert does her work and you have a chance to review everything, that your bargaining unit represents the bulk of the employees we're talking about. And even though the LDCEA contract isn't up for a couple of years, I believe, I would like to see the relationship that Councilman Brown is talking about and the attitude that we all must have in working not only towards our immediate needs, but the needs of our future of this city. And the last thing anybody wants to do is take something away, but I think we have a responsibility in the short term and the long term. And I think that should be the tone of our discussions. So I'm looking forward to seeing the report that the expert puts together and working together, because we have common goals. I don't think our goals are adverse. I don't think our goals are any different. Our goals are what's best for the city. So I'm looking forward to perhaps LDCA having the same tone and the same good approach and attitude of a willingness to sit down with us and talk in meaningful discussions.
Mr. Mayor, I just also wanted to say that I greatly appreciated that letter, and that showed we're a team working together. We're realizing, as Councilman Brown said, there is a change in the world today, and I respect the respect you show to us by answering our questions and coming up to the plate and working as a team with us. I just wanted to emphasize that.
Thank you. All right, thank you to the council, and not only for the comments that they've made today, but also in our special council sessions where we've been discussing these most serious of issues as to where the city of Las Vegas is going and how it's going to get there. It's been referenced that if we had a magic wand, the world might be a different place. But there are no quick fixes here. This is a time of unprecedented economic challenge, and the conclusion that one of the charts would have led us to a bankruptcy is certainly not a possibility with this council. We're not going to allow that to happen. I'm a pragmatist, even though I like to think that I'm a dreamer when it comes time to have the rubber hit the road. I'd like to think in terms of practical solutions. I believe that this is an exigent situation. I believe that time is of the essence. I believe that there's an immediacy here that perhaps has not been felt. I think only a blind person and a dumb person, and I mean that in the sense of somebody who cannot speak or can't hear, is unaware of what's happening around us. You lift up the paper, 1,500 jobs there, 500 jobs there, 200 jobs there, and we're not immune. And nobody in the city is immune. These are new times that everybody is going to be affected by whatever decisions are going to be reached. We don't have much leeway, Dr. Selby. As I understand our situation, all we can do under the existing collective bargaining agreements, because those are agreements, we made a deal, we shook a hand, and our employees are entitled to rely on their agreements with the city. The only thing we could do is we can ask their representatives and them to work to a common solution so that everybody will be able to keep their job, and the services that we pride ourselves on as a city will continue, and we'll be able to take care of the public as is our charge. That's one choice, and that's a choice that I was hoping we could consider today when we set December the 3rd as the deadline for the collective bargaining agents to come back to us and to report that they are ready to sit down and to arrive at a decision which will be beneficial to everybody. That didn't happen. It didn't happen ostensibly, and I'll take them at their word, because they're entitled to that, of course, that they wanted to have an independent study done of your premises and of our history as far as economics are concerned, and what the future bodes. And they're certainly entitled to that, to have a certain comfort level. But I believe that we've given them what they've asked for at this point in time, and the expert that they hired is of such magnitude as far as her reputation and her familiarity in past matters with the city's business, that I believe that she can come back and give them the advice that they need before the end of the month of December. But because time is of the essence, I do expect to have answers then. But if we don't have answers, and this isn't a threat, we have to be prepared as to what we're going to do as a city. And because the only thing we can do is to lay off our valued employees and to cut back on services which will have the result of layoffs to our valued employees, which none of us up here want to do. But we have to be in a position that if in fact we can't come to some kind of an accord, that we know how to proceed, or at least have alternatives to consider when we try to resolve these issues. So my motion is to delay action on this until January the 7th. That's our first meeting next year. I think that in fairness, and we want to be fair, gives everybody an opportunity to feel comfortable with the numbers and with the theorems that everybody's relying on. That's number one. I would like the city manager's office to work very closely with Mr. Vincent and at least try to advise us as to what the proper figure is as far as the slowdown on growth, whether it's 0.8, whether it's 1, whether it's better than 1. I wish we could go back and have full services and not have had any layoffs and fill the positions that are now vacant, but the real life isn't that way. That's not going to happen. The double-digit growth, as indicated by my council members, probably won't happen for a long time, if ever again. So we have to use the only vehicle that is available to us, and that is the reduction of force, reduction of services, and addressing the problem from our perspective if we can't work out a resolution with those whose jobs we're trying to protect. So if you would get us that figure and give that to us in our briefings, I'd ask you to approach Mr. Fletcher from the fire union and see whether or not you can move up the negotiations, because I think there's a reasonable position that's being proffered by one or more of the other bargaining units, that they want equity, and they want everybody to be treated equally, and I think that's a fair position, and we want to play out of fairness. And the last thing, and I hate even to say it publicly, but if we're going to be prepared to cut, I want to know who we're cutting, and I'm going to ask the manager's office to have each director, and no one's immune from this. This is all departments of the city. Each director to provide the names of the 5% of their staff who would be the first ones to be placed on a leave or terminated as an employee for the city. It's not a pleasant thing to choke out, but we need to have that information. So I want names and positions of 5% of every department across the board. And I would also ask the manager to please speak with Sheriff Gillespie, who has been speaking to me and through his representatives, and keep him advised as to what we're doing here, because if we're talking about equity, we have to think about our contribution on the sheriff's office on an equitable basis, as well as with our direct employees. In addition, of course, I would ask that all the summary of recommended actions, which is on the board, to be followed in accordance with the work that you're doing. So that's my direction, and I would ask that the council support it. Please vote in favor or against, but vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Item 36, discussion and possible action regarding the city's involvement in and support of the 2009 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day Parade in the amount of $12,260.05. Mr. Torres.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ramon Torres with the Office of Government, Community, and Cultural Affairs. With me today is Mr. Justin Harper from the MLK Parade. We're here to answer any questions you might have on this item.
Are there any questions of Ramon? Hearing none, entertain a motion, please.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
I entertain a motion on item 36.
I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thanks.
Item 37 is discussion possible action regarding the request of Republic Silver State Disposal Inc. with the waiver of $100,616 in penalties resulting from the late payment of certain franchise fees. Mr. Durbin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This item is on the agenda because Republic Services has, as you know, a franchise agreement with the City of Las Vegas that requires a payment of franchise fees to the city for the disposal of waste. There came a time, historically, Republic has disposed of construction waste. There came a time over a year ago when they stopped paying the franchise fee on the disposal of that construction waste. Once it was discovered by the city, there were discussions with Republic. At that point in time, the legal office got involved. Chris Ware, who is now with my office, our franchise officer, got involved, and it was Republic was informed that it was the city's opinion that they had to continue to pay fees on the transportation of construction waste. Sometime in April of this year, those discussions came to a head. I think it was the unanimous conclusion of the city that those fees needed to continue to be paid. Republic was looking for, it's my understanding, a letter to indicate that from the legal department. Quite honestly, the legal department doesn't give outside opinions to people, but nevertheless, at that point in time, the discussion stopped. Recently, Republic has paid the back fees for the construction waste disposal, so they are caught up completely on the fees. However, under the franchise agreement, there is a 2% per month penalty for those months that the fees were not paid. Those penalties, if brought to date, amount to about $106,000 to me. It's a little over $100,000 that's in your backup. I discussed this matter yesterday with Bob Coyle of Republic, and I discussed it with Chris Ware, our franchise officer. I made a suggestion, and that is and ask the question, if you had, back in April, received this letter that I'm not sure you're even entitled to, but if you had received it, would you have paid your fees back then? And the answer was yes. And I said, then, if that is true, then would you have a problem paying those penalties that accumulated up until the end of April this year? Mr. Coyle is here, and I believe if they are okay with that, I said I would be prepared to recommend that as a fair compromise to the council. That would bring the penalty from a little over $100,000 to $59,670. With that, I could fairly recommend that as a compromise position to the city. If you were inclined to waive any portion of the fees, I think that should be the bottom line.
Okay. Mr. Kroll? Mr. Brown? Please identify yourselves for the record.
Certainly. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing Republic, and as you can see with me is Bob Coyle. We believe the Republic has been, for many, many years, a good partner with the city. We believe that we've acted in good faith, and we would frankly appreciate it if we could have our waiver request approved.
Okay, well, I have to be quite frank with you. Yesterday during our briefing, we heard basically from Mr. Jervik what he expressed publicly today, and there's a breakdown in the synapse, I think they call it.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Bob Coyle with Republic Services. I did have that conversation with the City Attorney yesterday, and we'll accept that settlement.
No, but I
gave him the wrong direction. I kicked him in the left leg instead of the right leg.
No, but you're trying to be nuts, particularly after the last item. Okay.
However, I would, if I could, just make a couple of comments about the non-payment of the construction waste franchise fees. There's approximately 30 companies that collect construction waste in the Las Vegas marketplace. None of them pay franchise fees on the collection revenue that they generate. And I'd just like to make it very clear that that was really the reason that we stopped paying the fees in the first place, because we don't believe that construction waste is part of the exclusive franchise. No one else pays the franchise fees on construction waste. We think we have less than 20% of that construction waste marketplace, and those other people have about 80% of the construction waste marketplace that you're not collecting those franchise fees on. And so we thought it was a selective enforcement issue and a fairness issue. And as you listen to those comments in the item before that was so painful for you, maybe you want to think about putting in a non-exclusive franchise arrangement for all the companies that compete in the construction waste business and charge us all 5%. It just doesn't seem fair that only one company should be paying that.
I agree with that. If that, in fact, is the case, and I have no reason to doubt your word, that is something that we should look into. It definitely is a fair way of doing things.
If I could, Your Honor, not to, I don't disagree with anything that Mr. Coyle said, or certainly your policy position on this, but I do want to make clear that the franchise agreement, at least from our point of view, has always, in spite of it maybe not being fair, has required the payment of franchise fees on those that dispose of that kind of waste.
No, and I appreciate that. All what Mr. Coyle is suggesting, and it makes a lot of sense, is other people who are similarly situated should pay the same kind of fee to the city as he has to under his franchise fee agreement.
We'll be glad to explore that for you, Your Honor.
And with the exception of that, if the council would approve the $59,000 recommendation from the city attorney's office, we'll be more than happy to get a check back over here this afternoon.
Only if Mr. Brown agrees.
I agree.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Ross? Councilor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to point out that Mr. Coyle, I do believe that's not fair. I believe if those other 30 companies are going to be engaged in construction waste hauling and you're subject to that fee, that they should be as well. I think it needs to be a level playing field, and I believe that we may be missing out on a revenue source. So I would strongly recommend to staff, and I know we can't take action on that in regards to that, but Mr. Jervik certainly like to explore that opportunity.
We'll get on it for you.
Very good. Councilman.
I was just going to add that I agree with what Councilman Ross stated. I do think that we should be equitable in how we do charge for this, and it isn't fair for one group to pay the franchise fees and the others not to. But in addition to that, because I've had some calls and letters pertaining to that, I'd like to say in this public meeting and those who watch on TV, that I want to reemphasize, as you stated, that all the back fees were paid. There's no question that anybody was left off having to pay the back fees. And then the penalty fees are covered up to a point that we feel that it's not quite clear what happened, and we want to be fair to both sides. So that's why we're doing sort of the division of costs.
That's it.
Okay, I wanted to emphasize that so people who are tuning in will understand. And I do want to emphasize again, I think the mayor's right, as is Councilman Ross, that we go for that with the other companies.
I just want to go to the record. You don't have to compromise on this, but this is a fair way to settle this, I believe, based on the representations I made earlier.
What was the amount again?
The amount is $59,670, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
That'd be my motion, Your Honor, to accept the $59,670.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, certainly. No, if we deny the if we deny the merger, I think you have the opportunity to rescind your prior offer. Item 38 is discussion and possible action regarding the city's consent pursuant to the waste collection agreement between the city and Republic Silver State Disposal, Inc., to the merger of the latter's parent company, Republic Services, Inc., with Allied Waste Industries, Inc. Mr. Jervik?
Your Honor, I'll let Mr. Coyle speak. This is their application to the city, and we'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right.
Good morning, Mayor and members of City Council. Bob Coyle again with Republic Services. Before you is a request for the merger consent for Republic Services to purchase Allied Waste Industries. Our new company will be much stronger. We will have 35,000 dedicated employees. In Las Vegas, we have no overlapping assets with Allied Waste, and so there will be no impact on our employees or our rank-and-file union members. The transition to a new, larger, and stronger company in the case of Las Vegas will be a seamless, and our employees and customers will see no impact. However, as with any merger, there's always some organization changes. And in Las Vegas, I'll be taking on a new role as Vice President of Public Affairs and Government Relations. I will be the individual that represents the company and the community, making sure that we are a good corporate citizen, working with community groups as well as environmental groups, and making sure that our customers receive the same high level of service that they have come to expect from Republic. Today I have with me our new area president, Tom Miller. Tom, would you mind standing up for a minute? Tom will be taking my role as the area president for Republic Services in Southern Nevada and Southern Utah. Tom is a 26-year veteran of the trash collection industry, serving in a variety of roles with several companies. He has been with Republic Services for the past 12 years and served most recently as our Western Region Vice President, responsible for our operations in Texas, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, and California. Tom relocated to Las Vegas earlier this year in his position as the Western Region Vice President. I would appreciate your approval of the merger, and thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? I will say, Mr. Miller, Mr. Coyle has been I believe, a terrific partner in dealing with the city. Whenever we have an issue where we need his services, don't even talk about what the cost is going to be. He's out there and making sure our community is a better place as a result of the services that the company provides. So I'm happy that you're staying on, Mr. Coyle, and I'm happy that the position that you're taking, that it will only get better, is what I'm hearing. So I'd be supportive of this. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. What is your recommendation on this item?
Recommend approval.
I'm opposed to staff recommendation for approval.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And Mr. Brown?
I agree.
I expect you, I expect you to have that check delivered today, Mr. Brown. No, I want Mr. Brown to deliver it. Item 39 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new tavern limited license, DTM on Fremont LLC, doing business as Don't Tell Mama at 517 Fremont Street in Suite 110. This is in Ward 5. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, Mr. Pham has submitted a completed application to our office and met all of our requirements for consideration of temporary approval of his tavern limited license. And my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions. And Mr. Pham's here to tell you about his business or to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Pham?
My name is Ming Pham. Yes.
Tell us what Don't Tell Mama is.
We are a piano bar, and we hire all the singer that unknown and working for us after, like a bartender or a waitress. So they entertain throughout the night, and we have also open mic for our audience. We encourage to sing along.
Have you done this other places?
Yeah, we have this business in New York for about 20 years.
Whereabouts?
It's on 46th Street, between 8th and 9th Avenue, in the theater district.
Is that called Don't Tell Mama?
Don't Tell Mama also, yes.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Councilor Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Will you all be selling food?
No, we don't. We don't.
So it's just strictly alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor, I'd like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Good luck to you folks.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item number 40 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on sale license for Andres Lopez, doing business as El Korean Restaurant at 4371 Stewart Avenue, and this is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Mr. Lopez has submitted a completed application to our office that has met all of our requirements for consideration for temporary approval of this license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Meyer? Would you folks identify yourselves, please?
Yes, my name is Andres Lopez, and I am the Italian owner.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't speak English.
You're doing fine. What type of business, what kind of restaurant?
A restaurant.
What kind?
It's going to be selling Mexican and American food.
What's the specialty?
Shrimp and steak.
Okay, very good. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, Your Honor. All conditions.
Let's go, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 41 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of business name and change of ownership for a beer wine cooler on sales license from Annette L. Serrano and Jose Serrano, doing business as El Burrito West, to Arcelia Gonzalez, doing business as El Trigo 2 at 633 North Decatur Boulevard in Suite H. This is in Ward 1.
Mayor, members of council, Ms. Gonzalez has submitted a completed application and all required documents for us to make to be considered for temporary approval.
My name is Arcelia Gonzalez.
Oh, you're not allowed to interrupt her.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
She's met all of our requirements to be considered for temporary approval of this license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions, and the applicant's here to answer any questions you may have or tell you about her business.
Now you can go with both barrels.
Okay. My name is Arcelia Gonzalez. And
I am her daughter, Leticia Gonzalez.
What is this, a duet?
I'm the second in charge when she's not there.
Okay, what kind of restaurant are you going to have?
It's a Mexican restaurant.
Any specialties?
We specialize in seafood and authentic Mexican food. Handmade corn tortillas. We do everything there from scratch.
Very good. Okay. Councilwoman?
Move to approve with all conditions and welcome to Ward 1.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you.
Let's vote,
Thank
please.
you very much.
Thank you so much.
Post, please. Don't leave. Motion carries. Now you can leave. Okay, good luck to you. Item 42 is discussion of possible action regarding temporary approval of a new pistol permit, Sportsman's Warehouse, Inc., doing business as Sportsman's Warehouse at 5647 Centennial Center Boulevard in Ward 6. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, today the applicant does meet the criteria for consideration of a temporary approval of the pistol permit subject to a completed investigation by Metro, and my recommendation would be to approve the temporary license for the pistol permit at this time.
Very good.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Katie Fellows, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant, Sportsman's Warehouse. Sportsman's Warehouse currently operates over 70 locations throughout 30 different states, focusing on providing the widest selection and highest quality of outdoor products. They have expert and knowledgeable staff on equipment gear for fishing, hunting, camping, and all of your other outdoor pursuits. They just recently opened their location at the Centennial Center Shopping Center, which brought over 70 new jobs to the city, and celebrated their grand opening on November 22nd, which the mayor was so gracious to attend. As part of its hunting products, Sportsman's Warehouse engages in the sale of firearms that currently requires a pistol permit. Sportsman's Warehouse will be selling only new firearms and will not be engaging in the purchase or sale of any second-hand firearms. They pride themselves on strong partnerships with local communities, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and they ensure strict compliance with all ATF requirements and compliance with all necessary audits, and have an impeccable record throughout these audits. They ensure that each location incorporates substantial security measures which exceed industry standards to protect and oversee the sale of all of their firearms. These include 24-hour monitored video surveillance, including infrared cameras in the inventory storage areas for their handguns. The gun counter will be attended at all times the store is open, and they lock and secure all handguns when the store is not open. John Nelson serves as the store manager for the Las Vegas location, and he is the sole person who is responsible for the sale or for all firearm-related matters of this location. He is also listed as the key employee for the city and on the ATF federal firearm license in the same capacity. He is here in the audience today if the council members have any operational questions. Otherwise, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have, and respectfully request your approval of this temporary license.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore or the young lady? I'll state this. Councilman Ross was kind enough to include me in an invitation to go out there. He was unable to do it because he had his second grandchild, Ryder? Right, and he asked me to cover for him, and I got to tell you, I was so impressed with what I saw that I called up Mr. DiFiore and I said, you got to get Mr. Marcella to go out there with you because of the high-tech equipment that they had. I never saw anything like it in my life. It was incredible. It was mind-boggling how secure it was and how advanced it was. The only thing that was wrong is they had about 50,000 little trout fishing flies, and I said, "Do you have a pink one?" They said, "No." That was a joke. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? It's a really long morning, right, Mr. Vincent? Where is he? Oh, he's retired. Okay, any other comments or questions? Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. What an absolute fabulous addition to the Northwest. I've got so many wonderful comments. I've been to the store several times myself, left a large sum of cash, by the way, for Christmas. But and Territory Inc. has done a wonderful job in regards to that shopping center right there. Wonderful to have your client out there. Hope and wish you the best of success, and I think it's going to happen. Mr. DiFiore, you did go out there, as did Mr. Vincent, and Your Honor, thanks for covering me. My daughter Jade did have a 6-pound, 9-ounce, 20-inch boy, and that's my second grandson, so thanks for covering for me. But yeah, I'm getting old. Thank you, Councilman. I would move to follow staff's recommendation for temporary approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we've got 43, which is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary approval of change of ownership for a tavern license for Fidencio Garcia doing business as El Dos de Oros Bar and Nightclub at 1203 East Charleston Boulevard, Suites G through J, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, this is the expiration date of the second temporary license for Mr. Garcia and the El Dos de Oros tavern license. Today, council is going to consider a permanent approval of the tavern license. I'd like to report that over the last 6 months, there have only been
7 calls for service, and all 7 of them were inconsequential to the nature of the activity at this location. We did have some conditions on Mr. Garcia's license for the last year, and I'd like to make a recommendation for approval of a permanent license for Mr. Fidencio Garcia with the one condition, and the one condition is that his brother, Claudio Garcia, shall not have any role in the business operations as an employee, a manager, or any other type of activity. With that, if he is okay with that condition, then my recommendation would be for approval of the permanent license with that condition.
All right, thank you.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. The applicant, as you can see, is here, and I'll let him state to the record he agrees to that condition.
Fidencio Garcia, and I agree with that.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Excuse me. Please pose. Show yes for me, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 44 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of temporary approval of a locksmith license for Shlomo Hadar, doing business as 24 Hours Emergency Locksmith at 141 to 1777th Street Avenue in New York. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, today again we're here to have council consider permanent approval of this locksmith license. Mr. Hadar having gone through 2 temporary periods. Before you have a Metropolitan Police Department investigative report. In considering a permanent license today, I want to just remind the City Council that we're approving the suitability of the applicant for a privileged license. The suitability includes the fitness of the applicant or the character of the applicant, which would rise to the level that the council would consider comfortable in issuing a permanent license on this particular individual. In your background report, and I do have a Metropolitan Police Department investigator, Laura Anderson, who scripted the report, is here in the audience if you should have any questions with regard to the items that are contained in the report. But let me kind of just give you an overview of what the concerns that I have with regard to approval of a permanent license.
Mr. DiFiore, before you go there, has this information been provided to the applicant?
The applicant, when I spoke to him on Monday, he was going to make an appointment to retain a copy or at least observe the report, and I believe he has done that.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that there was not going to be a request for some continuance based on the fact that we haven't provided him with the information.
Okay.
Thank you.
You'll see in the report that the applicant today, Mr. Hadar, has been involved in several locksmith businesses in several states throughout the nation. Part of the problem that has occurred in his work history has been problems with regard to the type of activity that a customer experiences when they call his businesses. Many of the customers that have retained his services or services that he has overseen will make a telephone call, be quoted a price for a lockout of their home or of their vehicle, and when the locksmith arrives, the charges, the rates, the labor goes up to a price that in some cases is incredible. With Mr. Hadar, he has faced at least 2, if not more, permanent enjoyments from states because of the activity of his businesses. I have before me a final judgment and consent decree issued by the state of Illinois in January of 2007 that is listed as the people of the state of Illinois versus Priceline Locksmith, and Mr. Shlomo Hadar is named as a defendant in this particular consent decree. I also have before me a consent judgment and final entry in order from the state of Ohio, which took place in August of 2007, and again, it enjoins Mr. Hadar from continuing to do business in the state of Ohio. I'd like to have these submitted to the clerk for the record.
All right. Has Mr. Hadar seen those?
He hasn't seen them from me.
Okay. Would you like to see them?
Yes, we would.
All right. If the clerk would receive them and then hand them to the gentleman. Why don't you identify yourself?
I'm Attorney Barry Levinson. I represent Mr. Hadar.
My name is Shlomo Hadar.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Mr. DeGroy?
Okay. Continuing on, I would like to say that there are certain concerns that I do have with regard to the experience of Mr. Hadar with these other states, in that some of the allegations that were made leading up to the consent decrees indicate that the typical method of operation was to go into a location and list several telephone numbers, list several locations where a customer calling in believes that they're receiving service from a local locksmith licensee. Mr. Hadar and I have met on Monday, and typically what he has explained to me is that when you call here locally, you get a call center either in New York or in Florida. Now, that may be, in some cases, the nature of the industry, the nature of the operation, but we have seen many locksmiths come before us here as recent as the last several months, and all of the locksmiths that have come forward have a physical presence. And you can actually go to a storefront and you can actually purchase some locks, or you can retain their services physically here in Las Vegas. When you go through the Yellow Page listing, you'll see that there is at least 4 locations listed for a 24-hour emergency locksmith. 4 different telephone numbers, 2 in Las Vegas and 1 in Spring Valley. Yet when I spoke to Mr. Hadar on Monday, he said he only had 1 employee, and that goes through the call center, and he is dispatched to wherever the customer is locked out of their home or business. This again is pretty typical of what Mr. Hadar has been going through in the other states, where they list several locations, several telephone numbers, but these all, I believe, go back to a call center. When you Google the 24-hour emergency services on the website, what you get is several locations, some with addresses, some without addresses. And one in particular I thought was interesting, 24-hour emergency locksmith with a 6706 West Cheyenne Avenue address. When you go to that, you'll find it's in Ward 5, and you'll find that it's a massage establishment that we have licensed here in Las Vegas. One of the others that we did look into, which is a county-based operation, 3759 East Desergan Road, is actually a McDonald's restaurant. And once again, this follows into the pattern that Mr. Hadar has had in his work experiences, having phony addresses, giving the customers the ability to believe that what they're getting is a legitimate location, a legitimate service from the area that they operate under. And continuing on, I'd just like to say that there are several reasons that I will give for requesting a denial of this application today, but I do want to point out that under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.06120A, it does say the burden of showing qualifications, acceptability, or fitness for a license or approval for suitability is upon the applicant. Now, I suppose in order for him to do that, I have to lay the foundation for recommending denial today. In his application, there are 2 sections that concern me pretty heavily. One question in his application was, have you, as an individual member of a partnership or owner, director, or officer of a corporation, or your spouse, been subject to a lawsuit either as a plaintiff or defendant? He responds, no. In another section of the application,
The question is asked, have you ever been cited or charged with or formally accused of any violation of a statute, regulation, or code of any local, state, county, municipal, provincial, federal, or national government other than a criminal, disorderly persons, petty disorderly person, or motor vehicle violation? Again, he responds no. The court cases that we've had entered into the record would indicate that he has had those actions taken against him, and I believe he misled our staff in the Metropolitan Police Department with answering no to these questions. Additionally, Mr. Hadar has stated to me, and on his application, he lists himself as the sole officer of this particular corporation. He indicated to me on Monday he has no intent to move to Las Vegas, that he is going to be doing this from New York, that he is going to hire individuals to operate on his behalf. By him listing different telephone numbers in different locations on a website in the Yellow Pages, he has violated our code by not bringing those changes to us for council consideration. So today, my recommendation is going to be to deny the application based upon his misrepresentations in the application, by his not coming forward with changes that he's made to his business operation, and by his work history that has shown that he is not deserving of a privileged license by the City Council today.
All right, thank you, Mr. DiFiore. Any questions of Mr. DiFiore before we turn to Mr. Levinson and Mr. Hadar?
One question, Your Honor, please. Mr. DiFiore, does our code require for any of our licensees to have a physical location for their business? Because I've seen, whether it be Locksmith or otherwise, other businesses that are somewhat mobile. Does our code require that they have a physical location?
Not in the city of Las Vegas, and you may know that we've had burglar alarm licenses come before us, and other types of alcoholic beverage licenses come before us that are mobile. And the reason they come before us is because they're going to be conducting business physically here in the city of Las Vegas. So it does not preclude somebody from having an out-of-state base of operation.
Thank you.
I have one question for him. Since he's had his temporary licenses, has anybody complained about this locksmith that you know of?
We have not had any complaints, but I will say this.
Well, please let him answer the question.
Okay, I will say this. We typically find that privileged licenses that are issued on a temporary basis, the applicant is on the best behavior for that period of time, and we find afterwards that we are having to follow up with enforcement action based upon the fact that they do have a permanent license.
Okay. The other thing I would like to say is, if the council decides that they don't want to issue a permanent license, another temporary license would be fine, with a review in another 6 months. Because a lot of this stuff they found on Google, and Mr. Hadar, he probably can explain it better than I can about some of the business partners he has. But in this particular business, he has nobody except himself. So if you guys have any questions about anything, he'd be more than happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hadar. Do you want to say anything? Okay. Any questions of Mr. Hadar or Mr. Levinson? All right.
Yes. I'm sorry, Mayor. One of the concerns I have, I can understand that sometimes there's a cost of doing business. If you're active in business, people get sued all the time. But when an application specifically asks about, have you ever been sued, have you ever been accused, etc., Mr. DiFiore, your indication was that the question was pretty specific on the application, and the applicant said no, when the information you've revealed would have led a reasonable person to conclude that he should have said yes.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Hadar, what do you have to say about that?
When I go to the Metropolitan Police, we talk about the incident in Chicago, and till now we go to the state, to the court, and they offer us money back, like $100,000 to solve the issue that we have there, because we got hurt from the state but not issue a license then in Chicago, and we invest money in the Yellow Page, and this going back and forth is still not been solved. But I did tell Mrs. Laura, with my lawyer, when I was there, I explained her the situation about Chicago. So I did spoke to about this before, about the matter of Chicago. The thing that happened in Ohio, this happened after, in 2007. I already submitted the application for Las Vegas, and I didn't know that I'm going to be soon in the future. That's about it.
Some of this may have to do with he actually he's from Israel, and there may be a language barrier too.
Well, let me ask a question. Have you ever been sued?
If I ever be sued by what?
Have you ever been sued by another person or another state or another agency? Have you ever been sued?
Only the thing with Chicago that we're with the Pricecom company, that I have a partner with this company that's no longer with me. I'm on my own now, but it's the only one that I can think of.
Okay, so when you were filling out the form, and the question was, have you ever been sued? You said no. Why did you say no?
Because the application was 2005, and I believe the sue was like 2006 from Chicago.
Oh.
So I did say to Laura from the Metropolis, I did spoke to her about this incident in Chicago. So as soon as I know about it, I speak to her, and we go with my lawyer to her, and we talk to her about it.
Basically, what he's saying, Mr. DiFiore, is the lawsuit came after he filled out his application here.
Well, let me correct him then. We had an application that he submitted where he did respond no to the question, and it is notarized on October 2, 2007. In February of 2008, he submitted an updated application notarized by one of his notaries, and again, on that same question, he answered no. So between October in February, he responded the same no to both the questions.
And when was the lawsuit?
The lawsuit was, the one in Ohio was, the consent decree was completed September 13th, 2007, and the one in Illinois was signed and completed January 3rd, 2007. So these two preceded the final application that he submitted for this license.
Mayor Goodman, may I ask a question? I'm looking in the backup, and what does the December 21st, 2005 date depict, Mr. DiFiore, in Illinois from the Attorney General's office, the case that was filed against him? What does that depict?
Are you referring to the investigative report?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And then, as you look for that, the second question is if you can explain also the June 28, 2006 from the state of Ohio in the investigative report.
I'm going to have Investigator Anderson respond to that since she was the one who scripted the report, if you don't mind.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Laura Anderson. I'm an investigator with Metro Special Investigations. The December date you're looking at is actually the date the Attorney General in Illinois filed that case against him. In Ohio, the case was filed in 2006 against him. So he would have had to know at that point in 2005 and 2006 he had cases filed against him.
So in essence, the gentleman would have known in 2005 that he had a lawsuit cast against him by the state of Illinois, and also in June of 2006 by the state of Ohio. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Councilman Brown.
The DBA 24 Hours Emergency Locksmith, is that a registered name?
Yes, sir.
In Las Vegas, when on the internet there's a host of 24 Hours Emergency Locksmith. Do you own or control all of those?
No. Do
you control or own or manage or operate any of these?
No.
Thank you.
How come you used McDonald's as an address?
Sometime when we put in the yellow page, they ask us to put a street address in the yellow page, and that's probably what happened, because when they take the listing, they take it from the yellow page and they put it in the white book, and sometimes company put it also on the internet, so I don't have no control over this. When I'm going to advertise in the yellow page, they ask me to put the address or Smith address or pickup address. That's what I do.
Did you make a mistake? You made a mistake.
I don't know, maybe you need a key to a Big Mac, I don't know.
Your Honor, I will make a motion for denial. I feel like that the reason I'm making this motion is I want to follow staff's recommendation as well as Metro's. I believe that it would be up to us to make sure that if a person in Las Vegas calls for this type of service, there should be some place where he could go and see and meet these people, whether if they had complaints, whether they didn't have complaints. And just to do business over the phone, I don't think it's I think it is relevant, and I think that we have to make sure that we have businesses doing business in the city of Las Vegas with an address in the city of Las Vegas. So I'll follow such recommendations as well as Metro's for denial of this application.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, item number 45 is discussion and possible action regarding the appointment of a new city manager to be effective, and I'm going to amend this from January 15th to January 23rd based on a conversation that I had with Dr. Selby yesterday of 2009. If there's any comments, I have a motion. All right. My motion would be to appoint Elizabeth Fretwell as the new city manager to be effective January 23rd, 2009, to allow me to negotiate with Ms. Fretwell regarding the terms and conditions of her contract and bring it back to the council for approval on January the 21st of 2009, and that the progress of the discussions with Ms. Fretwell will take place during that time, and I will be charged with advising the council as to the progress that's being made. That would be my motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
During this discussion concerning negotiating with the contract, any organizational restructuring we're talking about as we're doing our fundamental review and looking at other ways of saving money, that will be discussed also.
Everything that we can conceivably think of between us will be discussed and then shared with the council.
Particularly on the top level.
Everything. There's no, once again, the same thing as we said before, there's no immunity. Everything's open for discussion.
It means of saving money.
Saving money and being a more efficient city. Yes, absolutely. And I make this motion with great thanks, of course, to Dr. Selby. We'll have the appropriate kudos later on, and you'll certainly be praised more than you ever dreamed of. And I make this motion having a great deal of confidence in Ms. Fretwell. She's been a valued deputy manager. She's been a friend of the council. She's worked diligently and has always been there to respond to each and every request that a group of very difficult people have made of her. So if there's no other discussion, we can vote.
One comment.
Yes.
Just ask her to take a pay cut.
I've got a comment for you, Your Honor.
Yes.
I just want to express to Mr. Sanchez that I appreciate your interest in that position, and please continue everything that you do for this council. You're dedicated. Mr. Sanchez has been with the city since he was a youngster, I'm going to put out there, and I appreciate your dedication, and we sure appreciate having you on as well. So congratulations, Mr. Fretwell.
Very good. Let's vote.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to jump in there. Is your motion to appoint Ms. Fretwell today, and then
effective January the 23rd, 2009, but to bring back to the council the terms of the contract of employment prior to the 23rd of January? We'll have it on our agenda on January 21st.
Okay, thank you. Just before we vote, if you don't mind, you've got some pretty big shoes to fill. And like the mayor said, the appropriate kudos will be extended to Dr. Selby, but I don't want you, Betsy, or anybody to think that we took this decision lightly. I know that I've had discussions with you. I know you've had discussions with probably everybody up on this dais. We probably consider this probably the most important appointment we can make. So I can only speak for myself. I'm very happy that the mayor is making this motion so I can support it. And but like I said, you got some pretty big shoes to fill. And I think I told you yesterday that I compared this to our president-elect. Be careful what you ask for. You might get it because, like our president-elect Obama, he's stepping into some of the toughest times this country and this world can face, and you on the city level, likewise. So I'm glad to be able to support this motion.
Thank you. Any other comments now? All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and as I say to everybody, good luck. You sure may.
Mayor and members of the council, I'd just like to say thank you for considering me and having the confidence in appointing me today. And I know we've got a great team, we've got a great executive team, and a good working relationship, all of us, and it's going to take a team approach. I think we've proven that we can do that. We've got some tough times ahead of us, as evidenced by some of the council items this morning. But I think we're ready for it, and I know that I'm ready to step up and help you as a part of that team lead this organization to address those issues. And I really look forward to working with everyone in that regard. We have fabulous employees. We have a great mayor and council. We have a fabulous executive team. And I think all of us pulling together, we can do this. And I'm excited about it. And I do have big shoes to fill. I have to thank Doug. He's been a fabulous mentor. And he does have big shoes that I have to fill, maybe literally and figuratively, when you compare. And many of the other managers that have come before Doug, Virginia, and others who have led this organization with the mayor and councils that preceded you. So I'm looking forward to it. I appreciate the opportunity, and I know that we're going to do great things together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good. Item 47 is discussion and possible action to enter into an interlocal agreement between Clark County and City of Las Vegas to utilize development services by one public agency for a development project spanning both jurisdictions at the northeast corner of Alexander Road and Vegas Vista Trail. This is in Ward 4.
Mayor, Council, Tom Perigo, Planning and Development Department. Clark County has an approved master plan for regional park north of Alexander and east of 215. A portion of that park lies within city limits. This agreement sets forth the provisions for the future development by the county of that portion of the park that's within city limits. The Board of County Commissioners approved it at its December 2nd meeting. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Perigo? Councilman Brown? There's nothing in action.
I'll move closed session for approval of this item, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 48 is discussion and possible action on an updated interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County for establishing a joint position on corporate boundaries, planning, public facilities service provision, and future annexations. This applies to Wards 4 and 6. Mr. Perigo.
Mayor and Council, this is an update to the 2002 agreement. It will be in place for 5 years unless either agency wants to cancel it. It does set forth provisions for joint planning of land use, infrastructure, parks, and trails in an area north of Cheyenne, east of Decatur, south of Moccasin, and west of Cooley. The Board of County Commissioners approved the interlocal agreement at its December 2nd meeting. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Perigo?
Just comment, Your Honor.
Yes,
I want the council and staff to recognize the great work that went into this. Mr. Perigo did a fabulous job, and Ms. Bretwell, you already know that. This document is quite significantly different than the original, local agreement, and grateful for the county staff as well in their participation in recognizing our joint efforts in the Northwest, and thank you for keeping that moving.
Well, thank you. May I have a motion, please? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 49 is discussion and possible action regarding the expired permit reissuance program for all-site permits for minimum permit fees. Mr. Cervantes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This item is to implement an expired permit reissuance program for off-site permits for the minimum fees that are allowed under our current code. Our current code allows for permits to be renewed at no additional cost if they're renewed prior to expiration. However, if they're permitted to expire, the permittee is required to pay the full value permit, which is based on the percentage of the improvement value. Under this program, they'll be able to renew the permit for the minimum fee, which is $150 for a single residence, or $650 for all of their off-site permits. In order to be eligible for this program, a permittee needs to complete a requested form for reissuance, submit a proposed completion schedule for the off-site improvements, and have the bonds posted in the amount determined by Public Works for the improvements that are required.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Cervantes? All right, then we have a motion, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, follow Jorge's motion, recommendation.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Close. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I may, and I apologize, I was talking to the director as an aside, but on items number 47 and 48, I have been fully briefed on those, and could I be listed as affirmative votes on both of those? Thank you.
Thank you. Item 50 is R70, 2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution of intent authorizing the issuance of and calling for a public hearing for the city to incur financing in an amount not to exceed $267 million to finance a new City Hall project to be evidenced by a lease purchase agreement. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Vincent.
Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. This is the companion item to the resolution you approved 2 weeks ago to go to the Debt Management Committee. This gives us permission to go seek approval from the Department of Taxation on the COPS financing.
All right.
In order.
Well, that's on the COPS financing, correct? Very good. Any questions for Mr. Vincent? All right. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move to file staff recommendation subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Host?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask Mr. Vincent to put something on our record here so people who have written in and have concerns about that might hear your answer. I've had people from the school, involved with schools, parents and youngsters, write and ask, why can't this money be used to save the school situation? Could you please explain why it can't? I know you explained to me, but could you just, so we have it in a visual record where people can obtain it?
The financing for the City Hall project is part of a larger project called Live Work Las Vegas, and there also are related projects, the parcel PQ and the Union Park site, as well as the redevelopment of this site, this old City Hall site, as well as the 12 acres across the street. The concept that we have put forward that Scott Adams is addressed very, very well is that the City Hall is financed through redevelopment. We use redevelopment, either tax increment or land sales, to pay for that City Hall. That cannot happen, that redevelopment cannot happen, will not happen unless we relocate City Hall. So you've got the chicken and the egg, number one, and number two, the redevelopment tax increment can only be used for redevelopment purposes.
And I think that's important for people to know. The funds that are being used are redevelopment funds, and they cannot be used for the school district funds or for anything else even if we wanted to that wasn't redevelopment in the city. Is that correct?
That's the intention of this project, yeah.
So people who might look at this and think this is an expenditure that's hurting schools and other things in need, they must know that it couldn't be possible, according to the law, right?
According to law and according to the fact that the money's not there unless we redevelop these other properties, and that can't happen unless we relocate City Hall.
I think, Councilwoman, if I may, I think, because I got the same question, the city has nothing to do with the school district's budget.
No, it doesn't.
And I think that's what I know some of my constituents had asked. The state controls that budget in regards to education. We do not. And there's a lot of misleading information out there in regards to how this whole deal is going down. So I just want to make that clear because I got that same question.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to emphasize too. I just wanted on this record, publicly, people can view our conversation, and this is exactly what you say, Councilman Ross. We have, any funds we have cannot be used in the school district. There's no way we could take anything we have and legally move it over into the school district because all that's funding controlled by the state. They have a little bit of funding from, is it rental cars or something? But that's still the state. or the county?
The school district is the funding responsibility for the school district lies with the state of Nevada. To the extent that the school district doesn't generate its own tax revenues, either through property taxes or sales tax, the state makes up that differential through their own general fund, and that's based on the per pupil funding. So the state has the responsibility for funding the school district, and redevelopment monies under law can't be used to support those at this point, and that's the intention of this project is going to be financed and paid back. The financing will be paid back with revenues from redevelopment.
I just wanted that emphasis made so that people would have it, because I've been getting more and more of them recently. Thank you very much.
All right, there's been a motion, please vote. Oh, okay, was it posted? Okay, thank you. All right, item 51 is Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. Dr. Donald Romeo's term expires November 18th, 2008. This is Councilman Brown's recommendation.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to recommend Mr. Craig Ballou to fill Doc Romeo's seat.
All right, there's a motion.
I have a number for Craig Ballou. It's 256-3870. That's his home telephone number. I'm sorry, I didn't want to forget it.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Okay. Then we have the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. Harry Lee's term expires December the 7th, 2008, and Aisha Jones' term expires December 11th, 2008. The options are for Councilman Reese to appoint a new member, or to reappoint Mr. Lee.
This time I'm ready to reappoint Mr. Lee. He's been a good board member. Motion to
Okay, let's vote on that. Post.
And on Ms. Jones, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to hold that in abeyance for 2 weeks, please.
All right. There's a motion to obey the Jones vacancy. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Now we go to Bill number 2008-51, amends the Lone Mountain Master Development Plan and Design Standards and Lone Mountain West Master Development Plan and Design Standards to provide that the use of wireless communications facilities self-design is permitted as a conditional use in the development areas to which the documents pertain. Councilwoman, do you wish to have that bill read, please?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 28-51, an ordinance to amend the Lone Mountain Master Development Plan and Design Standards and the Lone Mountain Master West Development Plan and Design Standards that provide the use of wireless communications facilities self-design is permitted as a conditional use in the development areas for which the documents pertain and to provide other related matters.
All right, Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 54 is Bill number 2008-52, revises the composition of the City Arts Commission relative to the city's representation thereon. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 28-52, the ordinance to revise the composition of the Arts Commission relative to the city's representation thereon, prior to the matters related thereto.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 55 is Bill number 2008-53, annexation number ANX-28049, property located at 6971 West Redcoach Avenue. This is 51 acres. And do you wish to have the bill read, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 28-53, in order to extend the boundaries of the city to protect the subline to be annexed, to make this an ample substance of laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
And your motion, Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 56 through 58, bills 2008-54 through 2008-56 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, December 16th, 2008. Mr. Trevor, could you read those, please?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 28-54, an ordinance to require all streets and drives that do not terminate in an intersection to terminate in a circular cul-de-sac and related matters. Bill number 28-55, an ordinance to amend the Lone Mountain West Master Development Plan and design standards to update certain information regarding area acreage, unit counts and density, and to establish maximum overall residential density of 7 dwelling units per gross acre, and to provide related matters. And finally, Bill number 28-56, an ordinance to update the description of certain city ward boundaries to reflect changes of precinct numbers and descriptions made by the Clark County Election Department as a result of the annexations or otherwise, and to provide other related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, will you be available December 16th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and Council Barlow, will you be available?
Yes, sir.
Very good, then I'll sign these bills to you for your consideration. I'd like the record to reflect that we started this morning at 8 o'clock, and without break, the clerk's office has to have a little bit of a rest here. So we'll get back here, let's say, at 10 minutes of 2. I'm sorry, but that's the best we can do. So we're in recess till 1:50. If you want to do that, I can. Oh, yeah, we're off meeting here. I think we gotta figure out a strategy.
Beverly, what's for lunch? I don't know. I gotta go talk. I am so hungry. So, what should do with my stuff? What stuff? The stuff that the guy submitted. I don't have a clue. Oh. I don't know how you guys do this. It's so hard.
I know, I need to go to the bathroom so badly. When are you reconvening? So, what's for lunch?
Yes, I do. Oh, okay. I snagged it. I left the regular.
Are you getting food from upstairs? Why not? So where do we get this food at?
You could go. No, I'll go.
Beverly, when are you going up? Yes. You can find me.
I don't see them. What? I don't know if they ever got them. They did because Barlow was quoting from it. They put it right in the pack. No, there was no backup. There was no backup. I don't know what the bookstore thing. They didn't have them already? hope you got a copy somehow. Oh, that's right. This was one? Oh, okay. Yeah, and those, the girls, what they're coming, they'll take care of it. Oh, so they got it? Yeah. So what do you want me to do? Confidential book back to... I'm okay, where are they? I think that's took them. There were only two, and I put them on the table. Oh, in the table? Yeah. So it goes back to the vault. To the vault. Put them in the vault. What else do you want me to do? That's it. That's it? Yep.
Stop DUI. I don't know.
Here's the tape.
Changed it.
Yeah. Cool.
Does this include the special?
You okay?
You don't need me to make a WMD file for the special because we weren't able to record that.
No, I thought we were going to do something.
Yeah.
We have.
You don't need this to do that. Separate.
We actually don't ever use that. You guys
Okay.
use that.
So
We have
something
that
done.
recording.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey. All right.
You know,
Then that's fine.
what numbers?
Everything is done. Cool.
All right. Well, have a good one.
You guys needed help. You should call all of us over.
We're done.
That's it? You know, there were only two confidential books.
Yep, that's it.
Oh, there were only two?
There were only two.
Oh, okay.
Nope, there's only book one, and they're already on the cart.
Okay.
I wish she had told us she was calling. We didn't hear from her. I'm leaving the can.
Yeah, you're working like in those movies that say, those movies they used to do fascination.
I'm leaving the keys in this crate thingy. Okay? So this is where these are.
Yes. Which laptop did you use, sir?
I'm using laptop one. You can't stop it. You can't it's running.
Yeah,
It's running. So no touchy. Exactly.
You're gonna sit there though, right? I have to move it. Is this sitting on this side? I'm gonna work the machine. I gotta move it over there. Daddy's setting up this up.
I would not recommend moving it.
Yeah.
Because it's plugged in to this one.
Because it's still recording too. You can't.
No. I didn't drink this water. Want me to leave it?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Sure. The server. It's fine, but when we try to stop it, it freezes. So we'll wait until the end of the meeting to do that, because then at least we have something that we can retrieve.
Everything is there.
Exactly.
Okay. So if you want to sit on this right now, because I have to sit back there. I'll sit over here.
Do you need anything else? Well,
Yeah, because we can't.
you know what? I'm going to give. Do you guys have a post-it up there? I want to give you my password because it's in a lock.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. So I'll just put it on the thing that way. No,
Not now.
after.
When you come back. And you have the the notes new and the protest list.
So
That's all.
I mean, it's one word,
That's
all
great.
combined. Leo Moon 1020 exclamation point. Okay.
Yeah, I see your reference.
Okay.
This is an extra one that Pat's gonna use.
Yeah, Pat's been sitting here so that you don't, if anything goes down, she's here. So it's in the network, but we didn't use it.
And she's already over there.
Yeah, the keys are in the plastic thing.
Okay, go. Usually everybody does that. Usually everybody does. She told me, oh, you know, oh, well. Oh, yeah, okay. You're in. Oh, yeah, we're not gonna. I thought we were gonna do that.
volunteers to deal with agility, physical agility class.
Yeah.
Okay, he volunteered. I got a call from myself, asking me to be a volunteer. And he wasn't such a freshman. And it's like, what out of there. And I managed to get both of them all the COs set up. And she said, okay, I'll call Brown, because Brown gave me the date. Brown called me out and said, no. Why should I go do learning if there's something
One, two, 1, 2.
building codes.
Thank you. You want me to leave them up there? Okay. I gotta put my stuff down. What? Did you tell us to council? Push it over. I'm sure they gave it to Deb this morning. Hey, you want to give you that and I'll put it in here, that 92? There you go. Thank you. Oh, no, Smith? Do you want more, Chris? That's the other part with Charles. Mm-hmm. I'm going to leave these up there, Gabby. I'm going to go make the coffee then.
It is. Looks like nothing to do. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna call, I'll find out then. You want me to call? Yes, please. What do I talk to her? Well, Angela will, you think that will answer, yeah, if you don't mind. Okay.
I gotta drop it, maybe I can email it over.
Sure. Okay. That's right.
Cool.
Thanks.
Oh, it's at 4 years. I've done that, but then that's what you're doing. That's all shorthand, isn't it? Very short, very And now, did you do that? How was that all before? You did? Okay. So when did you do that? So, can you tell me where you're at? You know, like, you know, half the test when most of the jobs was 35, that's why I wanted to know where the letters you get. Yeah. You do better than a lot. No, I know. Shorthand. So she did that for years ago. She can get yes. They can do that. And she qualified that. Alright. Everyone else can do that. No. Yeah, and read it back.
some water, please? It's okay. Thank you. Beth, Pat wants us to still stop it, close out and save it and upload it, or at the end of the meeting? Yeah. Okay. Right. So just wait till she says to save it and all that. God. Was it the sound that was still? It's fine.
Do you have any more?
No, that's okay. It was frozen. Did she take it out? Everything was fine?
I told her.
No.
Is there something wrong?
No, because I just wanted like whenever, so it's no big deal.
So
How are you?
Joanne was supposed to have a call.
Well, you got a good and cold one.
I go, it's gonna explode. I took it out of the freezer, and then Joanne just told me, we can call through the freezer. That's all I got.
Thanks. It's okay. I thought, let me get one now.
Do you need one down there?
No, I got water. But you know what? If you don't mind, take one. If there's one in there, can you take it out and take it over?
You want it at your cubicle or
In the refrigerator. Thanks, babe. No, it's okay. I just knew. I'm gonna probably want one later on, so I'll just take it now. That's fine. You got a real nice and cold one, Beth. Hey, Gabby. Please.
What would you like there, Mike?
Well, you can it's all the way down right now. So if I need to, then if it's up here, I'll check for now. So they'll be able to read it out on council and yourself, okay? And that is until the 17th, right, of this month? You're welcome. That's what I kind of thought, and
Well, mine will be taken care of, but then they'll probably want it under the sale.
I'll keep everybody up. Well, if you need anything from us, obviously we'll encode it for it. You know, we charge back this I think it's like this small, pretty small. Yeah. It just covers our enterprise funds. Our policy is that, is if it's for Channel 2, airing on Channel 2, we wouldn't charge anything. Just because it's for something other than Channel 2, but we just charge time and material. So once they set it up, it basically just runs. They don't have to. No, it's a pretty nominal fee. Exactly. It just covers the thing.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us. We started this morning about 8 o'clock, and we went until a little bit after 12, so we had to ask you to bear with us here, but we'll try to move the calendar along. Item number 59 is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance for a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. We have item 82 is a special use permit 29656 Metro PCS Nevada, LLC/Highland Partnership 1980 LP. Appeal of the denial for a proposed antenna at 1111 Desert Lane. Has been withdrawn by the applicant. Item number 90 is RQR 2972727 Reagan National Advertising /Gateway Motel, Inc., billboard at 928 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Definite has to be held in abeyance until our December 17, 2008 meeting. Item 92 is RQR 31290 American Outdoors /JTL Holdings, LLC, 4600 Meadows Lane. Definitely would like that to be held in abeyance until our December 17, 2008 meeting. And item number 95 is ROC 31349 Housing Authority of the City of Las Vegas, review of condition adjacent to the east side of the Interstate 515 freeway, approximately 620 feet south of Stewart Avenue. I've asked that to be held in advance until our December 17, 2008 meeting. Are there any other items we need before at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make the motion we bring these 4 items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 60 through 69, they're on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda, items 60 through 69?
Yes, Your Honor. No questions or comments. I make a motion for approval of items 60 through 69 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 70 through 76 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from the portion of the agenda. I'm going to read these items, each one into the record. Item number 70 is RQR 30045. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor, the owner DR Partners. Required 4-year review of an approved special use permit for a 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 1111 West Bonanza Road in Ward 5. Item number 71 is RQR 30162. The applicant owner is 1767 Rancho LLC. Required 5-year review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 1767 North Rancho Drive in Ward 5. Item number 72 is RQR 30458. The applicant owner is DR Horton, Inc. Request for special use permit for a proposed temporary real estate sales office on 1.17 acres at 8208 to 8148 Purvis Treehouse Place in Ward 6. Item number 73 is RQR 30591. The applicant is Massage Envy. The owner is Witch Cow LLC. Required 1-year review of massage establishment and a waiver from the 400-foot distance separation requirement from an existing school, a waiver from the 1,000-foot distance separation from an existing massage establishment, and a waiver from the hours of operation restriction at 7175 West Lake Mead Boulevard in Ward 1. Item number 74 is RQR 30599. The applicant is Orion Outdoor Media. The owner is GGP Ivanhoe Roman numeral 2 Inc. Required 2-year review of a special use permit for a 51-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 4300 Meadows Lane in Ward 1. Item number 75 is RQR 30600. The applicant is Orion Outdoor Media. The owner is GGP Ivanhoe Roman numeral 2 Inc. Required 2-year review of a special use permit for a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 4120 Meadows Lane in Ward 1. Item number 76 is SUP 29936. The applicant is Richard W. Browner Strider. The owner is Stan Kwok. Request for a special use permit for an auto repair garage major at 3405 North Rancho Drive in suite number 170 in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. All the items are public hearings, which I now open. Now, does anyone want to be heard on any of these items? Any of these items? All right, seeing none, then I'll close the public hearings. May I have a motion then on items 70 through 76, please?
Mayor,
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Question for Margot Willard. Item number 71 in respect to the structural permits, the building permits. Is that in place?
Yes, we have checked, Mayor and Councilman, we have checked that with the Department of Building and Safety, and they are in current compliance.
Okay, as well as 70?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to follow staff and planning commission recommendation for approval of all these items with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. So we'll go on to item number 77. 77 is DIR 29916. Director's Business, on public hearing, the applicant owner is Kyle Acquisition Group, LLC. Required review of the development report pursuant to subsection 9.01 of the development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Kyle Acquisition Group, LLC, on approximately 1,712 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin Road in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval. Mr. Burgos.
Mayor and Council, per the development agreement, the owner is required to submit a status report on the development of the property every year. That report was delivered and approved by Council on August 6th of 2008. You asked them at that time to come back and provide a status report in September. That was obeyed until today. Since then, the property has changed ownership. They are currently in default on a few of the items, and there are a couple other items coming up in February. We have been in discussions with the new owners, and they are here today to say a few words as well.
Very good, gentlemen. If you'd be kind enough to identify yourselves for the record.
Yes, I'm Brian Walsh, Winchester Carlisle Real Estate Partners, address 8379 West Sunset, Suite 150, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you.
Richard Dix, Winchester Carlisle Real Estate Partners, at the same address as Brian Walsh.
Thank you.
Daniel Bartok, I'm with Wachovia Bank, 201 South College, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you. We're happy to hear from any of you gentlemen.
I'll say a few words if that's okay, just to let you know what kind of the status is.
Good.
I'm with Wachovia Bank. We're the agent on a syndicated loan that was provided on this property. September 23rd, the property was foreclosed by that lender group. It was taken ownership in an entity called KAG LLC. We're obviously not a very willing owner at this point, but we're looking forward to working with the city to try to work through the issues on the property, and anything we can do to make that happen is what we're here for. So.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Mr. Pergo, what's your recommendation?
Our recommendation, sir, is to approve the report.
All right. Councilor Ross?
I will follow that recommendation, Your Honor, move to follow that recommendation. Mr. Pergo, did you want to elaborate on any of this? Or?
Are there certain parts you'd like me to elaborate on, sir?
Ms. Fellow?
Well, we had an opportunity to meet with the gentleman that just gave a brief presentation yesterday, and trying to get a handle on what they're going to do next. As Tom indicated in his brief report, there's some areas where they're currently in default, and we need to get a real good sense quickly from Wachovia and Winchester Carlisle where they're going with this project, and to what degree, what they're able to do as a bank, not necessarily as a developer, so that we have a good framework that then we can bring back to the mayor and council about what you can expect in the short run and potentially in the long run with this project. As you know, we spent an inordinate amount of time putting together a master development agreement that we all are very proud of. Feel like it was a really good product at the end of the day. Unfortunately, the economy didn't want to support that, and so now we're in this situation with Wachovia left holding the bag, so to speak. So what we need to do is get a better handle with Wachovia and their partners on what their next steps are, and kind of begin elevating that dialogue so that we can give you a better understanding of what to expect from the project and when.
And that's good enough for me. Gentlemen, we look forward to working with you and moving forward down this road together as we've been driving down this road for the past 2.5 years. Thank you, Mr. Perigo. Your Honor, that's my motion.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Whereabouts in North Carolina?
Charlotte.
Mayor McCrory?
Yes.
Tell him I say hi, will you?
I
Is
will
he
when
still
I
the
say-
mayor?
He is. He
Will
was
he be able to sit?
unsuccessful in his
I
run
know.
for governor, and I think he's decided to step down after this term.
Is that it? Well, tell him I send my best to him.
I will do that.
Okay. All right. Item.
Thank you.
Item 78 is VAR 28974, a variance, public hearing. The applicant owner is John Moss. Request for a variance to allow an existing 23-foot high, 2,080 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 batting cage, where an 18-foot high, 1,785 square foot accessory structure is allowed on 1.05 acres at 5100 Grand Teton Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. Is the applicant here? The gentleman here who has the batting cage? Councilman Ross, what's your position here?
Well, I've already worked out the details with him, Your Honor. I'm surprised he's not here. We have one change to a condition, but I would prefer the applicant to be here. I'll just give me written. I don't even want to trail it. Let's abate us 2 weeks, because I'm not sure where he's going to be, where he's at today, Your Honor. So,
okay.
My motion is to abate us for 2 weeks.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 79, 80, and 81. 79 is VAR 29443. The applicant owner is ECT Holdings LLC. Request for variance to allow 136 parking spaces where 158 are required, and to allow one loading zone where 2 are required on 2.62 acres at 1208 East Charleston Boulevard. Item number 80 is VAR 29494. The applicant owner is ECT Holdings LLC. Request for a variance to allow a 15-foot front setback where 20 feet is required, and to allow a 0-foot corner side building setback where 15 feet is required on 2.62 acres at 1208 East Charleston Boulevard. And number 81 is SDR 29440. Same applicant owner requests for a site development plan review for proposed 39,420 square foot commercial development, which includes 14,320 square feet of new construction with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements, to allow a 10-foot buffer along the north property line where 15 feet is required, to allow a 5-foot buffer along the west property line where 15 feet is required, and to allow a 3-foot buffer along the east property line where 8 feet is required, and to allow a waiver of the building placement standards on 2.62 acres at 1208 East Charleston Boulevard. The staff recommended denial, and the Planning Commission recommended approval for each of these items, and all of the items are in Ward 3, and the public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good day, Mayor Goodman, Councilman. My name is Eli Mizrachi, 1080 West Sunset, managing member of ECT Holdings, which is the owner of the historic Hundreds Theater. A little bit of background on the Hundreds Theater. It was Las Vegas's first, or one of Las Vegas's first theaters. It was built in 1944 and is currently on the state and national historic registers. It was then opened up as a Las Vegas's first concert venue. I acquired the property in 01 when I tried to reopen it as a venue, and after struggling and losing market shares to on-strip and in-hotel properties, we ended up closing our doors. Since that time, I've struggled to find a way to make the building work while keeping the Huntridge intact from both a redevelopment standpoint and existing Huntridge Theater, as well as just an overall redevelopment of the entire corner, which is Charleston and Maryland Parkway. Also, we're trying our best efforts to keep the Huntridge intact for the historical aspect of the building, which we don't have too many more historical buildings. My plan here that is before you is keeping it intact 95%, and everything that we're changing we're redoing in its entirety as it was. After months and months of jostling with ideas, we came up with a solution. It would keep the Huntridge building intact while redeveloping the entire corner, giving it more of a streamlined look, and also incorporating the adjacent buildings. If I could turn your attention to the overhead. this year is the existing Huntridge as it sits now. It would be a first floor retail component with, if you see the darkness there would be windows with a second story retail or office component, and we would incorporate the buildings adjacent to it as well as the post office, the old post office that was behind it. The two new buildings here and here would incorporate more retail, and we're trying to get a food component in this corner one here with a drive-through. With regards to the Huntridge, the idea is to add a first floor retail with each storefront would face north, facing Charleston, and it would be more of a several users as instead of what it is now, which is basically a single user component. And then the office space would be accessed through the lobby, which we are going to keep intact through the first floor. In terms of the applications that are before you today, we have a couple of variances of our site plan review. I'll show you that. The variances come in large part with the dealing with the original conditions which are existing, the existence of the Huntridge Theater, as well as the buildings that wrap around here on Maryland Parkway, which are actually right on the sidewalk. With the parking variances, we are short about 14 spaces out of a total of 156 that are required. We feel that is a reasonable request because we are adding a bus stop as well as a bus turnout here on Charleston that would encroach into our property. The combination of the bus access as well as the foot traffic here in this neighborhood, both of which mean that I think the variances will not put us or the customers coming to the retail or office in a position where they can't find parking. We feel we've satisfied the parking needs in terms of what the uses are actually going to be. Due to the configuration of the Huntridge, how it sits on the property, we will have additional parking to the south, which is existing now. And we are actually making the lobby, for those of you familiar with the Huntridge Theater, accessible from the rear and the front. So anybody that parks back here can still have the same access as the people parking in front. With respect to the landscaping, we have asked for a couple of waivers. Again, most of it caused by existing conditions along Maryland Parkway here. The building actually comes right up to the sidewalk. We would be adding landscaping along the alleyway, as well as additional landscaping around the perimeter and along the Rusco building here. We have also asked to put landscaping. We have also asked not to put landscaping fingers in the parking lot, which are necessary according to your guidelines, because we know it would mean we would have to ask for a higher parking reduction, and that would take. But what we are doing is taking the number of trees that would go there and actually dispersing them around the perimeter. So we are actually having the same amount of landscaping, but just not in the parking lot. So we don't have to ask for more of a variance as far as parking is required. I have met with most of the neighbors. I've had open meetings where I showed renderings and answered questions regarding the Huntridge. I have showed the renderings to the State Historical Preservation Office as well as Cultural Affairs, all of which have been very positive. In your packet, you should have a letter of support from Ron James, who is head of State Historical Preservation. I've also worked hand in hand with a group called Save the Huntridge, some of them who are here today to speak. We went back and forth on ideas for the better part of a year. Hopefully they will lend their support. They have been very gracious and their time and efforts. I would like to publicly thank them all for all that they have done. They have been instrumental in the evolution of this project. They were positive in keeping the Huntridge and understanding the economic realities needed to make the Huntridge actually work. My architect has done a tremendous job of trying to tie in the modern style into the two pad buildings, and which are these two out front, and we feel that pays homage to the Huntridge, and we're basically trying to do everything we can with this corner in the shadows of the Huntridge, so the Huntridge will shine as brightly as it can. Some of the concerns that were brought up at planning, I'm putting a fence around in the coming weeks around the whole property. We're trying to light up the rear of the building so it isn't as dark there at night. We have a sort of hidden drive here that's existing on Maryland Parkway. I believe it was Commissioner Evans suggested we put a sign on our property towards the bend at Maryland Parkway as you head north. That would kind of put a hidden drive of sorts so that people would know, and I'd be happy to work with all your traffic engineers to do that. We have a block wall down the center of the property that's existing now. That will be coming down within the next several weeks. We will make our best efforts to keep the building clean. It will also include painting the graffiti and cleaning the parking lot. With that being said, I'm happy to address any of your questions or concerns.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. or Ms. Rocky?
I just one comment.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Fantastic presentation.
Well, I'm not very comfortable up here, sir.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes, I have a question for you. Would you show on your rendering the loading docks where, in fact, the service delivery will take place?
There's actually going to be access from the rear of the building along here. So, and there's actually a walkway there that we can actually load into each individual storefront. And we do have, here we would have to have some loading in from the back, but which would have to be accessed from the area behind the building.
But also, that is your ingress, correct?
Yes, sir.
Off of Charleston?
Yes, sir.
And where are your trash containers located?
The trash containers are, there's a mechanical enclosure here, there's trash containers here, and the pad here was addressed at planning where they wanted to have a trash enclosure, but we decided to actually put it inside the building instead of outside the building, so it would actually be inside the building so as to not be seen from, invisible from the street, as well as it will be for each one behind here.
Now, you mentioned fencing around the property. Is this decorative fencing, or what type of fencing?
No, sir. It's right now. It's just security fencing. Planning wanted security fencing.
Oh, you mean for now? I'm talking upon the build out.
Well,
no fence.
No fence.
No, they didn't want a fence.
So you mentioned fencing, so I was trying to figure out, were you talking now, or were you talking during the build out?
For now.
Okay.
We actually use the alley as an ingress, egress also. There's actually entrances that could be used and accessed from the alley, so we wouldn't really want to fence that off.
Okay. It's a beautiful project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rocky, I think it's admirable that you're doing all you can to preserve the property. That's one of the goals that this council has, as you know. We're trying to take some of these old landmarks and make sure that they're not imploded and we can appreciate our history. So that's a very good on your part. I read something in the paper, though, that you don't have the financing. Basically, you're seeking these entitlements so you'll be able to seek financing for the project?
Well, if we get 50% leased up, then we'll go for bank financing. Yes. And right now we have 3 LOIs out there.
Good.
I don't want to jinx it. But
no, I don't want you to think that. I'm superstitious too.
Yeah. But that's we still have a ways to go. Yes, but I believe and I feel comfortable that being the project that it is and being what it is, I feel comfortable that even in this economic times we will get this done.
Okay, just a suggestion, I discussed it with the Mayor Pro Tem. Keep the property up, I mean, as far as the graffiti, and make sure that it doesn't appear to be run down. You'll have a much better chance to get your LOIs and get commitments as far as financing, because I'd love to see your project go.
I would too, sir.
Okay, folks, it's a public hearing. Anybody like to be heard?
Yeah. Councilman, I must say, says that excellent presentation. What is the content of the facility? What's the principal activity?
It's basically a C2 use, so it's going to be anything that's applicable to C2, which is your basic commercial. So it could be anywhere from nail salon to a coffee shop to office component upstairs. It could be attorneys working upstairs.
Very large square footage. What's total square footage of the facility?
It's shade under 40,000.
40,000, where's the food, beverage, and entertainment?
The food and beverage and entertainment. Well, we're going to try to get some food and beverage entertainment in there, and it's open to whoever wants to do food and beverage in there.
You got a business card?
I'll give you one.
Let me have one. I recommend you approve this graffiti-free project, which will be a historic landmark once visited by Frank Sinatra and other people well known in Las Vegas. Overturned. Is that a new structure on the corner?
No, it's actually existing, sir.
Existing. Okay, that's the old furniture warehouse.
Yes, sir.
And you swear to God you will not put political signs on that thing?
You have to answer that, Mr. Mizrachi. So I haven't asked him.
I got his name.
I don't care. A couple of people up here may want a political sign.
Oh, they do.
They may.
From the more important reason, keep it up.
Actually, I'm 4 for 4 on that corner with political signs.
See, I do it.
Anyhow, I'll go with the flow and recommend, very strongly recommend approval. And I wish you all the best of luck in your financial dealings.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Would any of the folks who are here in support like to be heard at this time? Yes. You don't have to make it long, even though you'd like to be heard.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, members of the City Council. My name is Pam Hartley, and I live at 1700 Rexford. And I would just like to thank Mr. Mizrachi for stepping up to the plate and listening to the community. And I'm very happy to have been part of the process. And I ask you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Jack Levine at 1818 8th Place in Las Vegas. And I was also on the Save the Hunt Ridge Committee, and I also represent probably thousands of homeowners in the downtown area who are all excited to have a major project like this to help us to revitalize the Charleston corridor and to make life more interesting and fun in the downtown neighborhoods with the thousands of people who have come back downtown again, and we're very excited to see this happen, so we're asking for your vote.
Help them get some tenants.
Thank you.
Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Paco Alvarez. I am a proud downtowner. Honorable Mayor Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, members of the City Council, and staff, I'm here to speak to you as a proud downtowner and as a member of the Save the Hunt Ridge group. Over the last several months, we the community came together in a common cause to help save the vulnerable Hunt Ridge Theater. We had discussions and meaningful debates about this historic structure and what should be done to save it. Eventually, we sat down with Eli Mizrachi to discuss his plans and what he wanted to do with it. Through meaningful and constructive dialogue, Mr. Mizrachi showed us a proposal that was pragmatic and realistic. Though he was nervous at first about our reaction to the project, we quickly surprised him with our excitement and the potential it will have in the redevelopment of this historic neighborhood. Though it will not be a theater per se, the spirit of the structure itself will be preserved for posterity. We are well aware of the hard economic times facing our nation and our great city, my birthplace. But despite these bumps in the road, our enthusiasm for the Hunt Ridge has not subsided. What makes a great city are not the huge monuments erected by tycoons, but the little things that speak to our past. The historic post office, the Fifth Street School, the La Concha, and of course, the Hunt Ridge Theater. In conclusion, I ask you, our leaders, to please support this project in the spirit of its potential. And I would like to personally wish Eli Godspeed on this new and exciting adventure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, and fellow councilmen. I'm Mary Joy Alderman, 1550 Bracken Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I've lived in Las Vegas all my life, and as a child I attended the Hunt Ridge Theater many times and had a lot of fun there. Our Vintage Vegas group has been working with Mr. Mizrachi, and we feel that his plans will enable him to go forward and rejuvenate this fabulous monument in the heart of our city. We support a current use that will be beneficial to the owners, the neighborhood, and many more of our citizens. We appreciate the city's help, and we feel that this project fits well with the vision that we all have for our future here. Thank you very much, and good luck, Eli.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you got a lot of support. That's good. Mayor Pro Tem. I'll close the public hearing now. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Eli, I always thought you was crazy when you bought the place.
Sometimes I question myself as well.
I didn't know what he was going to do with it then. We've had probably 3 or 4 discussions that I know of about different things that could be erected here. This one to me is doable. I just hope that you'll be able to continue to find people that would be interested in locating at this location so you can get your financing. I know that I won't speak for the mayor, but we would like to offer our support of whatever we can do to help you. I think this is a very, very worthwhile project in the downtown area. I know that with the neighbors supporting it and with the city trying to do things over at Circle Park, that this will be a viable, excuse me, a viable corner. And so I'm going to move for approval of item number 79. I understand why staff recommended denial on some of the variances, but we have to allow for what's there, what we can put there. So I'm going to make a motion for approval. Item number 79 with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that. Close, please. Motion carries.
And the same for item number 80.
Please vote. Close. Motion carries.
And on item 181 on the site development review, I'll make a motion for approval, and I will keep those conditions in that the plan commission put on for the erecting the temporary fence as well as taking down the block wall and trying to put some kind of a lighting in the back.
That'll happen, sir.
And I think we can help. So if you have any problems, please call the city or call my office, and we will work with code enforcement and rapid response trying to get in there to help you keep it clean.
Thank you, sir.
And that'd be my motion.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Close, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Really mean it.
And I would also like to thank the neighbors and for you having a neighborhood meeting and have the neighbors come down and offer their support for this project.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Well. You all right? We're up to 83, is that correct? 83 and 84. 83 is MOD 25974. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Northwest Estates LLC et al. Request for a major modification to the Lone Mountain West Plan to amend the land use designation from ML, which is medium-low density residential, to MFM, which is multi-family medium residential, and to amend tables 1 through 5 of the master development plan on 16.4 acres at the southeast corner of Lone Mountain Road and Cooley Road in Ward 4. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. And 84 is SVR 25487. The applicant owner is Northwest Estates LLC et al. Request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review to replace a portion of a 308-lot single-family residential development with a 296-unit multi-family residential development on 16.4 acres at the southeast corner of Lone Mountain Road and Pulley Road in Ward 4. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dave Brown, 6554 Paul State Court, Las Vegas. We originally applied for this application over a year ago. We've had numerous meetings with the neighbors, and we appreciate their patience and going through all these meetings with us. Through this process, we think we've got a better project, and we think it's something we brought before you that we think you can support. This application is for a major modification in SDR. Originally, the application was only for a modified site development plan review on the entire 36-acre project. We were going for a blended density on the 36 acres of under 12 units per acre, so we weren't asking for a major modification. However, since we're attaching the units on the north 16.5 acres, we had to ask for a different general plan of multifamily medium. So that's the reason for the modification instead of just the modified site plan review. The last meeting we had with the neighbors in August, we agreed to hold this project until the Lone Mountain West update was complete, in which we addressed densities in the Lone Mountain West area. That was introduced as your item number 57 today, and I believe goes for final action in 2 weeks. So that's why we brought this plan before you today. What the plan shows is 16 multifamily buildings. The north 4 buildings are 3-story buildings, all at 33 feet in height, and the south 12 buildings are all 2-story buildings at 29 1/3 feet in height. They consist of 2 and 3 bedroom units. Our parking required on this project was 583 spaces. We exceeded that with 614 spaces. The open space required on this project was 2.3 acres, and we provided 5.4 acres. We aren't asking for any waivers. We comply with the Lone Mountain West standards completely. There wasn't a project previously approved on the site from Richmond American. And what that consisted of was their 3-story product along the eastern edge of this project. And what I wanted to show you was what was approved here originally was a 3-story building 5 feet off the rear property line, off the eastern property line. And you can see from this line of sight drawing that the neighbors to the east really had no visual corridor left. All they would see is a 35-foot building 5 foot off that back property. You can probably see that there's a great discrepancy between the elevations of the finished floors of these buildings. Our side is 30 to 35 feet above the adjacent property. What we're proposing now to help that situation is to build, this is our tallest building, a 33-foot building. It's set back a minimum of 93 feet. And so with this new line of sight drawing, you can see the same neighbor can barely see the rooftops of these condominium units with that line of sight drawing. It also protects the privacy of the existing residents in that the person on the 3rd floor of these condominium units cannot see down into the backyard for privacy issues of the eastern property owner, whereas before with the Richmond American product they could see right down into their yards. We've also, one of the other issues with the residents was the traffic study. It was the traffic in the area. We performed a traffic study and had it approved by the city of North Las Vegas before we came back before you also. What the traffic study showed was that the existing traffic in the neighborhood would have to wait an average of 12 seconds at the worst intersection at a 4-way stop during the AM peak hour. With this fully built and our southern site fully built, which is the 20 acres to the south, it's only a 7-second difference. So the average wait time is now 19 seconds instead of 12 seconds. It's still a level of service accepted by the engineers as adequate for the area. The other main problem that we addressed with this site is that this site, since it's 35 feet above the adjacent site, it also has a water pressure problem. There's no water. We cannot serve this with conventional means that just tap in the nearest pipe. We have to put in a lift station that complies with Las Vegas Valley Water District standards. And as a part of putting in that lift station, we will also be helping out the existing Lennar community that exists on Lone Mountain today. We'll be helping them by boosting pressures for a minimum of 60 of their homes. So not only are we providing water for our property, but we're helping the existing condition. We believe the project we presented today is something you can support, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Brown? Folks, a public hearing, if anybody would like to be heard? Yes, ma'am. Yeah. No.
Hi there, I'm Lisa Chaika, 4323 Hollies Hill Street in Las Vegas. there would probably be a lot more neighbors here along with me, but as you know from the City of Las Vegas, the notification system works great when all the areas around a project are populated, but it doesn't work so great when there's a large area that's not populated. So while the city notification is done according to the system that's set in place, what ends up happening is that the thousands of homeowners that are affected by the project don't know that the meeting is being held today and that we're on the agenda. I found out Mr. Brown was nice enough to email us that only this morning at about 11:30. So there would be more people here. He has held a lot of neighborhood meetings, and I appreciate his time, and we've told him time and time again we do appreciate his time. And Councilman Brown also held lots of meetings. Unfortunately, I would say that the bulk of the feeling from all the neighbors who have attended those meetings for more than a year now has always been, we don't want multifamily housing there. Had we been notified of the original modification that took place so many years ago, we feel like we would never even be at this point where the Richland American Home project would never have even been considered, but none of us knew that the meeting took place that allowed that modification to go through. We have a massive service issue with Cliff Shadows being the only road south of Lone Mountain that has access. We cannot access the 215. It's come up in discussion before where the developer said, we will try to work with the BLN to get Lone Mountain open so that access is not a problem, but there's really no way that we can prove that something like that would take place where access wouldn't be an issue. The traffic study, while of course we have to believe the results of the traffic study, we were disappointed that it was conducted by people standing on the side of the road counting cars. Cliff Shadows is a really curvy street. The neighborhoods, a lot of them that access Cliff Shadows to get where we need to go, mine is one where it's completely hidden. You kind of take your life in your hands every time you come out of your neighborhood on a good day. And the thought of adding 300 more families traveling down that one road, 45 miles an hour, people speed like they do everywhere. We're really worried about the kids at bus stops. We're worried about people coming out on the street. We have had a couple meetings since the August meeting that Dave referenced, and the population at the meeting does keep getting smaller and smaller as I think homeowners get discouraged that it just keeps coming back with nothing new for us to think about. The builder, the developer, did make a big change from moving the project back away from the wall, but it's important to note that the community has not really been as concerned with that as they have been with multifamily attached housing and that many people coming to that spot. We also have a huge concern because we have so much multifamily housing in that area right now that stands vacant. You know, this is being touted as a luxury development, but we have to recognize it is surrounded by a gravel pit. And we also already have Cliff Shadows, the townhomes, the cliffs at Cliff Shadows. I believe the building's in foreclosure now. That was supposed to be a luxury development. They couldn't sell them. They turned them over into rentals. They couldn't rent them. They flipped them back at trying to sell them again. It's basically row after row after row of empty buildings. South on Cliff Shadows, when you cross over the 215, which still is the neighborhood since that's how we have to drive to get around anywhere, we have Chateau Versailles, we have condominium complexes, we have apartments and condos south on Cliff Shadows between Alexander and Cheyenne, lots and lots of vacant multifamily housing. There just is no call to modify our plan to allow for something that the neighborhood does not need. And I wish that I had my neighbors here. I am on the board of one of the associations there, 77 homeowners only, but we are absolutely not in support of this project. And we ask for the City Council to appreciate the work that the staff did and the Planning Commission did and honor their previous denials of this project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. What's the affordability range of the units? Are they for sale, lease, or what?
They are currently for lease.
For lease?
Correct.
And affordable for what demographic group, possibly?
It's hard to tell. I don't have a crystal ball.
Okay, thank you very much. And what I would say now is thank you very much for your assistance. That's close enough for Jazz. You don't we have a lot of neighbors here to talk about this one. What guarantee is there the gravel pit will not be developed ever? Either in the same structural configuration or something even worse. The final question is, of the director of the planning commission, why did the planning staff recommend denial of this item? Why?
Ms. Wheeler, do you know the reason for that?
Mayor, the issue is with regard to the modification. When the city council adopts a policy document, and unless there is an obvious reason for change, staff does not generally recommend approval of those modifications to a policy set by the council. In this case, staff does not see that justification and therefore recommend a denial.
Yes, and thank you very much, Director. The council, in its wisdom, apparently, at that time, made the right recommendation for the right reasons. And since there's no compelling, immediate, or continuing reason to change it, I recommend you keep maintaining the same policy in the genuine best public interest of the residents who are already in place in that neighborhood to protect them from any further incursion of this sort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Margot, just a couple comments. First of all, in the backup, it would be item number, I guess, the site plan review. There's reference to the site plan dated 12/28/07. Do we have the revised site plan? Would planning have that?
Yeah, you have that. That's the site plan that was submitted to planning. It's been so long, but that was the original site plan.
So with some of the modifications you've made over the last couple months, is that the original?
No, we worked with staff at the beginning. There were no modifications over the last couple of months, but at the very beginning, the only thing we were waiting for in these last few months was the traffic study and then the Lone Mountain West update.
Correct. There is no change to the site plan, and the landscape plan does have a different date as shown in your conditions.
That one we're going to revise then? 11108?
The only thing we have to do is submit an updated landscape plan when we go forward with permits because we're short on trees, which we've agreed to that condition.
A couple of things. And first, let me respond to Lisa. This, if you've been up there, I don't know when you bought in, but when we first approved the Lone Mountain West / Cliff Shadows master plan community, there was a lot of uncertainty, not only with the Lone Mountain interchange and the Beltway. We used to have probably close to 25 acres of commercial development as part of the original plan. A lot of that went away when the residential market was so hot. We actually were downzoning commercial to residential. So the fact that the plan has changed, I don't mind that, because I think most of the change that's occurred has been driven by A, the market, and B, with community support. We certainly have put some open space. Funding is a little bit behind on a couple of the parks out there, but we have 2 trailheads. We have the Stange Park. The city is taking a look at the property west of this site. It's about 100 acres that we're looking at, part of a trail system, a loop trail system. Again, funding's a little bit short, so the plan has evolved, but I don't think there's been anything dramatic. The portion of this application, the remaining 20 acres that are controlled by the owner, and then that 15-acre site just east of your property, has been the last to develop simply because of the pressure zone. So inevitably something will be built. Ideally, as Lisa so well put, they'd love to see single-family detached product. I don't think that's going to happen now because of the market. Just like there's a lot of rental properties in the multifamily and condo, there's also a lot of rental properties / foreclosures in the single-family detached. So the market conditions are what they are. I'm going to support the application because the owner has indicated he wants to develop something there. He wants to be part of it and get rid of the vacant land. And I don't, personally, I'm not opposed to apartment complexes or multifamily living or condos. I think if it's done properly as far as the site location, the quality of the product, and as long as it's part of a master plan, we don't seem to have the problems of the stigma of apartments. And this is located a half a mile from what will be a major intersection on the 215. It's adjacent to the mining operations, which are going to be there for at least, Councilman Ross might know better, but at least 20 to 25 more years. So as far as putting it up in this corner, I don't have a lot of opposition to that. But what I don't want to happen, and I appreciate the work that's gone into this whole corner up there, what I don't want to happen is this land be spec'd on, and then you turn around and try to flip it to an apartment builder that's going to come in and try to go low end. And so I am going to, out of respect for what will be my successor in this office, I am going to put a real tight leash on that if you feel you can go forward with the project that you have talked to the neighbors about and the quality of the product and the owner that I have a comfort level with, then you'll have time to do that. If the market conditions or financing or whatever is going to present obstacles, then you're going to have to go back to ground zero and start again with my successor and the neighborhood to find what would be an appropriate project. On a normal situation, we have a 2-year expiration where if nothing happens, they have to come back for an extension of time. I'll amend that condition to make sure that clearly define what the expectation would be. I have, Lisa, I've had some emails and calls as far as the opposition. I've also had some calls in support. There seems to be a lot of other challenges in and around, a little bit west of where you live, but with illegal shooting, off-road vehicles, trash, graffiti, and to a certain extent, I think we need to try to develop this last corner of the master plan as quickly as possible, making sure we try to get the best product in. The other comment I'd like to put on the record for a future application is the concern from a couple neighbors were the precedent, that we're changing, allowing the higher density. But in that, we just today sent a resolution to be adopted as far as lowering the overall density of the entire Cliff Shadows community down below 7 now, 699. I think that's going to help. And the remaining 20 acres that are south of this project and the 15 acres that are east of this project, I think by themselves will be weighed independently of your project because of their proximity to the existing neighborhood. So clearly, I would put on the public record today that my expectation would be that those vacant parcels will be developed at 7 units per acre or less, especially with the new resolution coming in. I'd like to pass that on, staff. You can pass that on down the road. So I'm going to move for approval and make some comments as far as the SDR. Okay, so it's fine. It's okay with me.
Councilman Brown says, the commissioner says okay.
Okay, I don't know what the protocol is. But how are you, if you go ahead and suggest approval of the change to multifamily housing, what is the procedure if you say that you don't want his developer to flip the project, which has been openly discussed in our neighborhood meetings, the potential for that? How on earth are you going to stop that from happening as you leave your position and vote for the change?
Yeah, well, we're going to try to do that by condition on the SDR.
Thank you. You heard the motion. Please cast your vote.
On item number 83, I'd move for approval subject to staff conditions.
Cast your vote. Please close. Motion carries. Item 84, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to make a couple amended conditions. One is I don't know what the lighting situation is on the east property line. Does that show up on the landscape plan or the site plan?
There is that would be condition number 9 speaks to the lighting.
Yeah, not so much the height, but the location. What I'd prefer not to see is all the lighting located against the fence on the east side of the property line. Where is it on that map?
We have carports along the east side, so it's under the carports, and then it's shadow light boxes on the
Just show me on the overhead.
on the east property line. There's carports, so it'll be internal within the carports.
Okay, so there are no 30-foot light poles along that back side. All right. Then that number 9. Could we amend number 9 to be more specific?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman, if I'm understanding correctly, you want no 30-foot poles on the east property line?
Correct.
Do you want to add a setback just so there won't be confusion when we go forward?
Yeah. He's indicating that the carports will have the lights underneath the carport on the eastern property line.
And that would be fine.
Okay,
What we'd be indicating is no 30-foot, no freestanding light poles on the eastern property line. Well, that would be an additional sentence to condition number 9.
Please. Public Works item number 15 on the Half Street improvements. Do we know if that Lone Mountain Half Street is owned by the city or is that BLM land? And this is at the far western edge of Lone Mountain.
Right. The southern half would be within the city limits, owned by the property owner and dedicated to the city. The northern half is still BLM, as I understand it.
And do we, under a normal situation, are we allowed to make this development open up the Lone Mountain access to their development, even with just the half street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's your understanding, that that's part of the original development. Ideally, they'll have access directly to the interchange, but that's a subject I'll talk about in a minute. And then the Peaceful Dawn, that's right now put in there as a cul-de-sac bulb at their cost, but what access do we have on Peaceful Dawn? Am I understanding that fire access only?
That the applicant is proposing? Certainly I thought they were taking access from Peaceful Dawn. The applicant can correct me.
The plan was if we weren't able to get access on Lone Mountain, then we would use Peaceful Dawn as a secondary exit. We will agree to a condition if the fire department lets us. We'll crash gate that. We don't need it for our access.
Certainly, I would defer to our traffic engineering to determine if we need additional access beyond just the one point. But
well, you'd have access off Stange and Lone Mountain.
Yeah, that should suffice. If you'd like to make this emergency access only.
If approved by traffic engineering or fire, then I would ask the applicant to agree to condition for emergency access only.
Okay. Then I would suggest the wording to be, unless otherwise directed by the traffic engineer, the access to Peaceful Dawn shall be emergency access only.
And you accept that condition?
Yes.
Okay. And then the final condition, I think, is number 2, Margot.
Yes, sir.
The approval shall be void 2 years from today. I can't lock you into it, but the commitment that I have heard from you and the applicant is that you plan on moving forward and building a high-end multifamily project. I can tell you right now, I'll be real disappointed if that changes, especially as how hard some of the neighborhoods have worked. But normally we give 2 years, and I don't know how quickly you anticipate moving on the project, but I certainly want it, I'll leave the 2 year in effect, but normally when they come back and ask for an extension of time, it's due to financing or market conditions or issues with the BLM, whatever the case. If they don't move forward within the 2 years, then this application is dead. Then they would have to start from ground zero with my successor and propose a new project in its entirety. And I don't know how we put that in a condition.
Well, it's pretty much, if you approve this SCR today, whatever new builder came in would have to build this project. Otherwise, they'd have to come back to you to change that.
And but I don't even want to give them the option as far as an extension of time. If they don't move forward with this project, then after 2 years, it's expunged and.
Yeah, it's part of our code that they're allowed to ask for an extension. It's going to be up to your discretion or your successor's discretion whether to grant that.
And they are allowed to ask for an extension by our code, but I would put on the public record today that I would be adamantly opposed to that extension and let my successor decide what he or she would do with that. I guess we don't have to change the condition, but we certainly make that part of the record. The expectations are high, Mr. Brown. No relation, by the way, for the record, but the expectations are high out there, especially from the neighbors that have been following this for close to 2.5 years. And what you do up there is going to set the precedent for the remaining 35 acres of vacant land. So let's raise the bar as high as we can. So my motion would be on 84, move for approval subject to staff conditions as amended. And if we could, Margot, make some note in the file that some of the comments that were made on the public record as far as intent be included with a future application.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 85 and 86. 85 is a variance, 30789, variance public hearing. Applicant owner, Sammy Francis, request for a variance to allow 3 parking spaces to back onto a public street where 2 spaces is the maximum permitted at 919 Hazard Avenue. This is in Ward 5. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. Item 86 is a special use permit 3250. Public hearing. Applicant owner Esme Francis request for a special use permit for a group residential care facility, maximum 6 adults, with a waiver to allow an 830-foot distance separation from another group residential care facility at 919 Hazard Avenue. Again, this is in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. The applicant is present. I'll declare the public hearing open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Councilmen and women of the community. My name is Esme Francis, and I am a property owner of 919 Hazard Avenue and a caregiver since 1986, over 20 years. Sharon, my sister, she is an RN for 8 years, and she's also my partner, and she's my partner.
It's okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon Spencer. I reside at 909 Hazard Avenue, Las Vegas. 909. Okay. This group home has been ongoing for like a few years now. It's been taking such a long time because sometimes we have run into some financial difficulties. So far we have gone through just about all the requirements and everything that was required by the city and the public health department. Unfortunately, some of the changes that were made by the city, such as the distance between 2 care homes, were changed last year. Okay. And we just found it out sometime this year that there was a problem. And also, they're requiring that we have 3 parking spaces. Right now, we are only zoned for 2. We've done everything for the city, and we're hoping that, and asking for your approval for us to continue to go on to this group, so we can open our group home. We have 6 residents. She doesn't drive. I'm next door. So basically, the 3 parking will be for visitors who want to visit their relatives or whatever. On our street, I know some of the issues, one of the objections was the neighbor was saying, call it parking and stuff like that, and we have not had any issues like that on our street. So I'm asking for your help in getting this project moved on, and I'm here for any further questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. Maybe we should speak on this item?
Yes. Las Vegas resident. I have a few brief questions. What is the nature of the care and assistance that is given to the occupants?
It would be to residents who can no longer take servant services up to their daily living.
Ma'am, I'd like to ask you to speak in the microphone, please.
It will be for 6 people who are not capable of managing on their own and need help in assistance, personal care, and...
That's fine.
Are these elderly people?
Are these elderly?
I would remind the city council and the entire public who may be viewing, we're in an economic crisis. Terrible things are happening to our population, including the neglect of people of elderly situation who are in need of care desperately and whose assistance is being denied and reduced every single minute. And I recommend strongly that you approve this item and as many more of these items as you find. The next thing on line will be coming up is mental health. They're on the bottom of the list in the state of Nevada, but you're going to need mental health more than ever before. Start with these people here. Make sure you take care of these people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right. Did you want to be heard again?
Yes, sir, I wasn't finished. If I may say that the reason for the project being held up so long, I have to be traveling back and forward to Jamaica to take care of my mom who is now deceased, and we run out of money. I'm not being able to drive, and when I do get a little job, I have to be in the house working 24 hours per day for 2 weeks before I can get home. And when I do get home 1 day or 2, I have to be taking care of this place. My whole heart goes out for the people who can't help themselves because I'm so dedicated to them. And I'm asking you, please, ladies and gentlemen of the community.
Mayor, Ma'am, I've had an opportunity to go out and actually speak to a few of the residents on the street, and they are okay with this item. I'm okay with it. I do have a question for you in regards to, will it be seniors only? Because that was a question that was posed to me when I spoke to the residents on the street. Whether they're going to be young kids, young adults, or would it be seniors? So would you put on the record who in fact will be living within this home and the maximum number of individuals living inside this home?
It will be a max of 6 people.
Speak into the microphone for me, please.
It will be a max of 6 people. As I said, who cannot manage on their own.
Seniors only.
And seniors only? Okay.
The seniors only.
In addition to that, are either one of you or both of you living in the home, or you all are just running the home?
I am living in the home.
So you're one of the 6? Or are you saying
No.
6 plus you equals
Yes.
7?
Yes.
Which one?
6 plus.
So it'll be a total of 7 people.
And our husband.
And my husband.
Total of 8 people.
Yeah.
Now, Margot, how does that relate in respect to the maximum number of 6?
That the 6, if I may, Mayor and Councilman, the 6 is the number of persons that they can care for.
Correct.
The applicant and her husband are not part of that 6. The numbers, as she indicated, is what has applied for, and that is legally allowed here if this application is approved.
And I wanted to establish that on the record so that everyone is clear for those that are listening and paying attention to this item, specifically as you request for a waiver, because there are 2 other homes that are licensed in this area, but they're on the other side of Washington, which doesn't pose a problem to the type of use that you're looking to bring forth at this property. So with that being said, and I thank you for that clarification, Margot, what I'm going to do is move to follow staff, Planning Commission's recommendation of approval of item number 85. And that will be my motion at this time.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And also for item number 86, I'm going to move for approval of this item subject to all staff conditions.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on it. Vote.
Okay.
Motion carries. Good luck, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and happy holidays.
87 is VAR 29659. The applicant is Siegel Companies, Inc., owner St. Louis Suites, LLC, requests for variance to allow a proposed 250-square-foot wall sign with 50 square feet is the maximum allowed on 1.90 acres at 525 East St. Louis Avenue. This application has been amended to allow 4 existing 5-foot-tall freestanding signs where one is permitted, to allow a distance separation of less than 100 feet between freestanding to freestanding sign where 100 feet is the minimum required, and to allow for the 4 existing 5-foot-tall freestanding signs to be set back 1 foot where 5 feet is the minimum setback required. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is in Ward 3. Public hearing, we should now declare open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Tabitha Fittiman, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. With me is Mark Whitehouse with Ultra Signs and Judy Perez with the Siegel Group. If I could, for just a moment, direct your attention to the overhead. Our site is located at the intersection of St. Louis and Paradise Road. The existing use of the property is for an apartment complex, and it's shaped like a U. Mark, if you could just kind of outline, the front of the building faces Las Vegas Boulevard. The proposed variances we are requesting are for 2 different types of signs. The first is for a wall sign that is flush with the building. It is essentially only visible from Las Vegas Boulevard, and then of course if you're coming from Las Vegas Boulevard towards Paradise, it would be visible once you actually are driving on Paradise Road. It is completely invisible to the neighbors to the east of our property. The second type of sign we are proposing is what we are calling an amenity sign. The only way your code characterizes these types of signs is as a freestanding sign, but is not what you would typically think of when you think of freestanding signs. What they are actually is what you see on all apartment complexes throughout the valley. They are, like I said, the amenity signs advertising or with information on them such as free cable, the number and size of units that we have, the fact that we offer free internet. They're less than 5 feet tall. And like I said, they are on site every apartment complex throughout the valley. We are proposing 4 of those. Mark, if you could just point those out along St. Louis Road. That outlines the nature of our request. I would like the council to know that at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Reese, I held a neighborhood meeting and noticed those individuals that reside within the notification range before I filed the applications. I did get comments from Beverly Green Homeowners Association, for example, and also from some commercial and residential property owners within that area. They are all very supportive, and I've been given the authority to state this for the record. They're all very supportive of what Siegel Group has done for the area in terms of redeveloping some existing complexes, and they were also in support generally of the sign package that we are proposing today. The Planning Commission did approve the item, and we would respectfully request you do the same. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Folks, the public hearing, if you'd like to be heard.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident since 1954. I know with interest within the vicinity of the applicant's project is that Stratosphere Tower. Is that Stratosphere Tower?
The tower is on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Within distance. Apparently also within notification distance is the home of the original creator of the Stratosphere Tower. His name is Bob Stupak. And that tower is marked down to 1,150 feet. There's a problem with a 5-foot sign on the Siegel property. You've got 1,150 feet signage within arm's reach of this property. What are you waiting for? Just go ahead and approve it. Very simple. Thanks.
Anybody else have pertinent information to give us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. This is where I sing 2 Tickets to Paradise. I always kid RTC about the magic of the 108 Paradise bus. I go by this location all the time. I'm going to gild the lily. The last I heard, Seagull had 4,700 rooms in operation. It's just amazing what a good service they do and what an important need that they supply. I recommend heartily approval. And as far as that stratosphere tower is concerned, if we're having an earthquake, I don't want to be on top of that thing. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Anybody else have any information or words of wisdom that they want to share with us? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. I would like to thank Tabitha and Judy for working with my office as well as the neighbors. They did hold a neighborhood meeting. I have had contact with some of the neighbors that live in the area. They do support it. I understand why staff recommends denial, but because of the neighbors voicing their opinion in support of this project you're on, I'm going to make a motion for approval of item 87, the variance 2969 with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
88 is VAR 30268. A variance, the applicant owner is Brent of Suzanne Bell Family Trust. Request for variance to allow a 1.5-foot side yard setback for an existing patio cover where 10 feet is required. 1.41 acres at 2001 Eagle Trace Way. This is in Ward 2. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. Brent Bell, the applicant, 2001 Eagle Trace Way. I'll be brief. I bought this property about 3 years ago, and although I love it, it does face east and west. It's on an irregular lot, which puts me awful close to the golf course. I'm asking for the variance so I can bring my patio cover further out to supply more shade for the backyard. I got approval letters from the golf course and the homeowners association. Staff approved it last month with the condition of gaining final approval from the building inspector. That took place on 11/18, and I think that's about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bell. Any questions of Mr. Bell? Close the public hearing if anyone would like to be heard.
Ramadan, Las Vegas resident. Any chance is this address located in the development called Canyon Gate?
Yes, it is.
Approved recommendation. They need all the help they can get. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Mr. Bell, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You answered my first question, which was going to be, how long have you been in the home? You've been in the home 3 years?
Yeah, yes. It'll be 3 years in February.
Because I noticed in the backup there had been 3 prior complaints lodged for zoning issues on this property, but they date back a few years. Margot, do you have that information readily available on?
Mayor and Councilman, yes.
Did those 3 complaints predate Mr. Bell's ownership?
They were 04 and early 05.
Okay. Was that before you moved in, Mr. Bell?
No, I believe those 3 complaints would have to do with a dispute between my neighbor and myself and a basketball hoop for my 10-year-old son. I would imagine that's what you're referring to. I moved in 04.
Is it your next door neighbor you're talking about?
Yes.
Is it the same neighbor that lodged a protest against this application?
Most likely, yes. And for the record, this patio cover is 85 feet from her property, and if it was within the setbacks, it wouldn't be any closer or further from her property line.
We're provided with this little map by staff, and the red indicates opposition, the green indicates approval as far as the responsive messages we get from our cars, and I noticed that your adjacent neighbor opposed this.
Correct.
Is that the same neighbor you think that you were in a beef with over a basketball court?
I'm very confident in that, yes.
Okay. Now, your application is for an existing patio cover. This covers up, is it not?
That's correct.
you received approval from the Canyon Gate Homeowners Association. I saw that, right?
Yes.
You also said you got an approval from the golf course?
Yeah, in your packet, and if it's not in there, I supplied it during the Planning Commission meeting last month, was also an approval letter from Canyon Gate Golf Course, which is the only property that I encroach upon. And I have that here if you don't have it.
It's kind of interesting. I didn't know that there was a separate body. I mean, I knew there was an HOA, obviously, but you also got an approval from a different body, which is the golf course?
Yes, because the HOA doesn't own the property that I'm encroaching upon. The golf course, Canyon Gate Country Club, does.
Okay, interesting.
If I may, Mayor and Councilman, those documents are within your backup.
Yeah, I saw the one letter. I didn't see the second one, though.
Yes, they're the second and third to the last pages within your backup.
Okay. My colleague wants to know what hole you're off of.
That's on number 7.
And I noticed that the patio cover that you're seeking approval for is on the whole opposite side of your property line from your adjacent neighbor that opposes this.
That's correct. I got a picture here that might help you.
Upside down.
Oh. This picture is taken from the patio cover looking north toward the neighbor that we're referring to. It's 85 feet away from that, and as you can see, her house is nowhere, her house or her garage, she cannot see the patio cover. You can see all the trees there. Back behind the trees and further towards the right is where her garage is. Her property comes out towards the last palm tree, and that's the side yard of her property, which there's nothing there but a little bit of grass.
So this structure really doesn't have any effect on her property, her views of the golf course?
That's absolutely correct,
The
Councilman.
views of the mountains or whichever direction she's looking in?
None whatsoever. And Planning Commissioner David Simon actually came out to my house and he looked at the structure and made that same determination.
You know, I hear he's one of the best planning commissioners.
Now, you're saying that only because he's sitting in the back of the council chambers.
I didn't know that.
Well, I appreciated his time, and he was obviously concerned because it was close to the property line, but he understood what we were doing once he had a chance to review it personally.
I'm trying to think or imagine why, I mean, other than a beef with your neighbor, and if the neighbor's here and they want to speak, we welcome that. Is it Mr. Remark?
Correct.
If the Remarks are here, I welcome input from them. I don't think they're here. I'm just trying to figure out why anybody would oppose your request based upon where you are in the property. You're on the golf course. It's not blocking anybody's view. I just can't imagine why anybody would oppose your request.
Well, if you lived where I live, then you'd be able to imagine it.
Well, I used to. I lived in Canyon Gate.
No, I mean specifically at my property. We don't speak anymore, but we're not.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, the whole thing is over and done with. The opposition is simply because there's bad blood between us. That's it.
Let's not go there. Okay. The only thing I would suggest. Well, here's another question, and then I'll get to it. Do the HOA's setbacks differ from city code setbacks? Because the HOA approved it, but it wasn't a variance that they approved.
If I may, Mayor and Councilman, HOA requirements and rules are not the purview of the city. Whatever they say is a private matter and has no bearing on city codes or requirements.
Okay.
To further answer your question, Councilman, the HOA approved of their form of a variance for this.
Yeah, that was kind of my question, if their form is different from our code.
Yeah, I would imagine it is.
Footage setbacks and things like that.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't see that this is going to harm anyone.
I would agree with you, thank you.
Respectfully request in the future that you seek approval first. That's kind of the red flag that goes up. The structure's up, it's in violation of the code, and now the gentleman comes in and requests a permission, so hopefully in the future you'll seek permission first.
Yes, sir.
But you're not the first person to be standing in that position, so my motion is for approval.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Can you throw a football 28 feet, 28 yards?
No, probably not.
Well, that's how far you'd have to throw it in order to get to the fence.
Thank you.
Right. 89 is WVR 29865, the public hearing. The applicant is John Staluppi Jr., the owner of Centennial Azure LLC. Appeal filed from denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a waiver of the town center development standards to allow exposed neon border where exposed neon is prohibited on 5.29 acres at 6200 Centennial Center Boulevard in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. Mr. Staluppi here, or a representative? Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Your Honor. We don't have the right item up on the screen there.
89? Isn't that correct?
It shows 90, Your Honor, but we are on 89.
We were up to 89.
No, I do not have an advance. I spoke to the applicant this afternoon.
Oh, no, 89 I just read into the record.
Yeah, that's the one that we want to see right here.
Oh, I see. Well, the screen's wrong. 90 has been obeyed. 89?
On 89, Your Honor, interesting enough, and Commissioner Steinman's in the audience with us today, I want to express to him and the rest of the Planning Commission this challenging agenda item that they've had to deal with. This has to do with the dealership out in Centennial Hills who wants to put some accent and neon lighting around their building. Interesting enough, Commissioner Steinman's discussions at the Planning Commission, and both times I think Commissioner was trying to keep to the town center standards. The interesting part of this is there's a developer out there that has an agreement with the City of Las Vegas where they're allowed to have neon. And I've driven out here several evenings to take a look at it, and Commissioner, maybe you have too. There's neon everywhere out here. It is difficult to keep to those town center standards when things of the past keep coming up and keep haunting. So it would be difficult, and I want the Planning Commissioners to understand this and the residents out there, for myself as a city councilman to say, you know, this dealer cannot have neon where others do out there. We want our businesses to be successful, especially in these economic times. I think it's important that we give them every opportunity to do so. I certainly don't believe that this is going to be a bad thing for the Centennial Hills. However, we still try to stick to that town center standard. This is just one of those items where we can't. And appreciate Commissioner Ellsworth and Commissioner Trowbridge's support of this item at the last Planning Commission. And with that, Your Honor, I'm going to move to approve agenda item number 89, subject to conditions.
All right, before we vote, it is a public hearing, folks, if anybody wants to be heard.
Only one question, John McGowan. It's important to recognize aesthetics is a relatively subjective art, not a science. So the question I would have with the applicant or the representative of the council is what is the nature of the subject item? What's the nature of the neon on the item? Is it flashing? Is it intermittent? Is it lurid? What kind of neon is it?
It's accent neon lighting around the...
Accent neon lighting. Excessive or moderate?
Mr. McGowan, it's fine.
I'm sorry?
It's fine, Mr. McGowan.
It's fine? I see. Well, that doesn't exactly answer my question, but it's close enough. I would say, unless it's incompatible with the other neon signage in the vicinity, recommend approval.
Anybody else like to be heard in a public hearing? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Ross? You made the motion?
My motion was to approve.
Yes, you did. Okay, let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 91 is RQR 30595, a public hearing. The applicant is Lamar Advertising, the owner is Steve and Raynell Phillips. Required 2-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 6651 West Charleston Boulevard. This is Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Scott Nestor with Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. This sign is located on West Charleston, just west of Torrey Pines. And as the staff report indicated, it is within close proximity to residential, but it was originally approved as such about 13 years ago. It's a well-kept sign, it's a well-kept lot, and we would ask for your approval.
All right, are there any questions of the gentleman? Close the public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I wasn't here 13 years ago. I might have questioned a little bit that close to the residential, but since your sign has been up, I've had very few people who have complained and very few who protested this, and so I move for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck. 93 is SUP 28795. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Clearwire Corporation. The owner is Lone Mountain Developers LLC. This is a special use permit matter. Request a special use permit for proposed 70-foot wireless communication facility self-design at 4850 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The planning commission, there's no recommendation. This is a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Mark Sawyer, 411 Blush Creek Place, on behalf of the applicant. Clearwire has met all of the recommendations and suggestions from staff and the planning commission on this application, including changing the design to a stealth monopine, fully notifying the neighbors, and holding a neighborhood meeting on site. We did not have any neighbors show up for this particular meeting. At this time, I would respectfully request approval from council, and I would be happy to take any questions that you have.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Close the public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Question for the representative of the applicant on the city council. Is the stealth design fine, in your opinion? Seeing no response, I will assume that it may be fine. Recommend you approve.
Anybody else like to be heard at the public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Ross?
Have you got, thank you, Your Honor, have you got new pictures for the Director of Planning over there? Director, have you got new pictures of what this looks like?
Yes, we did, sir. Just before they came over, we did get the revised plan, and if you do proceed with the item, we would propose adding a condition that approval shall be in conformance to the submitted plans, date stamped December 3rd, 08, for a monopine.
Monopine, and that's what I wanted to hear, and that's what I wanted to see.
Yes,
the picture that went out to the neighbors was not a monopine, and that gave me great concern, as did the Planning Commission. It has been said that this location has been overbuilt, and in a way, I agree with that. It's also been said at the Planning Commission that you appeared at that we have lots of other locations that are larger and more vast than this to plant another cell tower. And I somewhat agree with that and somewhat disagree with that. Across the street, of course, is the church. Beautiful buildings, beautiful campus. Not sure I want to see a monopine sitting on that campus. This, Your Honor and council members, is a storage unit that it's tucked in there. Yes, it appears to be overbuilt, especially from an aerial view, but when you drive by it every day like I do, 6 or 7 times, you don't see it. It's disappeared. The landscaping is nice. The 7-Eleven hides this. So I'm going to go ahead and move for approval subject to conditions. And you agree with the director's
Yes, sir.
additional condition?
Yes, sir.
That's my motion.
Councilor, I was just going to show you a proposed stealth type tree that you might want to consider in your work.
Is that a
can you get this on the screen?
That's a mono mulberry.
Can you get this one? Could you put it on the overhead? I think that this is something that we have to start considering. He left. Did you put that up there? What do you think?
I'll work on it.
All right, thank you very
I'm
much.
not sure that's tall enough, Your Honor, but...
I don't know. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, 94 is SUP. Oh, we didn't? Okay, let's go, please. Vote. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, I don't want that back.
Oh, yeah.
No, thank you.
Thanks.
Item 94 is SUP 30239, special use permit. Public hearing, the applicant owner is Christopher Allen. Request a special use permit for an existing 640 square foot accessory structure with kitchen at 1125 Kalen Drive in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions of the public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Michael Swift. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Christopher Allen. I reside at 2806 Paradise Isle Avenue. And based upon the previous Planning Commission meeting, the conditions of approval were amended to allow the existing rooftop mechanical units to remain in place, provided that the owner agree to construct an architecturally compatible screening facade. The owner has agreed to this condition, and we've prepared several illustrations to simulate the proposed solution. And I did submit these to the Planning Commission last week prior to this meeting.
Overhead, please.
What I'm showing you now is the existing three different computer-generated models showing the unit as it shows existing from several various north sight lines, the owner's backyard, and then from the street view Calhan. The bottom illustrations show the rooftop unit, and the top illustrations show the architectural screening. The architectural screen would be compatible with the existing primary structure. The colors, the trim, and the roof forms would be very similar to the existing structures over the primary residence garage. And so we hope that we've complied with the recommendations of the previous council meeting and providing the screening. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the gentleman? Close the public hearing if anyone would like to be heard. You do have a better.
John McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Apparently, that was not what was on the overhead this year. Is that correct? Anybody else know should be heard me?
No, it was on the overhead.
It was not.
I couldn't get it.
I wasn't on the overhead.
Oh, it was on our...
No, is that an accessory structure built on top of an existing structure?
It's an accessory structure that is existing right now and has an existing rooftop unit, and the applicant is requesting a special use permit to change it from a type 2 to a type 1 and to add a kitchen. It's converting it from an old kind of a storage workshop to a pool house.
How many people will occupy the building?
Well, it won't be occupied per se. It'll be as a guest house and a pool house.
I recommend approval. We need all the help we can get. You're going to need much more like this. Some of you personally may need it before long. I'm not kidding one day. Approval.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
My understanding is the permit for the structure itself, for the extra part of the home, was given in 1966.
Yes, that is correct.
And you're really not doing much except adding sort of a facade to cover the area where there would be exhaust from the kitchen you would be adding.
What the owner has done is previously the exterior was a CMU block type, and he's reskinned the exterior to be compatible with the look, the architecture, and the color of the primary residence. So he's actually improved this substantially.
I think that we had 5 for, and 1 protest against this. My concern was that the protest was by the next door neighbor. However, the addition was already there, as I understand, when the neighbor bought the house. And I will tell you, this is an exceptionally well-kept home. And I think that the addition adds to it, and so it's good to have in the neighborhood, and I move for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
If I may, Mayor and Councilwoman, proposed change of condition to delete the condition number 3 as they have met that requirement and replace it with a condition that says the approval is pursuant to the revised plan, state stamped 11/26/08.
Is that agreeable?
Yes, thank you.
Very good.
Then I changed that motion to be, I move for approval with all conditions as changed or unchanged.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff.
Very good. Item 96 is DIR 29999, Director's Business, a public hearing. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas, request to accept the Las Vegas Downtown Pedestrian Circulation Study. This pertains to wards 3 and 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Wheeler?
Mayor, the RTC commissioned a study to look at the existing pedestrian facilities and suggestions for improvement within the downtown area, as of course the Las Vegas downtown is the downtown of the entire region. This report has been accepted by the RTC, and what we are asking today is your acceptance of this report. There is not a policy change, nor is there any specific project that would be approved by this action, but rather these recommendations will be incorporated into future work by the city with regard to our downtown trails projects, private development projects, and any updates to the downtown centennial plan. We request your approval of this acceptance of the document at today's meeting. I'll attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
Council Government, Las Vegas resident, pedestrian, and cat bus driver. Does the RTC currently have any plans to provide necessary and convenient bus mass transit service for all the residents of the city of Las Vegas? For example, how would a person in my situation get to the pedestrian circulation study area? And I request a copy of the document that sets forth the pedestrian circulation plan. Now, what's the answer to the question of how does the RTC or the citywide bus service, if you still have one, how does that serve all the residents of the city of Las Vegas?
Well,
hearing no response from President.
No, I was about to respond that the RTC certainly has routes that they believe adequately service all of the residents of the city.
Well, we'll have to be talking to the RTC fairly soon. Explain to them that they don't have adequate service. And they may be overpaid, by the way.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard? All right, so we'll close the public hearing then. Item 97 is for me to instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Would you do that, please?
We need a motion on 96.
Okay, I need a motion on 96 to accept. Yes.
I'll make a motion to accept in Ward 3.
No. To accept the report?
Yes.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And as far as 97, that's already in the record. All right, we're up to 98. This is the opportunity for council members, if they wish, to make a statement or make a comment or observation at this time. Does any of the council wish to do that? Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do. As a matter of fact, after several years of service to our fabulous city, Mayor Pro Tem Jerry Reese has finally relinquished himself of the large blue books that we've used at council meetings, and he has gone electronic. And I think that that is a significant time in the history of this city to make note of that. Councilman, I'm proud of you.
Thank you. And I even turned my computer off, too.
Well, I guess there are only 2 dinosaurs. 3 dinosaurs. Okay.
3 dinosaurs?
That's it. All right. This is time for citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up, give us your name, and we'll be happy to hear from you. We'll put the 3-minute timer on, please.
Good afternoon, Oscar Goodman, Mayor, and Pro Tem Mayor, and City Council and Planning. These documents that you're about to see are something that we took pictures of when it was developed on these parks. I have all 106 locations with equipment and canopies recorded on digital systems. So we know where the equipment is when if it's replaced or somebody removes it or somebody gives it to what we call a salvage company. The canopy is the same way. When you read this document, you will get the highlight of the concern. It might be interested to know that we have no accountability of what's going on at this moment with a lot of the equipment. Prior to about 7 weeks ago, I got a person calling me. Her name is Catherine McGuire, lives over in this area that I had property, Meadow Village. And I couldn't understand her, so I started questioning several other people who have immunity because they work for the city, mentioned various different things, so I kept asking questions until I met the man who owns Richardson Company, who is doing the project of $5 million at the Stupak Center, the re-makeover. I asked questions before I asked him, where did the main canopy of that size, where did it go to? Nobody would give me any information, so I got seriously and I started doing a full-scale investigation. When I finally talked to Mr. Richardson the third time, he says, I have a contract. The contract is in that part of it. It's so small, sir, that you can't even see it. But I had it brought up a little bit so that some of us who are not blind but get a chance to read it. What happened was somebody within the field maintenance of the parks works with a guy called Rusty Coleman or Russell Coleman with the engineer of the city, Mrs. Sherry Ellman. When I had talked to all these people, they claimed that they didn't know anything about it. As I spoke to Mr. Richardson for the third time, he finally said, Mr. Christoph, we gave the canopies back to the Park and Leisure Field maintenance, but we kept the poles. I said, why? I have a contract saying I could have them. I did a backtrack to find out that the field people who do the maintenance and the repairs, concerns of the park, gave permission for him to take it because they didn't want it. They didn't understand the value of that equipment and they took it for granted, not knowing that that equipment could be replaced at any other parts that are needed, and we do need them. But for some reasons, on the lower level, did not consult the upper level of the city manager or anybody else, including that ward. As I spoke to Mr. Susan Martinez this week and saying she didn't know anything about what has expired from that time on. So I want to bring this to your attention. We are at a tight situation of money. A lot of you that's in the city council are looking for more equipment, canopies. We can't afford them. But knowing that we can save this equipment, Your Honor, and city council, we must make all efforts to take this good equipment, if not all, and reuse it for other places that can be used. And that's why I'm here today, to bring this to your attention after 7 weeks of asking questions.
Thank you.
So I want people to realize that anything that we do is to be carefully looked at and should be accountable.
Correct.
For the system all the way up to the city manager's office and to the people who have those wards, they've got to remove the equipment. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to speak on this if I could.
Okay, we just can't take action though, Councilor.
I know you can't take action, but I'm not asking anybody to take action. The only thing is that I asked about this when Gary, you and I were out there, remember the ceremonial that we went to? And I said, please save the shade shelters because they're just, we didn't get them that long ago. And we will be able to use them someplace else, and I knew how long it took us to find the funds, which Councilman Reese was able to put together. And so I asked about it at that time. And I asked about it a second time. I was told we will save them, we will save them. And then, Dr. Selby, in a meeting with you, a city manager meeting, I said, where are these? I've been told that we salvage these shade structures. I was told at that meeting, well, you can't use them again. I think that was the second time I asked about it. I was told you can't use them again and they weren't salvageable. And yet we have from the place that produces them that you could save over half the money if you reuse them rather than buying a new one. And the other thing is, I don't even know where the playground equipment is because then I asked about that. Now, I'm just concerned because I served on the school board, and when I was on the school board, I saw where they sold their items. I saw them sell a $250 table for $10 that was absolutely unscathed. And I knew when I saw people coming in from California and Arizona picking those up in order to use in their schools in other states, that bothered me a lot, so I followed it. That's why I was concerned about the shade tree shelter. The thing I'm concerned about also is I'm a city council person. I'm asking to try and find this, and nobody could find it. Nobody could tell me where it is, and he comes along, he found it. And then when I'm told that it can't be moved, he comes along and he's got the guy who makes the shelter saying, of course it can be removed, and this is how much money you can save. I think you all have that letter. But I think this is important. These things add up. And if somebody doesn't want it in some ward, we'll take it in Ward 1 and we'll find a good place to put it. But these things add up, and I know, Councilman Reese, you agreed with me at the time that we should.
I was told it was going to save this. He was going to try to use it in the new park when we moved this park.
We were both, yes, absolutely. And now it's salvaged evidently someplace.
I was told it was going to be put in a new park.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to voice that and get that off my chest.
Very good. Okay, next speaker, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, Council. We have to watch our money.
Yes, we do.
We have to recycle, like I've known in the Marine Corps. We don't throw away our equipment to the enemy or to our next neighbor. We use it until we can't use it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Hassan Joshua Collins. I'm an advocate for the homeless and for morality, of course, as a Christian. I'm concerned about how some of the homeless are being treated right now in the DTC and other areas, how some of the marshals are yelling at them to wake up in a very unprofessional way. And I know a veteran friend of mine that got arrested on Thanksgiving, and he has a mental disability now, but he was in jail for Thanksgiving and spent quite a bit of time in jail, and then he just recently got out. And I just think that that's really a waste of taxpayers' money to arrest people for things like that. So I'm requesting, I guess you could say, a special use permit to allow the homeless to sleep in the DTC and elsewhere if necessary until better shelter can be made available for the poor in Las Vegas. Is that possible? I didn't think so. So I'm encouraging a boycott of Vegas. I put here, boycott Vegas, follow Jesus. The poor and homeless are often harassed, jailed, and starved by many marshals and police. Show Mayor Goodman and police you care. Boycott Vegas and follow Jesus. Save your souls, or save your money and your souls. I was jailed for 2 months for sleeping outside. May Jesus bless you as you serve Him. Please pray for the poor to be set free. Just say no to the casino. Love people, not profits. And I got some scriptures here. See James 2:6-9, Proverbs 22, verse 23. And in Proverbs 19:17 says, He that hath pity upon the poor lendeth unto the Lord, and that which He hath given will He pay him again. So that's a promise from God. So you might as well just, give your money to the poor, and you have a promise from God. These casinos don't give you nothing, 99% of the time, basically. So be wise, and give to the Lord. And those of you that are Christians, I encourage you to encourage a boycott of this place until they respect the poor and show, honor to them like they should, just like any other human being, because the rich and the poor, one's not better than the other, and the poor need help right now. God bless.
Okay. We have our representative from the service providers who will make available to anybody who's here who has a homeless problem to make sure that they're well taken care of, and she's ready to provide them with counseling, take them to one of the agencies to get a decent meal, a nice shower, good night's sleep, direction into a job market. And anybody wants to take advantage of it, please see the young lady who's sitting on the first row there.
I appreciate that, Mayor Goodman. The only thing is that the marshals still are jailing people and harassing people in a very rude way. I don't know if you can have a talk with them, but they don't need to be yelling at people like they did. Just recently I just saw, how they ride in their bikes in there in the DTC, and they're wake up, you know, and then you're a bus passer, and they're just like at them, you know what I mean? It's just like, what is this all about, you know? You don't have to be that way towards people. You can get someone a heart attack practically yelling at them when they're coming out of sleep like that. You know, and they got nowhere else to go. You know, they ain't hurting nobody. And you got a bunch of other seats in there they could sit, you know, somebody to sit in there.
But
so what's the point in all that?
Well, the point is, maybe not in all of that, but the point is we do have staff here who's ready to steer, handhold, caress, embrace, assist those who don't want to be on the streets and get them into an environment which is, in my opinion, a lot more healthy. And that's all. Thank you.
Well, could the marshals drive them to a shelter instead of jail, the homeless? I mean, that makes sense to me.
If the homeless want to go to a shelter, you can bet the marshals will do that.
That's all they told me. They said they couldn't do that. I talked to them.
They know that if somebody's behaving and they're looking for help, they know where to take them, and it's not jail.
You know, the marshal, but he told me he could not legally basically do that.
Okay.
No, I talked to them.
I'll talk to them.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. In the past, I came here and have been made homeless. I have met with the Homeless Coalition at Lake Mead Hospital, which is North Vista now, but the Homeless Coalition had a meeting. I don't know if they're still holding those meetings, the Homeless Coalition.
Yes, they are.
I had met with them, and you know how they experienced this problem? I'm going to show you something here. You got your overhead thing on?
Nope.
Can you see this sign?
Nope.
Well,
Yes.
what happened recently, just out at West Tropicana and South Frontage Road, Councilman Wilson saw me out there one day, he and his wife. What I was trying to do, I've been coming here a long time trying to ask them to remove my name off of a program that encourages sin and immorality. And I don't like to keep telling this Christian sister, because we're not Christian sisters when Christian people don't treat each other like Christians. Miss Gwendolyn Mabry, who works for Nevada Power, and she want me to give her phone number and address, keep doing what she's doing. I gave it to the police over here at this substation and the downtown station, telling them what this woman has done. When I first met her, she was holding a Bible reading marathon right here on this property. That's how we first met. And I began to assist her with carrying her heavy things back and forth to set up for the Bible reading marathon. And I thought, well, she's a Christian woman, I won't have no trouble with her. But she maybe done got hurt and been pressured by these people that's out on her, but it gives her no right to take my life over and help ruin it through these people, this neck where she owes. She's used me to steal money and pay people off of her. I told the police, y'all come out here, they wrote me a ticket. I got a ticket, it's in my backpack. I got to go to court on the 21st. This is the second ticket I've been written. And I went up there to the court system and they said, we can't find it in the computer. They must have looked at what I've been complaining about. She has even started pimping my grandchildren for prostitution. Now, Mr. Rick Rizzola got my name, and I said, they gonna close Crazy Horse down, pretend they trying to get some law and order, but yet they gonna put my grandchildren out to prostitute through this woman, and then she was trying to use me for that and engage in homosexual activity with me. I'm not trying to slander her, but the police haven't done nothing with this, and they come, and I told the young lady police, I said, well, I want some of you all that's serious about helping me, because I was arrested when I fell asleep in the ladies' room at the DTC. The lady marshal, I said, I'll write you a citation. I said, no, let me go to jail, and you all tell me what to do so I can get some control over my problem with Nellis Air Force Base, letting people have open house on me. They took me to jail on that Thursday. They didn't have court that Friday, so I was in jail from Thursday to Monday to go before the judge, and he let me out of jail. The marshal's jail at Pecos and Seward. And it doesn't make sense. I spent 5 days in jail and was not told what to do or how to be able to get my name off of this program, which encourages homelessness. They're paying people to commit sin and crime. Then they got a good front, but their back is out. Let's be for real. Let's be honest. Let's be decent. Let's all work together for a better city and a better America, because like Barack Obama talk about change, I want to make change. I want to see change in everybody's life, because it doesn't make sense to arrest homeless people and then not tell them what to do. They know I don't know how to go up in there to stop people from going over me siphoning, and I don't mind sharing with people, but when they steal from me, as I explained to the police, that's for me to set up a ministry, and when people support me, I was supposed to use that distress signal to have them blessed with homes, cars, and jobs.
Thank you. I have to give the
Yeah, well, you see, I got a ticket for standing there. It don't ask for money, but I was just standing by the freeway for the people that know what I'm going through. And then they got mad because the truth was going in on Miss Gwendolyn Mabry, and then they want to put me off to keep people from telling the truth. So they sit in here and lie on me. Thank you.
That councilman you ran
Can I have one of these?
What do you want?
One of the,
What's her name?
Yes, you may.
Dorothy, that councilman you ran into Did he give you anything?
Yes, I appreciate your little stipend, you and your wife. It went a long way. I have a cell phone, I have storage to pay for, I have a P.O. box to pay for, I have children and grandchildren. Bless you. You know, a little bit, even Gary and his wife, some time ago, I seen him at a parade. I don't know, 3 years ago, El Dorado. He and his wife helped me a little. But I don't want to live off people, but I want people not to live off me and not help me in return.
Mayor? Yes, have you helped her?
Mayor?
Councilman Barlow, have you helped her?
Well, actually, I was going to ask Councilman Wilson and Reese, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, if they can assist Councilman Barlow with a bailout. We'll talk about it afterwards.
Lawrence Weekly helped me before he left. I mentioned Lawrence Weekly.
Anything you need, Councilman Barlow. Anything you need, just
Thank
ask.
you very much. Ma'am, would you like to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Bowles, and I live 11253 Reverie Lane, and I'm here to talk about the sewer bill. Sewer bill is based on a household. It's not based on usage of gallons of water, and that should be changed because there's many people that living in a household that is like 6 or 8 people, and I'm living all by myself, and I pay same amount what the other people do. You just approve 8 people to one household, and I'm here only one, and my water bill, it's only like $85 per year, and I think that should be changed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your sewer bill or your water bill is $80 a year?
No, my water bill, $85 a year.
Oh, I see. I understand.
Mayor?
Yes.
City Manager?
Yes.
Just for your information, that's an element of consideration for the city in the future, working with the water district to tie our sewer billing to the consumption of water.
Right, so maybe relief is coming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Anita Earl, 1953 Gregory.
Maria Martinez, 1949 Gregory Street. Angela Southern, 1941 Gregory. Judy Johnson, 1937 Gregory Street. Lynn Byron, 1945 Gregory Street. Patricia Parker, 1933 Gregory Street.
Good evening, Mayor and the Councilman and Councilwoman.
Excuse me, let's put the timer at 3 minutes, please, so that the new... Give you your full time here.
Okay. Mayor, you have donated the land that we live on through Habitat of Las Vegas. We have come to find out recently we don't own the land if we paid the house off. We have a 50-year, he said, land restriction that you put forth on the development. Our question is that we just was told that if I was to die or my neighbors to die, that my children have to be able to requalify for the home. If you see on their brochure, they have a homeowners ownership program, which is not true that we are homeowners. How are we paying $185,000 for a house and not the land? She's paying $2,002 for her house and not the land. But I know common sense to me would tell me when you buy a house, you buy the land with it. You just don't purchase the house and the land comes 50 years later. So we have a restriction for 50 years, which to me is not called for. Even when I went to the assessor's office on my property, if you see on the form, it says the land, not the house. And we are so discombobulated because we just found out this recently that, if something was to happen to one of us and we have minor children and our children don't qualify for the home, that our kids would be kicked out their home. To me, we was on Section 8. We was on Las Vegas Housing Authority. Some of us live with our parents. This was our American dream, and now to us, we feel like we're renters, not homeowners. but we paying our taxes, we paying our yearly insurance through an impound account because we have a loan that's interest-free, but we're not, nobody can tell us. I had spoke to that Automata 5 months ago. We have not even been on our property a year. I've been there, we just paid our 6 months, and some of us have paid our 9th and 8th month, but our concern is if we pay for the house, and we have a land restriction, and we die, our kids have nowhere to go.
Right. I understand. What we'll do is this, because I don't know whether any of us on the council have a particular expertise to give you the answer, but we're not allowed to take any action. But the manager's office heard the question. It's a legitimate question. It's a legitimate issue. And after they get the answer, I would like to know what the answer is, and be happy to have you advised as to what the answer is. And if the answer is not acceptable, call me, we'll set up a meeting, and we'll try to see whether or not we can get an acceptable resolution of this.
We have one more question.
All right.
I was told to homestead my house. The other ladies were told they cannot homestead their house.
I don't know the answer.
City manager's here. This is what I had got when I originally went in with the deed that I have to the assessor's office. It was in Habitat and Corp name instead of Habitat or Humanity Nonprofit Organization or Care of Anita Earl. So the lady had told me the process to go to it to get it homestead. So I have my house homestead. It's a lot of conflict between Habitat of Las Vegas and the homeowners. If you look back on all of the land that you have gave Habitat, there's no restrictions on their land.
And I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. We can't take action on it under the open meeting law.
Right, I understand, sir.
But we're going to get you the answer, and if the answer doesn't make any sense, we'll see whether we can make sense out of it. We're not going to ignore you. We're not going to say we're not going to listen to you. But let's get the answer before we have to address the matter. They know what the issue is now. Let's get the answer. They will get back to you. Afterwards, you give them how to reach you and everything. If you don't like what they tell you, if you want to talk to me or any of the council members, feel free to call.
I'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back.
Well, we're trying to help you.
Yes, we'll be back, because, sir, we have addressed Guy Adamato, the president, and we don't even have a notarized copy for Nevada title stating that the paperwork that we do have.
So these are issues that will be taken up with people who know what they're talking about.
Thank you, sir.
We don't know what we're talking about.
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Also, this is actually directed to Dr. Selby. Tim Woodwright, I asked that he come down here also because this was brought to my attention, and it's something that I'm very concerned about as well, as far as what I've been just informed. But Tim Woodwright, as well as Scott Adams from OBD, will have more information to help you get to the answer quicker.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to tell you, it's good you came here. These people, all of us will try and help, and it's good that you decided to come here, present your situation as well as you did. Thank you.
And thank you for hearing us, because after it's the holidays, I'm not going to bring the new year in not knowing the truth behind it. I say if the land was given by the city of Las Vegas.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out.
We're
all going to find out together.
Please do. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. That's what we're here for.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. And the overhead, please.
Overhead, please.
See that? Thank you. 2 months ago, you were advised of the existence and availability of the issued effective proposal for addressing the resolution of the economic crisis impacting the city of Las Vegas, the county of Clark, and the state of Nevada, the United States in general. You must have heard something about it years before that. the onset. You had a lot to do with that. Nevertheless, for the record, today you ignored the proposal. It doesn't bother me. I'm not curious to know when it will start to bother you. The proposed recommendations will be implemented with or without you or your interested official participation in the genuine best public interest inclusively. I would advise you as the public that's affected and impacted. It will certainly respond when the time is right. It's important to recognize the principal elements of the proposal consist of voluntary, omni participation by all members of society and government, entertainment and education intensive master plan development and redevelopment in the spirit of genuine community, creative innovation utilizing full range of available resources, pursuing the development of alternative industries generative of reliable revenue stream, and absolute integrity, and above all conscience, inside of Almighty God. In your daily activities for lo these many years, you may have lost track of some of those fundamental elements of life and death. But it will all come back to you very, very rapidly, I'm sure. Just keep watching the stock market. Needless to say, failure is not an option. Okay? If you're not going to just change and see change, it isn't going back to what it was previously. That's over. You're in a different world now. And you need to be prepared for that different world, which means you need to become different people. A recommendation that you start yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. At the time the Kyle Canyon came in, I said we're facing a tidal wave of foreclosures. There's no way that this is going to go. I can understand our graciousness and our hope for a positive resolution, but Betsy Fretwell well said that we spent an inordinate amount of time on this and had a master plan that was really quite compelling, quite encouraging. Long story short, isn't there something we can do to bill these developers or financial institutions when they go into default or when the project fails? Maybe that might be a good idea. Our staff has spent a great deal of time, and it does cost a great deal of money. I wanted to give a correction to Councilman Brown. I was complaining about the slot machines in front of Casino Royale being like a good life, wonderful life gone bad. Actually, the slot machines in front of the Casino Royale were free spin machines. They were not actually working slot machines, and I won $100 free play. The new Volcano and the Mirage is absolutely fantastic. It's the best thing since the light show at Bellagio, the water and light show at Bellagio. It features dancing fire. I encourage everybody to see it. I know this is not the LVCVA, but I wanted something a little bit more upbeat. I've had more, well, I think we've had happier meetings. I thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, the meeting's adjourned.